This video continues with Chapter 60. Nami obeys Luffy. Luffy wants to beat Buggy with Bully. Is it possible that he really know? A double comparison of navigation. This succubus Luffy is reversed. Chapter 60. Nami obeys Luffy. Luffy wants to beat Buggy with Bully. Is it possible that he really know? You. Hearing Luffy's words, Nami immediately covered her face in shyness. Although she is indeed very attracted to Luffy. I can even say that I can't wait to jump on Luffy's bed right now. But is the progress too fast? They just met today. She just served as the navigator of the ship today. At this moment, Nami's mood can be described as extremely unstable. One side is to keep chastity at all times. On one side is Luffy's devilish allure. For a moment, it was difficult for her to make a decision. What to do? Now how to do? Do you want to sleep with him? In this case, wouldn't I be too casual? I am not a casual woman. But the problem is, this is the captain's order. Luffy is the captain. He even asked me to sleep with him. If I disobey, will he throw me directly off the boat? Pirates are all very cruel. Luffy must be the same way. In other words, if I refuse now, I will definitely be thrown into the sea. It is very likely that I will not be able to swim to the nearby island, leading to my own death. If I die, I won't be able to save the villagers. When I think of this, Nami clenched her fists and made up her mind. Good. In order to survive, in order to save the villagers in the future, I can only obey him now. I actually didn't want to do it, but I was forced. No way, I really had no choice but to do this. I really didn't want to do this on my own initiative. Nami thought a lot in her heart, but finally made up her mind to slowly approach Luffy, and then quickly got into Luffy's bed. Does it smell so good? He is obviously a man, but 760 smells so good. After Nami got into Luffy's bed, she hugged Luffy involuntarily. It's really because it's so comfortable to do this. You really want to sleep with me. Seeing Nami getting into his bed, Luffy whispered to himself, closed his eyes, and started to sleep. The next day, videos that can be played. Black screen but sound. Luffy and Nami slept until noon. When they woke up, Luffy's stomach was already growling. Hey, wake up, wake up. Luffy shook Nami, who was sleeping with him in his arms, smiling and even drooling. Nami woke up and noticed that he was drooling. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and asked, What's wrong? It's time to set sail. By the way, can you cook? I know how to cook, Nami nodded. Then let's cook first and then set sail. Ming, I understand. Nami glanced at Luffy, then said with a blush. Achoku, good guy. I knew this guy named Nami didn't look right at the Straw Hat Boy. They just met on the first day, and they went straight to this. John, no, it's really not a joke. This guy is so charming. They just met each other, God, it only took 1 day. Silver Axe, to be precise, less than half a day, because they only met yesterday afternoon. Yurush, hey, this guy is enjoying life when he is not at sea, and he is still enjoying life after he is at sea. Kira, what kind of life do we lead when we go to sea? I miss them kid pirates. Going to sea means fighting. But what about Luffy? Going out to sea, a Conqueror's Haki swept out a group of Marines and harvested a beautiful woman. Then the two of them developed rapidly that night. Achoku, if I could go back again, I would like to be reborn as Monkey D. Luffy in that world. I really want to live like a fairy like him. Byandy Wald, who doesn't agree with what you said, I have lived a difficult life in the past. Only when I saw Straw Hat did I realize that being a pirate can also enjoy a good life. Perospero, I have now discovered that this video is not only a comparison of Luffy, but also a comparison with us pirates. The purpose of playing the video of the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world is to let us pirates know the life he leads is a dimensionality-reducing blow to us. Marco, Ace, I have to say, your brother from the parallel world is so enviable. Portkas D. Ace, you were wrong about Marco. The Luffy from the parallel world is my big deal. In their world, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy are sworn brothers, and Ace is the eldest brother. But in that parallel world, the eldest brother is not him, but Luffy. Vinsmoke Sanji, Luffy, damn it, you bastard actually attacked Nami. Monkey D. Luffy. Ah, what are you talking about, Sanji? Roronoa Zoro. Idiot, that was done by Luffy in that parallel world, not Luffy in our world, Jai Kangzi. Nami, Nami also didn't expect that he and Luffy would develop so quickly. But she doesn't seem to hate Luffy from that parallel world. As for the Luffy of their world, it will only make Nami angry. Luffy and Nami walk out of the house. When they saw the sea and the town in front of them, they were stunned. They remember that last night, they docked the ship at the port of a certain town. But today, they always feel as if the place where their ship docked is not the port yesterday. What's the situation? The ship drifted to other ports on its own. Are you awake? Zoro saw the two of them and said hello. What's going on? Zoro, didn't we stop at the port of this town yesterday? Luffy asked. It's a long story. Long story short. When I woke up in the morning to exercise, I found that neither of you were awake, and no one was sailing the boat, so it was just up to me. I'm awesome, Luffy. I didn't get lost this time, and I didn't turn the boat around. We drove to Marine Base and successfully sailed the ship to the next port. Zoro said proudly. Hearing Zoro's words, Luffy came to Zoro, patted him on the shoulder and said, although you did sail the ship to the next port, you must listen to me and never sail again. I'm really afraid that I will wake up. Come and sail your boat to bring me a dangerous and unfamiliar local doctor. Zoro did not make any mistakes this time, but Luffy still felt uneasy about Zoro. Okay, but Luffy, come with me. I have something to tell you. Zoro heard this and pulled Luffy aside so that Nami could not hear the conversation between the two of them. Luffy, I can't trust that woman, the one named Nami. Zoro said seriously. What's wrong? Luffy asked confused. Last night, when I was training on the deck, I found her coming to the storage room and rummaging through boxes and cabinets, as if she was looking for something, so I always felt that she came to our ship with a conspiracy. It is precisely because he cannot trust Nami that Zoro does not want to give the task of sailing the ship to Nami. Instead, I plan to sail the boat myself. Yuruj, rifling through boxes. Are you trying to steal something on the Straw Hat's ship? Eustace Kid. That being said, I remember that Nami had a nickname called Little Thieving Cat. Monkey D. Garp, what's your problem? Granddaughter-in-law. Buddha's Sengoku. Good guy Garp, what's going on with you? I just called my granddaughter-in-law. Monkey D. Garp. It's so annoying, Sengoku. Nami and Luffy in that parallel world are already a couple, so why is Nami not my granddaughter-in-law? Crane, the problem is, Nami and Luffy in that parallel world are a couple, but that doesn't mean Nami and Straw Hat are a couple in our world, Garp. Monkey D. Garp. Then I just need to treat Nami in our world as Luffy's wife in the parallel world, right? Kyuzin, Mr. Garp, are you saying that Nami in that parallel world is the woman of Straw Hat Boy, and Nami in our world is also the woman of Straw Hat Boy in that parallel world? Porzolino, doesn't that mean that the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world has two wives like Nami? Monkey D. Garp, they are all my grandsons anyway, so that's it. The Nami in both worlds are the grandson-in-law of my grandson in the parallel world. Achuku, the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world, unknowingly has a wife who looks exactly like Nami. John, damn it, I'm so envious. Nami, the reason why I am like this is because that nasty fishman Arlong dominates my village. If I want to save the villagers, I can only raise 100 million shellfish. Monkey D. Garp, what? That damn Arlong actually did such a thing. Where is he now? Buddha of Sengoku. In prison, he has been arrested, Garp. Monkey D. Garp, which prison is he in? I'm going to the prison to beat him up myself. Arlong. I'm already in jail. Do I still need to be beat? Or is that hero Garp taking action? If he punches me down, I won't be able to ascend to heaven on the spot. Parallel world. Yeah. Hearing Zoro's words, Luffy fell into deep thought. What about Luffy? Do you want to kick her out? Zoro asked. Luffy is the captain, so everything on the ship should be taken care of by Luffy. So this is why, last night, Zoro saw Nami rummaging through boxes and cabinets in the storage room, but did not directly say anything to kick her out. Instead, he kept silent until the next day and told Luffy in person. Let's let her stay on the ship for observation for a while. If she is kicked out, no one will be able to sail the ship. Luffy thought carefully for a moment and said, the main reason is that Nami is extremely weak and cannot threaten him and Zoro at all. And he also vaguely felt that Nami had something unspeakable. He would wait until he found out about it before making a decision. In addition, if we drive her away, who will sail the ship? I open. Forget it really stop. Luffy wouldn't dare to give the rudder to Zoro, even if he handed it over to the dog. Okay, since it's your decision, then as a crew member, I naturally have to listen to it. After hearing Luffy's words, Zoro didn't say anything else. Just like that, after Nami finished cooking, he asked Luffy and Zoro to eat. After eating, they planned to come to the island to replenish some supplies. Just arrived on the island. A group of pirates surrounded the three of them. Who are you? Wait, he's Roronoa Zoro, the big pirate with a bounty of 10 million Buggy. Damn it, are the pirates coming? Do you want to challenge Captain Buggy? Go and notify Captain Buggy. Captain Buggy is a monster with a bounty of up to 15 million Baileys. If he dares to challenge, let him go without return. Some pirates surrounded the three of them, and some complained to Buggy. Buggy, is this the island ruled by Buggy? Run. Let's run, Luffy, Zoro. That Buggy is a very powerful pirate and he also eats. He has obtained the devil fruit, the secret treasure of the sea. There is no way we can be his opponent. Hearing that this island was ruled by Buggy, Nami suddenly panicked. As Nami, who wanders around the sea looking for money, she has naturally heard of Buggy's name. At the same time, she has naturally heard of the legend of devil fruit. I heard that it is the secret treasure of the sea. After eating it, you will have a calendar beyond miracles. Not an opponent. Zoro raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at Nami nonchalantly. Why are you running away? We are just here to replenish supplies. Luffy spread his hands and said, no way, Buggy is an extremely cruel pirate. If you continue to stay here, both of you will be killed. Even worse, they will stuff you into. Among the cannons, the one who blasted into the sea died in an extremely cruel way. Nami reminded fearfully, Yuruj, Buggy is an extremely cruel pirate. You too will be killed. Silver Axe, run quickly. That Straw Hat Boy who can fight Garp without losing, and Roronoa Zoro who can block Garp's punch. You too will be killed by Buggy. Yes. John Hahata. Bindywald Hahata. Bister Hahata. Seeing Nami say, Luffy and Zoro were killed. Many people in the chat room were all amused. Who is Luffy? Mastered Conqueror's Haki at the age of 5, and did not lose at all in the fist fight with Fang Shui Garp in Windmill Village. So far, it has never shown its true strength. Even devil fruit has never been used. No one knows where the strength lies, 5.4. But they only knew one thing. Luffy's current strength is at least the closest to those at the top of the world. A man of this caliber would be scolded by Buggy, who has a bounty of 15 million Buggy. No matter how they thought about it, they thought it was a bit funny. Achoku, no, this little girl named Nami talks so interestingly. Trafalgar Law, the Nami of that world still knew too little about the Straw Hat Master. She had no idea what kind of monster he was. Kira, this is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Kyuzen, I don't think Luffy in that world would be defeated by Buggy. Copper Jabba, unless it's the Admiral of Naval Headquarters or the Four Emperors, I don't think anyone can defeat this Luffy. Red-haired Shanks, Buggy, run, you will really be killed by Luffy from that parallel world. D. Roger, Buggy, don't listen to your men and come to trouble Luffy and Zoro. Run as far as you can, otherwise you will be finished. Kailing Diahyo Clown Buggy, 17. No matter how loud you shout, I in the other world can't hear you. It's over. I'm absolutely dead. Buggy knows that he will definitely die in another world. While everyone was discussing it in the chat room, a systematic voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. Ding, the 1-minute limited Q&A begins. Question, what will happen after Buggy meets Luffy? A. Luffy will use the fist wrapped around armament Haki to beat up Buggy. B. Luffy will use Conqueror's Haki to directly stun Buggy and faint him. C. Luffy will use the fist wrapped around Conqueror's Haki to beat up Buggy. D. Buggy didn't come. E. Buggy fell to his knees within a few seconds of meeting Luffy. Chapter 61, Luffy not only mastered Ba Tang, but also mastered Ba Tang's cultivation method. Kong, there's a multiple choice question. Hurry, think about the correct answer. Kyuzin, I think it's very likely that it's B, because I can see that Straw Hat is not very interested in tangling with weaklings. If Buggy appeared in front of him, he would probably use Conqueror's Haki to kill him directly. Fainted from shock. Crane, Kyuzin's analysis makes sense, and I agree with this point of view. From Luffy's encounter with Colonel Monka, then use Conqueror's Haki and stun it directly to see it. Luffy has no interest in fighting the so-called weaklings, and Buggy has a bounty of 15 million Baileys. But he is also a veritable weakling. Kyan Liang Deahua Clown Buggy. Hey, don't underestimate me, bastard. Even if I am not the opponent of the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world, I won't be stunned by his Conqueror's Haki. Leiazi again. After all, he is also a big pirate with a bounty of 15 million Bailey. Bindy Wald, the bounty of 15 million Baileys is a big pirate. John, the one who can be called a great pirate, shouldn't be a monster with a bounty of more than 1 billion Baileys. Those who don't know may think you are 1.5 billion Baileys. Silver Axe, you come to New World with a bounty and you are just cannon fodder. You are also a big pirate. Jack, this guy's name is Buggy. His speech is really interesting. Kyan Liang Deahua Buggy the Clown. Don't underestimate me. No matter what, I will never be stunned by his Conqueror's Haki. Red-haired Shanks. Calm down, Buggy. Now is not the time to show off. You have to pray that the correct answer is B. Luffy shocked you and knocked you unconscious, instead of beating you with fists wrapped around armament Haki or Conquerors. Otherwise you will die. Buggy is a friend of red-haired Shanks after all. So he really doesn't want Buggy to die. He was really afraid that if Luffy punched him, Buggy would ascend to heaven on the spot. Razoroo, the question Conqueror's entanglement is an option. Does that mean that Luffy has already mastered this power? Kaido of the Beasts, stop talking nonsense. It's just that this option appears in the question and answer. It doesn't mean that this answer is correct, and it doesn't prove that the Straw Hat Boy can be domineering at all. Summer 24 Lot Linlin. In the small East Blue, it is impossible for the Straw Hat Boy to master Conqueror's Haki in any case, because I don't think he can meet an enemy who is as good as himself in the East Blue. There is no strong enemy. Under such circumstances, how can he make his mental strength and courage stronger, and how can he master Mad-Eye? Golden Lion Shiki. Before I went to the New World and encountered powerful enemies, I was skeptical about whether the Straw Hat Boy could be domineering, unless this guy could figure out how to improve his mental power. There is a method of courage, but this is impossible, because this thing cannot be cultivated at all. The real reason why Conquerors cannot be cultivated is that mental strength and vigor cannot be cultivated. And if you want to improve your mental strength, you need to keep fighting and fighting powerful enemies. But can Luffy encounter a strong enemy in that small windmill village? It's obviously impossible. As for Luffy's ability to become so powerful, it's not more about fighting powerful enemies, but purely his own talent, heaven-defying, and his own exploration. In this case, his mental strength and courage will not be strong enough to be heaven-defying. In this way, how does he master the extremely powerful Conquerors, and how does he master the tyranny? Unless he can learn how to cultivate his mental strength and courage without fighting against strong enemies. Rox D. Zebek. The so-called genius cannot often be defined by common sense, let alone a genius of this level. Charlotte Linlin, Mamama. Captain Rox, do you think that the Straw Hat Boy has mastered dominance at this time? Rox D. There's a way. Edward Newgate. But this kind of thing is impossible, right? Rox, this C has never heard of anyone who can master the training methods of mental strength and courage. If someone really could master the training method of mental strength and courage, that would be too scary. You must know this, C. Only one person per million people can own Conqueror's Haki, But how many billions are there in the pirate world? If calculated in this way, there must be at least tens of thousands of people in the sea of theirs owning Conqueror's Haki. But even if Conqueror's Haki is within his body, he cannot awaken without the king's pose. But what if you master the training method to improve your mental strength and courage? In this way, even if you don't have the posture of a king, you can still awaken. Even if you don't have to fight against strong enemies, as long as you use training methods that can improve your mental strength and courage, your Conqueror's Haki can become stronger. Haki itself is the overriding power of the sea. And Conqueror's Haki is the strongest Haki. Power up your Conquerors without having to fight powerful enemies. Edward Newgate breaks into a cold sweat just thinking about it. Rox D, I don't know if you have mastered the method of improving your mental strength and vigor. Edward Newgate, got it Rox. Rox D Zebek, you bastard. D Roger, little Buggy, let me choose D, just choose this time when you were not at home and didn't meet Luffy, because I don't want to see you die, little Buggy. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, Roger, I am just like you, I also choose B. Douglas Bullet, I think the possibility of E is very high. Buggy fell to his knees within a few seconds of meeting the Straw Hat Kid. Kyanliang Deahua Buggy the Clown, don't be ridiculous, no one has ever made me, Buggy, kneel down. This answer is the most impossible. Buddha's Sengoku, choose E. I also think this is a high possibility. Crane, then I'll choose an E2. Kyanling Deahua Clown Buggy, damn it, you bastards don't go too far. Kaido of the Beasts, I choose B. Straw Hat will use Conquerors to knock Buggy out. Charlotte Linlin, I choose A. Buggy will be beaten by the Straw Hat Kid with the fist wrapped around armament Haki. Doflamingo, choose A. Crocodile, choice C. Straw Hat will beat up Buggy with Conqueror's wrapped fists. Douglas Bullet, Sand Crocodile Bastard, are you kidding me? Do you think the Straw Hat Boy will have the power to dominate at this time? Doflamingo, you got the right answer by luck last time, but this time your choice is definitely wrong, Sand Crocodile Bastard. Crocodile, shut up you two guys, do I need your consent for what I choose? Parallel World, why don't you run away? Nami was so anxious that she almost cried. Although she had seen Luffy's strength on the island ruled by Menka. But she did not witness the scene where Luffy used Conqueror's Haki to shock Monka and all the Marines into fainting. Because she was busy stealing money at that time. Because of this, she has never felt the power of Luffy's Conquerors. She just thought that Luffy could defeat Menka and a large number of Marines, and he was a terrifying powerhouse. But Buggy is also scary. After all, the bounty is 15 million Baileys. Looking at the entire East Blue, he is considered a famous pirate. Buggy's name has been heard by her since she was a child. And Luffy has never heard of it. As for Zoro, she feels that the other party's bounty is only 10 million Bali, so he definitely cannot be Buggy's opponent with 15 million Bali. Do not be afraid. Luffy rubbed Nami's hair and said softly. Nami hugged Luffy's arm, still a little worried after hearing this. But I don't know why, holding Luffy's arm gave her a great sense of security. At this time, a group of pirates rush over from a distance. And the leader is none other than Buggy. Who is it who wants to challenge me? Buggy asked loudly. No one wants to challenge you, we are just here to collect some supplies. Luffy shook his head. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I didn't see the man next to you? Roronoa Zoro, the bounty is 10 million Bali. As a pirate, he broke into my territory and he said he was not here to challenge me. Buggy shouted in disbelief. When a pirate breaks into another pirate's territory, there is only one real reason, and that is to plunder. This is Buggy's unmistakable experience, gained from decades of being a pirate. He's a little noisy, Luffy. Do you want to get rid of that red nose? Zoro put his hand on the blade and pointed at Buggy not far away. I've told you 10,000 times, don't call me Red Nose, you damn bastard. Really, no one has dared to call me Red Nose for a long time, except for that bastard Shanks. This title has been long gone. You are dead, Buggy cursed. The thing Buggy hates the most is when someone calls him Red Nose. Since we parted ways with the red-haired Shanks in Logtown, almost no one dared to call him Red Nose. These are the ironclad rules of their Buggy pirates. Shanks, do you know Shanks? Luffy was a little surprised after hearing Buggy's words. Nonsense, I must know that damn Shanks. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have swallowed the devil fruit by mistake, nor would I have lost the treasure map. I can live a happy life, but it's all because of that bastard. Buggy started crying at the end. What you're saying is that you and Shanks are friends, right? I'm also very familiar with Shanks, so he can be considered my benefactor. Shut up, Laozi is not that bastard's friend. Buggy still looked vicious. If you want to say who Buggy hates the most, then it must be the red-haired Shanks. Okay, Zoro, don't take action. Since he is Shanks' friend, I don't want to hurt him. Luffy glanced at Zoro and said, the red-haired Shanks, kindness to Luffy is really heavy. Teaching about S*X, giving devil fruit, and even girls. No matter what, Luffy doesn't want to take action against red-haired Shanks' friend, otherwise wouldn't it make sense to meet in the future? I told you that I'm not Shanks' friend, can't you hear me? Buggy couldn't help but complain. Okay. Stop talking, even if we really fight, you're no match for me. Luffy shrugged. What, you said I am not your opponent, who do you think I am? If you really want to fight, I'll give you a choice. After all, you are a friend of the red-haired Shanks. What choice? Do you want me to hit you with the armament Haki fist wrapped around the left side? Or do you want me to hit you with the Conqueror's Haki fist wrapped around the right side? Luffy clenched his fist and wrapped his left fist around armament Haki. The right fist wraps around Conqueror's Haki. Hearing Luffy's words, Buggy suddenly broke into a cold sweat. As a former crew member of the Roger Pirates, he is well informed and will never make a mistake. Luffy's right fist is wrapped. It's really Conqueror's Haki. With that punch, I will be on the spot. Buggy was so frightened that his legs weakened on the spot, and he knelt on the ground. Achoku ba Conqueror's entanglement, there's no mistake, that's Conqueror's entanglement. This guy actually has such power. Jaehin, are you kidding? Impossible. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible to happen. Absolutely impossible. That is Conqueror's entanglement that only a very few strong men in the sea can master. 560 Quinn, how is it possible? I actually let this guy take control of me. Kyuzen, Conqueror's entanglement, mastered it at the age of 17. Porzolino, this is amazing. For us as Marines in another world, this news is like a natural disaster. Sakazuki, this guy. Buddha Sengoku, the horror is too much, straw hat. Monkey D. Garp, hahaha, he is indeed my grandson. Kong, Garp, you bastard is still laughing. Just give me an additional 100,000 words for review. The total is 120,000. I will take the time to add another 10 words if I can't finish it. Monkey D. Garp. I can't finish this much, even if my handwriting is smoking. I should have known better not to speak in the chat room. Yuruj, when I was 17 years old, I didn't even know what Haki was. How could this guy already have such power? Trafalgar Law, you have once again subverted my understanding of you, Straw Hat Master. Eustace Kid, with such power, how can you let my strength come close to you? Bastard Straw Hat Kid. Kid originally thought that he should not be too embarrassed in the other world. At least it has to be close to Luffy's strength. But seeing Luffy mastering the power, Kid was confused. This is close to a ghost. Kaido of the Beasts? Hey, are you kidding? Why would he be entangled with such power? In the small East Blue, it is impossible for him to meet a strong person without improving his mental power and courage. It is impossible to master such power, but why? He still knows how to do it. Edward Newgate. Is it possible that this guy has really mastered the training methods on how to improve mental strength and courage? Luffy's mastery of the Conqueror's entanglement is surprising. But the most surprising thing is this. Edward Newgate guessed. It is very likely that Luffy has already mastered the training methods on how to improve mental strength and courage. How long ago this sea was born, Edward Newgate did not know. But at the very least, it must have a history of 1,000 years. But in these thousands of years, no one has ever been able to master the training methods on how to improve mental strength and courage. This is true even for the world government that has ruled the world for 800 years. because if they master this training method, they can definitely cultivate in large numbers groups of strong men with domineering power. But for thousands of years, no one has done it. Now maybe Luffy from that parallel world did it. Rocks D, it doesn't mean he can't do it. Gal D. Roger, what a historic moment. This Luffy accomplished something that no one in our world has accomplished. Chapter 62, the 5 elders want to kill Luffy, but I am refuses. Marco, Ace, your brother, no. He is your big brother in that world, and he is countless times more powerful than we imagined. I can confirm now that there will be Straw Hat Boy to protect you in that world, and you will never be in any danger. Of. Mastered the domination at only 17 years old. No, to be precise, it should be that Haki's training method can be improved if he masters it without fighting. With this training method and Luffy's terrifying teaching ability. As you can imagine, as long as you get on Luffy's ship, you will definitely be cultivated by Luffy into a monster. There is Luffy and the monsters he raised. I believe that in East Blue, Grand Line, and even New World, it has to be pushed sideways. With such a big brother, Ace would never be in danger. Portka's D-Ace, I believe that I would have lived a good life in that world. Although Ace doesn't know what his strength is in another world. But he believes that it is definitely stronger than himself. After all, no matter what, the self in that world was also guided by Luffy. How weak can it be? Josie, Ace, to be honest, I want to go to that parallel world and worship Straw Hat as my big brother. Bista, what you said, who doesn't want to do the same? Although they are older than Luffy. But their strength, talent, and upper limit are not as strong as Luffy's. If possible, the entire Whitebeard pirates would like to recognize Luffy as their big brother. After all, there is no shame in following the strong. Moonlight Moria, I always have a bad feeling. In their world, Lee was defeated by Luffy. Now he is extremely scared that Luffy from another world has also come to him. Let Moria deal with the Luffy of their world again. He thinks he will never be defeated. But if he were to deal with Luffy from the parallel world, he felt the chances of winning were not very high. It looks like he will be beaten violently. He could only pray now. In that different parallel world, I will never meet Luffy. Crocodile, how about Doflamingo, hybrid bastard? Did I guess that the Straw Hat Boy in that world would be domineering? Douglas Bullet, what are you proud of, you sand crocodile bastard? You won't get a reward. It's me who gets the reward. Doflamingo, that's right, don't be too proud. Crocodile's answer is C, which means Luffy beat Janji with Chevy. But in reality, after Luffy's fists entangled him, Buggy's legs were frightened and became weak. It was not that any fight took place in 847. The correct answer is E. Crocodile, at least I'm close to the answer. Kyanliang Deahua Clown Buggy, damn it, I actually knelt down in front of such a bastard. Red-haired Shanks, it's okay, Buggy, kneel down, I thought I would never see you again in that parallel world. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, you should be glad that you said Shanks' name and made that Luffy realize that you are Shanks' friend, otherwise you would really have no way to survive. 11. Gal D. Roger, hahaha, it's so dangerous, Buggy, you just escaped from the gate of hell. Deng, announce the correct answer. The correct answer is E. Deng, congratulations to Buddha Sengoku, Crane, and Douglas Bullet for your correct answer. Deng, congratulations to Buddha Sengoku, you have obtained a new Buddha form. After using the Devil Fruit ability, you can change into the Golden Buddha form that can attack and defend, or you can change into the Wood-style True Several Thousand Hands form. Ding, congratulations to Crane for getting the reward of being 20 years younger. Ding, congratulations to Douglas Bullet for obtaining a physique of copper skin and iron bones. Buddha Sengoku, Wood-style True Several Thousand Hands form, what is this? Monkey D. Garp, I don't know what it is, but it sounds awesome. Buddha's Sengoku, I can't move now, and I can't release this Wood-style True Several Thousand Hands. I hope this is a more powerful reward. Kyuzin, ah la la. I guess it's not much weaker, Mr. Sengoku. After all, this is the reward given by the system. Sengoku of Buddha, I hope so, but actually the reward I want more is to increase my Devil Fruit limit make me immune to sea water, etc. Because Sengoku has never heard of wood-style true several thousand hands. So he has no idea whether this power is strong or not. He couldn't make up his mind either. If possible, he still wants more practical rewards, such as increasing the upper limit of Poruzolino's devil fruit and being immune to sea water. Crane, are you 20 years younger? It's a good reward. You can feel young again. Monkey D. Garp, hahaha, I can finally see the younger version of Ziohe. I really miss him. Crane, the two of us have fought side by side for so many years. Haven't you seen enough Garp? Monkey D. Garp, that's natural. Charlotte Linlin, damn it. With my copper-skinned and iron-bone physique, can I even have this bastard bullet? The reason why Charlotte Linlin became 4 emperors. Sedibi. Almost half of the credit lies in her terrifying physique. Even since Rock's Pirate disbanded, she hasn't had a few injuries. When I was on Ghost Island, if I hadn't encountered the nemesis Trafalgar Law. Otherwise, she would never lose. Douglas Bullet. With this reward, I can move towards the top of the world again. Gal D. Roger, do you still want to challenge me again, Bullet? Douglas Bullet. If possible, I would like to come to that parallel world and challenge that Straw Hat Boy. Since the appearance of Luffy in the parallel world. Bullet no longer thinks Roger is the strongest in the world. But that Luffy. Parallel world. Go down, kneel down. Seeing Buggy kneel down directly in front of Luffy, Nami was dumbfounded by this scene. In her opinion, Buggy should be an extremely vicious pirate who kills without blinking an eye. But now, I knelt down within a few seconds of meeting Luffy. As for what Luffy said about Haki, Nami doesn't know what kind of power it is. Because few people in the entire East Blue know Haki, how could she possibly know what Haki is? Luffy came to Buggy, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't be so afraid. I have already said that you are Shanks' friend, so I will not take action against you because you will die." Since Luffy has been training at East Blue for more than 10 years, in most cases, he has become stronger by himself. I have rarely come into contact with strong people. The ones I have come into contact with more often are Garp and Shimitsuki Kashiro. But Luffy has never seriously fought with either of them, and neither of them has ever fought with Luffy. Because there are not many strong people as reference. So Luffy doesn't know what level his current strength is. Because of this, he doesn't dare to take action at will. He is afraid of being killed by others. Thank you so much for your mercy, hahaha. Actually, Shanks and I are very good friends. Since you are also a friend of Shanks, we are also friends. Buggy stood up tremblingly, then suddenly turned his face of fear, smiled, and hugged Luffy. Yuruj, this guy changes his face so fast. Capone Bije, not so fast. I almost didn't react before he was hooking up with Straw Hat Boy. Eustace Kid. 1 second he said that the person he hates most is red hair, but the next second he directly hooked up with Luffy in that world and said that he and red hair are very good friends. This guy knows how to deal with people. Of. Red-haired Shanks, am I really your best friend Buggy? Lazaru, the boss often said that Buggy hates me, but I didn't expect that Luffy's appearance directly restored the relationship between the boss and Buggy. Yasop, every time the boss passes by East Blue, he actually wants to take a look at Buggy, but the boss is worried that Buggy hates him, so he gives up. The appearance of Luffy allows the boss and Buggy to successfully reconcile and become the best friends. Friend. Buggy is from East Blue, and red-haired Shanks also went back to East Blue. How could he not know where Buggy was? But the red-haired Shanks didn't look at Buggy because he didn't want to disturb him. In addition, the red-haired Shanks can somewhat realize that Buggy hates him. Kayan Liang Deahyo Clown Buggy, I'm not your friend Shanks. Rockstar, it seems like Luffy from the parallel world needs to come to our world to scare Buggy so that he can completely reconcile with his boss. Kayanling Deahyo Clown Buggy, hey, don't go too far. Parallel world. I knew you were Shanks' friend. Fortunately, I didn't attack you, Luffy sighed. To be honest, if Buggy hadn't accidentally mentioned red-haired Shanks when he spoke. The current Buggy is probably a corpse. Since we are friends, let's have a drink together, Buggy invited. Facing a monster like Luffy, Buggy naturally has to be flattered. Do you have a drink? This is not bad. Zoro heard the whine, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. Buggy takes Luffy to go drinking. Luffy was walking, turned around and saw that Nami was still there, and shouted, "Nami, come together, don't be afraid that someone will bully you, I will protect you." I know. Hearing Luffy's voice, Nami also recovered from the shock and walked up quickly. He is so strong. Luffy is really strong. Even the pirate with a bounty of 15 million Baileys humiliated himself in front of him. If he is so strong, can he beat Arlong who has 20 million Bailey? Should I ask him to help save my village? But will he refuse? Because the two of us have only known each other for 1 day. What should I do? How about we get along for a few more days and wait until our relationship gets better before asking him for help? No, I have almost collected 100 million Bailey now. As long as I can raise 100 million Bailey, I can save the village even without his help. Nami is thinking a lot in her heart. In the end, he still didn't tell Luffy his hidden secret. Oh yeah. At the same time, the other side. Point 1. Holy Land Mariewa, the highest palace of power. 5 old men gathered together. Monkey D. Garp's grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, has gone to sea. The man who ate the red-haired rubber fruit and stole it from us has become a pirate after all. St. Jagalusha Satan looked serious and said while leaning on a cane, "It's a bit tricky. If you eat a devil fruit like that, if it grows up, it will be very detrimental to us. How about we just send out troops to kill him?" St. Marcus Maz suggested. Kyuzin, Mr. Garp's grandson, was he noticed so quickly? Buddha Sengoku, Garp. Crane, are you still being targeted? Garp your grandson. Monkey D, damn. Although Garp wanted to stop it, it was a parallel world. In addition, Luffy wanted to choose the path of being a pirate. He didn't know what to do for a while. Marco, it's over, it's over, it's over. Ace, your eldest brother is going to be finished. He was targeted by those bastards from world government. Jaws, damn it. Do these world government people have such a keen sense of smell? The Straw Hat Boy has only been out at sea for a day, and they are directly planning to obliterate him. Bista, although the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world is powerful now, he is only 17 years old after all. If the world government has murderous intentions towards him, he will definitely not. It's possible to survive. Ask them if Luffy in that parallel world is strong. There is no doubt that people all over the world will say with one voice, strong, very strong. But after all, world government is the strongest force that has stood at the top of the sea for 800 years. Their foundation is extremely strong, even without relying on Marine's power. They can also control and balance the world with ease. Once they really want to take action, even the Admiral and 4 emperors will definitely be wiped out. And now Luffy has the strength. In their opinion, it is at most close to the level of Admiral and 4 emperors, but not yet reached. Want to resist the attacks of the world government? It's still too difficult. Edward Newgate, it's too much. You old guys, Straw Hat is only 17 years old now, and you can't wait to take action. D. Roger, if Luffy is given another 10 years to grow up, he will definitely not have to be afraid of world government, but now, he is in danger, Luffy. Golden Lion Shiki, it's really boring. You old guys, I still want to see the chaos in that parallel world. I didn't expect you to notice the Straw Hat so early. Boy. Byandy Wald, I originally wanted to hear Conqueror's Haki training methods from the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world when he was training his companions. It looks like. It's impossible to be a child. Doflamingo, it seems that being too sharp is not a good thing. Crocodile, do the old guys in that parallel world know that Straw Hat Boy is very strong? But the problem is that Straw Hat Boy has not really used his full strength so far, right? How do you know the strength of the Straw Hat Boy? Lu Chi, as long as our world government wants to investigate, there is nothing we can't investigate. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, it's trouble. It's really trouble. Now I can only hope that no one can stop these bastard old guys. Jago Lucia Satan, stop. Don't be kidding, we can't be stopped. That Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world, let's go. Marcus Saint, We in the parallel world did not let us down. As expected, we were keenly aware of the strength of the Straw Hat Boy and prepared to intercept him in advance. Topman Vasilii Saint. With the current strength of the Straw Hat Boy, although it is a bit difficult to kill him, it is not a difficult thing. Shepard Peter sent. Looks like this video is going to end here. Parallel world. But for such a matter, you must first ask Lord I Am for his opinion. Saint Isenballen v. Nashulang reminded. Let's go and see Lord I Am. Not long after, they walked through the corridor and arrived at Pangu City. Pushing open the heavy door, they came to the main hall. 5 elders meet Lord I Am. What's up? We want to mobilize our troops to eliminate Garp's grandson. No. Chapter 63, I am publicly confessing to Luffy. Everyone was confused. Achoku, hey, who is that person named I Am? Can you make those old guys kneel down? And that person named I Am actually refused the 5 elders' proposal to kill the Straw Hat Kid. I Am as the king of the world. The true ruler of world government. Apart from the 5 elders, few people know about her existence. So when I saw 5 elders kneeling, no one in the entire chat room was not surprised. After all, in their eyes, the 5 elders are already the highest power holders in the world government. And what's even more surprising is, they thought Luffy was going to be killed by the 5 elders. But who would have thought? I Am actually rejected 5 elders' proposal. Yuruj, the 5 old men who control the world, actually knelt down. What on earth did that person named I Am come from? Eustace Kid, it's really interesting. At the top of the world's power, is there a higher being? Trafalgar Law, kneeling down when they meet is enough to prove how powerful the person named I Am is. In other words, the 5 elders who control the world today are just her puppets. Capone Bidjet, unimaginable horror. Gal D. Roger, I Am. The real ruler of the world government, what can be confirmed and confirmed is that she lived for a full 800 years. Pluton's Silver Rayleigh. I thought the records on the final island of Raftru were fiction, but I didn't expect that this man named I Am is actually still alive. And he has lived from 800 years to now. Except 5 elders. The only person who knows about I Am's existence. It's just them, the Roger Pirates. After all, they have been to the final island and learned the truth about the world. In addition to this group of people, there is even Marshal Naval Headquarters, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armed forces. They absolutely don't know about I Am's existence. Rox D. Zebek, I Am, is he the real king of the world? Copper Jabba, it's really surprising. Yim actually exists, and what surprises me even more is, why did Yim refuse the 5 elders' proposal to kill Luffy? Usopp, although we don't know what happened, can we breathe a sigh of relief because the guy named I Am didn't want to kill Luffy? Vinsmoke Sanji, I was scared to death. I thought Luffy was going to be killed. Roronoa Zoro, I can feel how dangerous and terrifying the person named Yimu exudes while I'm looking at the screen. She's probably stronger than anyone I've ever seen. I'm so lucky to have this. There seems to be no killing intention towards Luffy in the parallel world. No matter what, Zoro is still in the Sabyeti archipelago. Met Admiral Poruzalino of Naval Headquarters. But Zoro knew that in front of this woman named Yimyu, Yin Jiang's strength was vulnerable. Golden Lion Shiki, Jai Hahaha, you old guys wish to wipe out the Straw Hat Kid has failed. Edward Newgate, a surprising and unexpected twist. I thought that the little monster in the parallel world was going to be wiped out, but I didn't expect that there would still be a chance to continue to grow. Perospero, what is the situation with the woman named I Am? Don't you, the world government, know very well how dangerous the Straw Hat Boy is? Why not kill him? Why should you refuse? Luffy, who saw the parallel world, was out of danger. The members of the BIGMOM pirate group were the first to lose their temper. What the hell? How powerful is Luffy in that parallel world? Conqueror's Haki at the age of 5, and even mastered Haki at the age of 17. With such an existence, you are obviously aware of her danger. But if you don't kill it yet, what are you waiting for? Waiting to die. Jago Lucia Satan Saint. Shut up. It's really arrogant for an ant like you to dare to call Lord I Am by his name, Prospero of the Bigmom pirates. Marquez Saint, do you want to cause death for your Bigmom pirates? Saint Topman Wuchulai, no one can question Lord Iam's decision. Since Lord Iam rejects our proposal, then she naturally has a reason. Even though they're a bunch of 5 elders. Also very puzzled. Why would Iam refuse to kill Luffy? But they didn't dare to question Iam. In the eyes of outsiders, the 5 elders have a lofty status, standing at the top of the world, in charge of world government, and controlling the world structure with just one sentence. No one dares to disobey their orders. But in front of Iam, they are just like puppets. The status gap between them and Iam. The gap between seaman recruit and them is even greater than that of a new marine recruiter. Ding, the 1-minute limited Q&A begins. Question, what was Iam's reason for rejecting 5 elders' proposal to kill Luffy? A, because Luffy is too weak and not worth fighting. B, because if you kill Luffy, you will offend Dragon and Garp at the same time. The gain outweighs the loss for the redhead. C, because I'm in love with Luffy, I can't let you kill him. D, you don't need to take action to kill Luffy, I'll do it myself. Achoku, hey guys, what did I see? Guess what I saw? I actually saw C among the options, because I fell in love with Luffy, so I can't let you kill him. Yuruj, this option. Rox D. Golden Lion Shiki. This option is a bit over the top and more amazing than any outrageous option that has come before. Who is Iam? King of the world who has lived for 800 years. But you tell me the result. Is there even an option for Iam to publicly declare to the 5 elders that he likes Luffy? Trafalgar Law. I was as surprised to see this option appear as I was to see the 17-year-old Straw Hat Master Tamaki. Capone Bijay. For me, this option surprised me even more than seeing Straw Hat mastering domination at the age of 17. When people in the chat room see option C, no one is not surprised, no one is not shocked, because they can still get through the projection screen at the moment. See the 5 elders, the supreme power holders of the world government, kneeling in the Hall of Yim. What a huge contrast. Marco, wait. Although I think this option is indeed outrageous, but if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem impossible. Because you also heard it through the projection screen, the voice called Iam is a woman, then in other words, she is a woman, and the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world is extremely attracted to women. Marco, for example, the red-haired guy's daughter Yuta confessed her love to Luffy right after they met. As long as a woman looks at the Straw Hat Boy, everything is wrong. So I have a hunch that this guy named Iam will definitely like him. It's the Straw Hat Boy from that parallel world. Shepard 10, Peter sent, bullshit, such a thing is impossible. Isenbalin V. Nesjuro Sage, do you know what you are talking about? Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, do you know that these words will bring you death? Marcus Maz Saint, how dare you slander Im-sama like this? You deserve to be damned. In Summit War, we will personally send out the Knights of God. No one can save you, the Whitebeard pirates. Everyone, to die. Marco. Good guy, what about it? I just expressed my guess. You directly sent the Knights of God to kill our Whitebeard group. Gal D. Roger, choice C. Because I like Luffy, I can't let you kill him. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, choose C. Copper Jabba, choose C. Jago Lucia Satan Saint, damn Roger Pirates. Even though I know that the answer you chose is not the correct answer at all, just seeing you slandering Im-sama makes me furious. Don't even think about it. Alive. Gal D. Roger, I have died once and seen the truth of the world, so I am not afraid of you. Rox. Marcus Mazsaint, Rox. Rox D. Kaido of the Beasts, I choose B2. Buddha's Sengoku, what are you still doing? Quickly think of the correct answer or rush to answer it. Kyuzin Alala, I'll choose B2. Monkey D. Garp, then I'll choose A. Parallel world. The 5 elders were all stunned after hearing Iam's answer, because they thought that Iam would readily agree. But unexpectedly, Iam's answer turned out to be no. In the palace of Pangu City, the atmosphere suddenly solidified. After a moment of silence, Jagorusha Satan Saint took courage, raised his head slightly and looked at the stairs at IM's feet and said, "Master IM, Garp's grandson is the man who ate the fruit of God." "So what?" Im's voice is devoid of any emotion. It's original and cold. After hearing IM's answer, Saint Jagalusha Satan suddenly broke into a cold sweat and quickly lowered his head, not daring to ask any more questions. As he got closer, Saint Marcus Maz, who was kneeling beside him, took a deep breath. That monkey D. Luffy has inherited Garp's bloodline after all, and his strength will not be much weaker. With such bloodline, coupled with the god fruit, if he grows up, he will be extremely useful to our world government. Unfavorable. Please give me flowers 0. So I am asked. Hearing IM's question, Marcus Mazshang was instantly deflated and did not dare to say anything. Speaking of this devil fruit, I haven't asked you yet. Why didn't you bring that devil fruit back more than 10 years ago? Yes, I'm sorry, Master IM. This is our dereliction of duty. Forget it. Actually, I don't care whether you can bring back the fruit of God. Otherwise, I would have punished you long ago. IM said coldly. After hearing IM's words, the 5 elders were all trembling, not daring to take a breath. A person who has inherited the blood of Garp has eaten that god fruit, and you are so panicked. I am really disappointed. That fruit has flowed into the sea for 800 years. During these 800 years, it has never fallen into the hands of our world government. I don't know how many generations of owners it has been, but so far, even one person has awakened. A devil fruit. Do you think the man named Monkey D. Luffy can do it? Hearing IM's words, the 5 elders kneeling in the main hall suddenly took a look. Jagalusha Satan Saint bravely spoke, although we don't think he can awaken the devil fruit, but just in case. But he was interrupted by IM before he finished speaking. Idiot, if we are not sure that he can really awaken the devil fruit, we will attack him, which will put us into an unfavorable situation. Don't forget, the person who snatched the devil fruit from you more than 10 years ago was the red-haired Shanks, and his grandfather was the hero of the naval headquarters, and his father was the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Killing him and offending these 3 people will do us any good. Have you been in this position for too long and your brains have been damaged? Why can't you analyze the pros and cons clearly? Achoku, is that so? Is this existence named? I am afraid that after killing the Straw Hat Boy, he will offend Garp, long and red hair at the same time, so he rejected the Matcha Straw Hat Boy. John, but this guy named IM is too stupid, because with the talent of the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world, he will definitely awaken the devil fruit, and his strength will reach an unprecedented level. Jago Lucia Satan Saint, shut up, John, you bastard, do you know what you are talking about? How dare you insult Lord I am like this? Arrogant, stupid, damn it. Marcus Maz, John of Rock's pirate, you'd better pray that in the following questions and answers, you won't get the reward of being resurrected. Because when you come to this sea, our world government will make you feel that life is worse than death. It will make you regret saying such words for the rest of your life. Topman Wuchilai Saint, I remember that in the old days, John, Achoku, and Silver Axe had a very good relationship with you 3. At present, only Achoku is still alive. It seems that we have to let Achoku go down to accompany him. You're the one who can do it. Achoku, what does this have to do with me? Achoku is so crazy. I didn't say anything. It's not me who insulted I am. Why the hell are you killing me? Your brain is broken, right? This is really a man sitting at home, and the pot coming from the sky. Rox Diav, Golden Lion Shiki, Jai Hahaha Achoku, who allowed you to be so close to John and Silver Axe. Achoku, no, who the hell are they friends with? It can be said that my relationship with them is extremely bad. I just secretly killed them at night while they were sleeping. Silver Axe, you're talking nonsense, Achoku. I remember very clearly when we were fighting in the Valley of Gods, you still blocked the knife for me. This kindness cannot be repaid because you are alive and I am dead, but if you also die, if so, maybe I can repay you. Achoku, stop talking nonsense, Silver Axe. Didn't I use you to block cannonballs in the Valley of Gods war? Gal D. Roger, what a pity. I also want to see that so-called I am confessing his love for Luffy in front of the 5 elders. Pluton's silver Rayleigh. Although it's a bit regretful that I didn't see this scene, and also missed the correct answer to the question and answer. But the good news for us is that Luffy in that parallel world can continue to grow for a while. Jago Lucia Satan, idiot. Im-sama just hasn't realized the danger of Luffy yet. When she realizes it, Straw Hat Boy will still die. She will never let him grow up. Unplayed video. Step back. Yes, Lord I am. After hearing what I'm said, the 5 elders quickly left the hall, not daring to stay any longer. When the 5 people left, I am silently took out a photo frame from behind. Inside the photo frame is a photo of teenage Luffy, and Chapter 64 rocks. If possible, I want to get on Luffy's ship. Deng, announce the correct answer. The correct answer is B. Because if you kill Luffy, you will offend Dragon and Garp at the same time, and the red hair will lose more than you gain. Deng, congratulations to Kaido of the Beasts, Rox D. Zebek, and Kuzan for the correct answer. Deng, congratulations to Kaido of the Beasts, for getting the reward of doubling the size of the dragon form and improving his abilities at the same time. Deng, congratulations to Rox D. Zebek for getting a resurrection scroll. Deng, congratulations to Kuzan for getting the devil fruit, which has the ability to freeze time and space for 1 second, with a cooldown time of 3 hours. Kaido of the Beasts, Kekek, Leazi guessed it right. Leazi finally guessed it right. Jaehin, congratulations Mr. Kaido. Quinn, in dragon form, the size has increased by 1 cup, and his abilities have also been improved. There is no doubt that the current Kaido boss is definitely the strongest man in the world. What Whitebeard? No king of the world I am can be a match for Boss Kaido. Jack, Boss Kaido, lead us beasts pirates to the top. Charlotte Linlin, what a blessing, Kaido bastard. Kaido of the Beasts, Leazi has become stronger now. Let me start a war that will sweep the whole world. I will drag everyone in the world into the war, including those high-ranking celestial dragons, because only war can determine a person's worth. Rox D, help me climb to the top and make me the king of the world. Edward Newgate, Kula la la, what a foolish dream, Rox. I will not become your subordinate, nor will I help you become the king of the world. Charlotte Linlin, today is different from the past, Rox. There is no need for us to surrender to you now. Beast Guy 473 duo, let Leazi follow you again? Are you kidding me? Leazi's current strength is not weaker than yours at all, Rox. You are almost as good as following me. Rox D. Golden Lion Shiki, Jai Hahaha, just save it if you threaten Rox. Your era has long passed. Even if you are resurrected now, no one will surrender to you, unless he's a fool. Achoku, let me follow you, Captain Rox. If you can. Achoku really doesn't want to be inferior to others. After all, he is now living a good life ruling Beehive Island, and his life is comfortable enough. But the problem is, 5 elders also said it in the chat room before. To kill him, let him go down to accompany Silver Axe and John. He knows that if he fights alone, he will definitely be wiped out by the world government. So he simply follows the resurrected Rox. This way at least there is a chance of survival. Rox D. Zebek, okay. Very good, Achoku. When I become the king of the world, I will not forget your contribution to me. You are much smarter than those traitors. Achoku, yes, yes, yes. I believe Captain Rox will definitely become the king of the world. Hell, if it hadn't been for John, Silver Axe was harmed. Who the hell is still following you? Sengoku of Buddha, damn it, did you actually resurrect Rox? That bastard Kaido also got a very powerful reward. This is not good news for us Marine. Crane, Sengoku, think on the bright side, at least the pirates didn't get all 3 rewards. Kuzan also got 1 reward, and it's a very good reward. Kuzan, do you freeze time and space for 1 second? Does that mean I can make the whole world pause for 1 second? This is really an exaggerated reward. To know, in battles between strong men, the winner is often decided in an instant. The key lies in who can inflict fatal injuries to the opponent first. And now Kuzan can directly freeze time and space for 1 second. It is equivalent to saying that he only needs to be close to the enemy. You can definitely be the first to inflict a fatal blow on it. although the cooling time is 12 hours that day. But Kyuzen still thinks this is a very powerful ability. Porzolino, your reward seems to be countless times more powerful than mine. Kyuzen, I will leave Whitebeard to you. Sakazuki, you want to be lazy again, don't you, Porzolino? Porzolino, how could that be? Sakazuki, you have wronged me. I just want to give you the opportunity to perform. I don't want to take away your credit. Sakazuki, you better not let me down in the upcoming war, Porzolino. Monkey D. Garp, not bad, Kyuzen. The rewards are so good. I'm afraid you are already stronger than me now. Kyuzen, I'm sorry, Mr. Garp. If you wrap armament Haki all over your body, I won't be able to hit you even if you stand still. Monkey D. Garp, nonsense. You are obviously much stronger than me now. Since you are so strong, I have a task for you, Kyuzen, that only the strong can complete. Kyuzen, what mission? Monkey D. Garp, you can help me write a 120,000-word self-criticism and finish it within 3 days. After you finish writing, write my name under the final self-criticism signature and then give it to Kong Tan. Kyuzen, good for you. You tricked your apprentice into writing a review for you, right? Parallel world. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami were warmly entertained by Buggy. Speaking of which, Buggy, do you want to get on my boat? Luffy invited. Me, let me forget it. The sea is too dangerous. It's better to stay in Orange Town. Buggy shook his head and refused. Buggy just wants to create his own force and does not want to join any other pirate group. This is why Buggy knew that the red-haired Shanks had become the 4 emperors of the New World, but did not join him to enjoy the glory and wealth. What a pity, Luffy spread his hands. Eustace Kid, rejected. Achoku, isn't this guy called Buggy a second-rate guy? He refused to get on the Straw Hat Boys ship in the parallel world. John, if it were me, I would be willing to get on the boat on my knees, but I didn't expect this guy named Buggy to refuse. Silver Axe, F***K, if you don't want to get on, let me get on. I want to get on Straw Hat's ship, let me get on. Buggy is seen refusing to get on Luffy's ship. Not many people in the chat room were not surprised, because they grew up seeing Luffy in that parallel world. They see how high the opponent's talent, strength, and upper limit are. In his opinion, Luffy has a high probability of climbing to the top of the world in the future. And of course, the so-called top of the world. It's not about becoming the Pirate King, but become the king of the world. In other words, if you follow Luffy in that parallel world, you will definitely enjoy endless glory and wealth in the future. Uruj, I want to go too. Trafalgar Law, if it were the Straw Hat Master of that world, I'd really like to be on his ship. Rox D. Although Rock's dream is to become the king of the world, he doesn't like to be under others. But the power of Luffy in that parallel world is completely beyond Rock's imagination. Rox always feels like he's on Luffy's ship in a parallel world. Under Luffy's guidance, his strength will surpass his previous peak and reach higher heights. This kind of thing is not impossible. After all, Luffy has done something that no one in the sea has done for thousands of years. That is to say, you have mastered the method of cultivating spiritual power and courage. With Luffy's talent, he will definitely break the peak of this world's combat power. With my heaven-defying talent, I have realized a new and higher level that no one has ever reached before. And of course, even if Rox gets on Luffy's ship, he won't surrender to him. Instead, he wants to backstab Luffy in the future and become the king of the world or something. Douglas Bullet, that's not like something you can say, Rox. Rox D not in that parallel world. Red-haired Shanks, Buggy, you missed your opportunity. D. Roger, why refuse, little Buggy? It's more honorable and important to get on Luffy's ship than to get on my ship. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, that Luffy personally invited you, but you refused. Should I say you are arrogant, or should I say you are ignorant, Buggy? Copper Jabba, if I were you, I'd beg Luffy to get on his ship too. Kyling Deothyo Clown Buggy. What the hell? Buggy himself was also paralyzed. He also doesn't know why he in the parallel world foolishly refused to get on Luffy's ship. Luffy glanced at Nami and Zoro behind him. In his eyes, Nami is a navigator and Zoro is a pendant. No, he is a combatant. He carefully recalled the 10-person configuration of red hair pirates, including a helmsman, a chef, a sniper, etc. Since everyone has gone to sea to become pirates, let's find 10 crew members with similar configurations to the red hair pirates. If you don't want to get on my ship, I would like to invite your ship's cook, helmsman, and sniper to come to my ship. Luffy continued. Luffy doesn't care about the strength of the chef, helmsman, and sniper. After all, in his opinion, you have to rely on yourself to fight anyway. And if the crew is too weak, he can also provide guidance. After hearing about Luffy's ship, the chef and helmsman of the Buggy pirates quickly wanted to express their opinions. But Buggy turned his head and gave them a vicious look. Them suddenly lowered their heads and became silent. Sorry, we don't have the person you are looking for on the ship, but if you are looking for a chef, go to Barati. It is a famous sea restaurant in East Blue. There are countless restaurants on it. Excellent chef, Buggy said with a smile. Buggy dreams of going to sea one day and making his name known throughout the sea as a captain. So he doesn't want his crew to join Luffy's ship. Sea restaurant Barati? I've never heard of it, Luffy pondered. Although he is in East Blue. I have lived for more than 10 years, but basically in Windmill Village. I know where the sea restaurant Barati is, and I can take you there. Nami raised her hands. Really? Then I'm sorry to trouble you. I asked you to be a navigator and a helmsman. When I find a companion for the helmsman in the future, I won't need two. Sorry for bothering you. The role of a navigator is to observe weather conditions and guide the route. And the role of the helmsman is to purely drive the boat and have superb driving skills. And now Nami can be said to hold two positions in one person. No, you're welcome. Hearing Luffy's words, Nami scratched her head shyly, blushing so much that she didn't dare to look up at him. Let's go, Zoro. It's time for Nami to set sail. By the way, thank you, Buggy, for the warm hospitality. You're welcome. After all, we are all good friends of the red-haired jerk, the good red-haired guy. Buggy almost let it slip. Luffy nodded slightly, and then started walking towards the ship. Nami followed Luffy, while Zoro took away all the wine of the Buggy pirates. Kabaji saw this and wanted to say something. But Zoro looked back at him and was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. The words that came to his mouth were swallowed down his throat, and he did not dare to spit them out. Kyanliang Deahua Buggy the clown, that's too much. That Zoro from the parallel world took away all the wine I stored before leaving. Kabaji, forget it, Captain Buggy. It's better than us getting beaten up by them. Original world. Luffy started a new adventure after Zoro defeated the Buggy pirates. They came to the village of Silop, where they met Yasopp's son, Usopp. At the same time, we also met Crow, who wanted to snatch Kaya's property. In the end, they defeated Crow, and Kaya also gave them a ship named Melly. And Usopp also joined the Straw Hat Pirates ship. Yasopp, so that's how you joined the Straw Hat Pirates, son. Usopp, although there was a bit of misunderstanding between us, we are now very good partners. Dad, I will also become a brave sea warrior like you. Warrior S. Yasopp, haha, not bad. Parallel world. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami set sail to recruit chefs for the Sea Restaurant 0.6. After a while, Luffy, why don't we return home? If we continue to move forward, we will encounter a storm. Nami was sailing the boat while looking at the weather in the sky worriedly. Hearing this, Zoro raised his head and glanced at the clear sky thousands of miles high in the sky and didn't believe it. Storm? It's impossible. The weather is so good now, there shouldn't be a storm. It's true, the storm will come soon, Nami said with a serious expression. Even if we encounter a storm, our ship can withstand it. Take us to the sea restaurant, that's where we need to be. Zoro continued. The main thing is that Zoro is still full of distrust towards Nami. So naturally, he didn't believe what Nami said there would be a storm. Besides, the sky is clear now. Is there really a storm, Nami? Luffy raised his head and glanced at the sky, frowning. It's true, Nami said seriously. Okay, let's go to a nearby island first to escape the storm. Luffy nodded. It's a bit late, Luffy, the storm is already coming. As Nami's voice fell, The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, thunder and lightning flashed, and in the distance there was an extremely powerful Su Feng rushing towards this side. 1. Is there really a storm? Zoro was stunned. Sorry, I doubted you just now, I'm sorry. Zoro immediately apologized sincerely to Nami. Although he has always mistrusted Nami, he still did something wrong by suspecting Nami of lying. Apologizing is definitely something that must be done. Nami did not speak, but concentrated on sailing the boat, trying to avoid the storm. But this time, the storm was too violent. In the end, Nami successfully drove the boat to Ziluabu village, but the boat was seriously damaged. Chapter 65, The Most Talented Navigator Nami. Kaya fell in love with Luffy at first sight. Achoku, what's going on with this person named Nami? Why can he know in advance that a storm is coming? The sky was obviously clear at that time, so he shouldn't be able to foresee the coming storm. John, indeed, it's weird. Is she some kind of demon fruit power, so she can see the coming storm? Nami, I'm not some demon fruit power. Silver Axe, it's not demon fruit power. How is it possible? If you are not a person with abilities, how did you know that the storm is coming? In such weather, there are no signs of the storm coming at all. Golden Lion Shiki. That little girl named Nami is the most talented navigator in this sea. The first time Golden Lion Shiki and the Straw Hat Pirates met was on Tianheng Road. At that time, Nami had an insight that a storm would hit in the distance soon. So Nami told Golden Lion Shiki the news. After Golden Lion Shiki received the news, he asked his navigator team. But without exception, his team of navigators all answered that they did not see the coming storm. But it didn't take long. The storm is really coming. You know, the Golden Lion Shiki has been around since the Battle of Atfall that year. But they attach great importance to navigators. Because in that battle, if it hadn't been for a sudden storm that destroyed dozens of his warships and swept him into the sea. In that battle, it was Roger who died. The navigators under Golden Lion Shiki are all elites carefully selected from all over the world. And it is also equipped with extremely sophisticated machines. But despite this, his team of navigators still had no insight into the storm. Nami, on the other hand, judged that a storm was coming without using any equipment and relying solely on her sailing experience. It is precisely because of this that Golden Lion Shiki wanted to get Nami, and the subsequent battle with the Straw Hats was triggered. Kaido of the Beasts, it seems that you have been in contact with this little girl named Nami, Shiki. Charlotte Linlin, it's not easy for this little girl named Nami to get your approval. D. Roger, it is indeed a terrifying sailing experience. Under such clear skies, I believe that no one in the world can see that the storm is coming, but only the one named Nami can do it. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, it seems that Luffy doesn't just find companions casually. All the people who can board his 24 ships are not simple characters. Scared me to death. This is the first time I have seen such a violent and terrifying storm after being at sea for so long, Nami also said with some fear. It is not an exaggeration to say that this storm is a rare occurrence in the East Blue in decades. This storm is really exaggerated. It almost destroyed my ship, but thank you very much, Nami. Without you, it would have been a bit troublesome. Although Luffy is said to be powerful, he still doesn't have many ways to deal with natural disasters. After all, he is not yet powerful enough to be the ultimate. There is still room for improvement. Even Golden Lion Shiki, who was as powerful as he was at his peak, could fall into the hands of natural disasters. He will not be an exception. So today, if Nami hadn't sensed the incoming storm in advance and taken measures to deal with it in advance, there would have been some trouble. Thank you for today. Zoro also thanked Nami. Through today's brief dangerous episode, Zoro also accepted a lot from Nami. Hey, I'm still very capable. Nami proudly put his hands on his hips and looked at Luffy triumphantly. Well, you are very capable. Your navigation talent is very strong. I am afraid I will never be able to do without you in the future. Luffy rubbed Nami's slightly wet hair and said. It was only after encountering the storm today that Luffy realized how important it is to have a navigator on board. Can't you live without me? Hearing Luffy's words, Nami lowered his head shyly, and his face gradually turned red. Luffy's words are too damaging to Nami. Nami's heart is beating very fast now. If Zoro hadn't been watching from the side, she would have been tempted to throw herself into Luffy's arms. Speaking of which, it seems that my ship cannot be sailed. Really, if I had known better, I would have saved more money and bought a better ship. If I want to sail again, I must first find a way to get it on this island. A ship will do. Luffy raised his head slightly and looked at his ship. Because of the storm, his boat was somewhat damaged. If it can be opened, it can indeed be opened. But if there is another storm, the ship will definitely disintegrate. So, to be on the safe side, we have to get a boat tour on this island. Yus, who are you? At this moment, a shout came from the distance. Luffy and the others turned their heads slightly, only to see Usopp looking at them with fear. I am Monkey D. Luffy. I came to this island because of a storm. If possible, could you please borrow a boat? We want to set sail again, Luffy said. Are you pirates? Usopp asked. That's right, Luffy nodded. I advise you not to act rashly. I have 8,000 subordinates. If you dare to invade this island, I will make it impossible for you to come back. Usopp shouted. 8,000. Nami suddenly broke into a cold sweat. 8,000. Zoro raised his eyebrows slightly, then turned on observation Haki, not realizing the existence of 8,000 people. There are only Usopp and 3 children hiding in the dark. There aren't that many, aren't there 4 with you? Luffy spread his hands and said. How do you know? No, I just have 8,000 subordinates. They are all hiding in the dark now. If you take another step forward, they will attack you. If you leave now, I can let you go. Although Usopp is timid, he does not want Luffy and others to enter the island. After all, he is afraid that Luffy and others will invade the island to plunder the villagers. Didn't you just let it slip? Zoro complained. Okay, don't be so malicious towards us. We just want to borrow a boat. And of course, if you want any reward, I don't have the money. Although Luffy understands etiquette, he knows that buying things costs money. But if you don't have the money and want it, then there's no other way, just think of it as a loan. Then you just want to steal it, Usopp complained. Don't say it so harshly, just borrow it. Then, what if I don't give it? If you don't give it, I may have to take coercive measures. What coercive means? I'm considering whether to beat you with the fist wrapped around armament Haki, or beat you with the fist wrapped around Conqueror's Haki, before I let you lend me a boat. Yasopp, give it to him quickly, my stupid son from the parallel world, give it to him quickly. Lazaru, Yasopp, I always feel like your son in the parallel world is going to die. If Luffy punches him, he will ascend to heaven on the spot. Usopp, hey, me in the parallel world, hurry up and lend them a boat, and then find an opportunity to get on their boat. Don't hold on, you will die. To say who is the most panicked, it must be Usopp. He was really afraid of himself in the parallel world, and was punched to death by Luffy. After all, he still wants to watch himself in the parallel world board Luffy's ship, become a strong monster under Luffy's guidance, and become famous all over the world. Although Usopp doesn't know what Haki is. But at this moment, he can feel that Luffy's body exudes an extremely terrifying aura. He glanced at Luffy's fist and suddenly broke into a cold sweat. He had a hunch that after Luffy punched him, he would see his mother in the next second. Usopp swallowed a sip of saliva, suppressed the fear in his heart, and asked with some fear, As long as I lend you a boat, can you promise not to invade the village or bully us? Of course, I just want to get a boat when I come here. I have no other ideas other than that. Luffy nodded. Okay, come with me. Usopp finally agreed. Let's go, Zoro, Nami. If we have a ship, we can start sailing again. I have to say that this long-nosed person is really a good person. Luffy smiled. And if he doesn't give it to you, he will have to ascend to heaven. If he doesn't be a good person, he will be a dead person. I can't walk a little bit, because the storm I encountered just now makes my legs weak now. Nami said softly. She can actually walk, but she wants Luffy to hold her and walk. It's really troublesome, forget it, for the sake of your meritorious service just now. Luffy said as he picked up Princess Nami. Thank you. Nami was a little shy, but at the same time a little excited, pressing her face against Luffy's chest while wrapping her arms around Luffy's neck. So comfortable. It feels so comfortable to be held by him like this. It would be great if I could always be held by him like this. That's all. Usopp brought Luffy, Zoro, and Nami outside Kaya's room. You guys wait outside the door for a moment. I'll discuss with Kaya about lending you a boat. Usopp turned to look at Luffy and others and warned. The main reason is that he feels that Luffy and others are not easy to mess with. So just ask Kaya to borrow a boat to calm the trouble. The door is closed. How do you get in? Do you have a key? Zoro asked. But as soon as Zoro finished speaking, Usopp jumped over the wall. I didn't know. I thought you were a pirate. You have to climb over the wall to enter other people's houses. Zoro couldn't help but complain. Usopp ignored Zoro's words and quickly climbed to a tree in the yard and knocked on Kaya's window. After a while, the window opened. Kaya held her face in her hands, sitting by the window, looking at Usopp on the tree and curiously asked, "What kind of story are you going to tell me this time, Suicune?" As for the story, let's tell it next time. Anyway, I have something important to discuss with you now, Kaya, Usopp said with a serious expression. What's up? I remember you have a boat, right? I want to borrow that boat. Of course, I will find a way to make money in the future and return the boat money to you. Are you talking about the ship named Mary? Did you borrow the ship to go to sea? Usopp. No, it's not that I want to go to sea. Anyway, it's not easy for me to explain to you now, but I hope you can believe me. I will definitely compensate you for the cost of the ship named Melee in the future. Usopp said solemnly. Can. Kaya was about to agree, but at this moment, Crow suddenly appeared under the tree in the yard. Hey, Usopp, what are you doing here? Do you want to disturb my eldest lady again? Don't you know that my eldest lady is sick and bedridden now? Crow scolded. 1. It's okay, Crab Otter, Usopp is my friend. Kaya explained. Crow's name in the village of Psylab is Crab Eater. It was under this name that he lurked as the housekeeper of Kaya's family for 3 full years in order to obtain the property left by Kaya's father. Don't get too close to such a shady person, Miss Kaya. You should know what Usopp's reputation is in the village. He is the most hated person in the village. God Crow S*X Road. Uruj, this guy named Usopp lent his boat to the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world, but to protect you. Trafalgar 93 Law. Good people are always subject to suspicion. Anyone can see it. Usopp asked Kaya to borrow a boat to send Luffy and his gang away, as he was afraid that Luffy would plunder the village. And Usopp also said that he would try his best to earn the money for the ship as a gift. Such a good person was doubted, which made them a little nervous. Usopp, this hateful guy's real name is not Crabapple, but Crow. He has been lurking next to Kaya for 3 years in order to obtain the inheritance of Kaya's family. Flying Squirrel, Clo, the Beiji Crow with a bounty of 16 million Baileys. Isn't he already dead? Why is he still alive? Usopp, he's not dead. He pretended to be dead a few years ago. He changed his name. A few years ago, Crow was very powerful, but because of this, he was pursued by bounty hunters and marines. This made Crow tired of the life of a pirate. He quietly took a small boat, found a marine warship, and killed almost all the marines on board. Then he asked Zhang Gao to hypnosis one of his men, making that man think he was Crow. Then hypnosis attacked Menka, who was just an ordinary soldier at the time, making Menka think he had captured Crow. In this way, the fake Crow was executed. And he himself also changed his name, came to Psylab village, and became the housekeeper of Kaya's family under the name Crab-Eater. I'm not a bad person, Usopp said angrily. Really? Your father abandoned you and became a pirate, and you carry the blood of pirates. Doesn't this alone prove that you are not a good person? Crow said coldly. My father is a powerful sea warrior, Usopp shouted. Just a dirty pirate. You are not allowed to insult my father. Usopp rushed over angrily and punched Crow. Look, attacking others with barbaric actions at every turn doesn't prove that you have bad blood. Crow snorted coldly. Don't push me. I didn't come here to fight or quarrel with you today, I just wanted to borrow a boat. I will compensate you for the cost of boarding the boat in the future. Borrow a boat? What do you want to do? Go to sea? As for the compensation for boarding the boat, do you know how much a boat costs? How can you possibly compensate for it? Get out of here, Crow said coldly. There seems to be a quarrel inside. There seems to be no hope of borrowing the boat. Does it seem like we can only borrow it by force? Luffy thought thoughtfully. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro did not hesitate, drew his knife, and cut the door in two. Zoro made a lot of noise, which directly attracted the attention of Kaya, Usopp, and Crow. I'm sorry, please stop arguing for a moment. We need to borrow a boat because we are in a hurry to go to the sea restaurant Barati. I hope you can make it happen. Luffy walked in with Nami in his arms, glanced at a few people, and said. Kaya at the window noticed Luffy. Her heart beat rapidly, and a blush slowly appeared on her face. An indescribable emotion spreads in Kaya's heart. Chapter 66, Luffy checks Kaya's body without clothes, begging for customization. It is you. Zoro puts his eyes on Crow and says, why are you here? Seeing Zoro appear in front of him, Crow suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Do you know him, Zoro? Luffy asked curiously. I know him because I met him on the sea when I went to sea a year ago, but he was no match for me. Zoro explained. Although Crow has been lurking here for the past 3 years, because he was spying on the Kaya family's property. But don't forget that Crow is a pirate, and he can even kill his own crew members. Living here for 3 consecutive years, serving Kaya with all his heart, how could he not be impatient, feel itchy, and not want to kill someone to vent his anger? And a year ago, he killed ordinary businessmen on the sea and met Zoro when he was about to destroy the corpses and eliminate traces. At that time, in order to prevent Zoro from leaking the news of his murder, he launched an attack on Zoro. But in the end, he was defeated by Zoro. And Zoro at that time only used one move. Damn, Usopp, you bastard actually led a group of pirates to Miss Kaya's house. Do you want to kill Miss Kaya? Klo suddenly yelled at Usopp, trying to suppress his inner fear of Zoro, and wanted to change the subject for fear that Zoro would say something detrimental to him. They just want a boat, just give them a boat and they will sail it. Boat, they want a boat, right? Miss Kaya, give them the boat. As long as you give the boat to these pirates, the trouble can be settled. Hearing what Usopp said, Crow quickly glanced at Kaya and suggested. Originally, he didn't want Kaya to take the boat out. After all, the value of a ship is not low, at least hundreds of millions of barrels. But now, as long as Zoro and others can be allowed to leave, without revealing anything that is not beneficial to him, he is willing to send a ship. I understand. I will give the boat to you. Kaya, who was sitting by the window, nodded repeatedly after hearing this. She originally planned to promise Usopp to send a ship to Luffy and the others from the beginning. Now, get out of here right now, you pirates. Don't stay in the village anymore, Crow yelled at Luffy and others. We haven't even seen the boat yet. Why are you so anxious to drive us away? Luffy said unhappily. Hey, that guy with the long nose, is he your friend? Zoro pointed at Crow and looked at Usopp and asked. How is that possible? He is not my friend. He is the housekeeper of Kaya's family. I hate him. Usopp shook his head, but then he realized something and shouted to Zoro. Don't call me Long Nose, my name is Usopp. Really? It seems that the guy named Kaya is in danger, because this guy is not a good person. Zoro said calmly. Is there danger? What do you mean? Usopp was slightly startled when he heard Zoro's words. A year ago, I saw this guy kill ordinary businessmen with my own eyes, but I was anxious to find Luffy, so I didn't kill him. Zoro explained. Kill ordinary businessmen. Hearing Zoro's words, Usopp was so frightened that he stepped back and broke out in cold sweat. How could it be possible? Crabbeetle would not do such a thing, Kaya explained for Crow. After all, Crow has served Kaya wholeheartedly for 3 years. So Kaya doesn't think that Crow is the person who would do such a thing. Believe it or not, it's up to you, Zoro said nonchalantly. Are you telling the truth, Zoro? This guy killed ordinary businessmen. Luffy looked at Zoro and asked seriously. Although I may be a bit crazy, I will never recognize the wrong person. And when I recognized him just now, didn't he also recognize me? Zoro nodded affirmatively. After receiving Zoro's approval, Luffy looked at Kaya and shouted, "Well, your name is Kaya, right? I'll lend you a boat, and as a reward, I'll help you kill this guy." Zoro won't lie. As he said, this man named Crabator killed ordinary businessmen. Such a person will not be a good person. If you let him stay by your side, it will be dangerous tilde. Kaya looked at Crow with a solemn face after hearing this and asked, "Crabator, did you really do such a thing? Killed a shipload of merchants." "How could it be possible, Miss Kaya? They are lying. How could I do such a cruel thing as killing a ship merchant?" Crow shook his head and objected. "Zoro, take action, make gestures with him, and let him show his true colors," Luffy ordered. Originally, he wanted to do it himself. But the problem is, he is still holding Nami and cannot free his hands. "I see." Zoro heard this, pulled out Wado Yimin and held it in his hand. To deal with strong enemies, he uses 3-sword style, but 1 sword is enough to deal with Crow. Shua. Zoro holds the blade in his hand and shoots a terrifying sword energy towards Crow. Faced with the incoming sword energy, Crow quickly took out his steel claws to deal with it. When Zoro's sword energy collided with Crow's steel claws, and Crow's steel claws shattered into pieces in the next second. Zoro strode forward, put the blade against Crow's neck, and asked with murderous intent in his eyes, "I remember, when we first met, you bragged to me that you were a criminal with a bounty of 16 million Baileys, and your name was Crow, right? Why did you change your name to Crabator now?" I'm not Crow. Crow wanted to show off." But Zoro's blade exerted a slight force, and a large amount of blood suddenly sprayed out from Crow's neck. Faced with the threat of death so close at hand, Crow was completely frightened at this moment. I am Crow. I lurked around Miss Kaya to seek her property. I have told you everything. Let me go, Roronoa Zoro." Clo has been lurking for 3 years in order to seize Kaya's treasure and enjoy the glory and wealth. But faced with the threat of death, he did not dare to hide it anymore, because he could feel that the Zoro in front of him would really kill him. "Clo, that bounty criminal with a bounty of 16 million Baileys, is it you?" Usopp was stunned when Crow told the whole truth. How is it possible? You became my housekeeper because of my property?" Kaya covered her mouth in disbelief. "You are no longer useful." Zoro's eyes are filled with murderous intent, and he is ready to chop off Crow's head with a knife. Hearing Zoro's words, Crow was so frightened that his legs weakened and he lay on the ground, completely unable to resist. "Don't kill anyone here, Zoro. It will scare other people. Take him outside and kill him," Luffy ordered. "I see." Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro grabbed Crow's neck and dragged him out. Yuruj, what a terrifying look, that Roronoa Zoro from the parallel world. It's several times scarier than the Roronoa Zoro I saw in Sabyati Archipelago. Capone Bijeh, the pirate with a bounty of 16 million Baileys, can be subdued with just 1 move. Even the pirate is scared to death just by seeing the look in Roronoa Zoro's eyes. I really don't know the Roronoa Zoro in the parallel world. What kind of strength does it already have? Trafalgar Law, you are really obedient to the Straw Hat Boy. Zoro is the boss. Roronoa Zoro, isn't it right to obey the captain's orders? John, looking at the whole world, I'm afraid only the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world can make that Zoro so obedient. Parallel world Zoro's true strength is unknown to them. But just through the murderous intent emanating from Zoro and his astonishing eyes, let them see that Zoro is definitely a monster-level powerhouse. And to be able to make a monster-level strongman of this level be so obedient. It's true that only Luffy from that world can do it. Okay, the trouble has been solved. We helped you kill the pirate Crow who was buried next to you and wanted to seize your property. You lend us the ship. It's a fair deal. 1. Luffy looked at Kaya and said, "Many, thank you very much." Kaya nodded to Luffy and thanked him. "Speaking of which, if possible, can you give us a few changes of clothes? The clothes on our boat are all wet due to the storm. Of course, the same is true for the clothes on our bodies." 1. Of course, come up, Kaya agreed. In this way, Luffy carried Nami to Kaya's room. And Usopp is still frozen in place, because he has received too many surprising things in his mind. After a while, Zoro came back to look for Usopp after killing Crow. I want Usopp to take him to find the melee first. Unplayed video. The other side. The clothes fit you very well, Nami. Kaya watched Nami put on her clothes and couldn't help but praise her. It does fit well. Luffy turned his head and admired it. Wait, I haven't put on my pants yet. Nami's face turned red, and she rushed up to cover Luffy's eyes shyly. What's there to stop? Luffy said helplessly, spreading his hands. Really, you can't let it go in vain. Nami puffed up her cheeks and said, although she and Luffy have already slept together one night. But at that time, they didn't do anything. And he slept with his clothes on. And the fact that Nami is shy at the moment is because there is Kaya beside her. Otherwise, she would definitely change her clothes in front of Luffy to seduce Luffy. You guys have such a good relationship, Kaya said with envy. I don't know why, but Kaya can feel that Luffy has a very special attraction. This attraction was like a black hole, and she couldn't help but fall deep into it. Inadvertently, she glanced at Luffy a few more times. Then he blushed and lowered his head. How long do you want to cover my eyes? Luffy asked. Then turn around and don't peek, Nami said shyly. Said. The words fall. She then let go and covered Luffy's eyes. However, I saw that Luffy did not turn around, but stared straight at her. She was both shy and a little excited, and started to change clothes. Tilda, how is it? After changing clothes, Nami raised his head slightly, with a crimson smile on his face, and looked at Luffy with some expectation. Yes, it looks good, Luffy nodded. Really? Hearing Luffy's compliment, Nami's face was filled with a happy smile. Let me give you a few more sets of clothes, Nami, Hyuya suggested. Thank you so much, Nami said gratefully. You're welcome, because if it weren't for you guys coming, I'm afraid I would have been murdered by Crabotter. No, it was Crow who took away the inheritance left by my parents. Speaking of. In fact, I should be the one to say thank you. It's just a little effort, Luffy said calmly. Ahem, Kaya suddenly coughed. Are you feeling well? Luffy asked. I have been weak and sick since I was a child, so don't worry about me. Kaya forced a smile and said, I know a little bit about medical skills, let me show you. When Luffy encountered a bottleneck when he was young, in order to seek a breakthrough, Luffy liked to read a variety of books. About medical skills, cultivation, as long as it is related to the human body, Luffy refers to everything. After all, in the final analysis, the so-called cultivation to become stronger is centered on the body, and many books on medical skills tell many secrets about the human body. It is precisely because of constantly absorbing knowledge from books that Luffy can understand and master the methods of cultivating mental strength and physical fitness. Luffy knows a lot of things, and it is not an exaggeration to call him omnipotent. Really? Then I'll trouble you. You lie down on the bed first. I see. After hearing Luffy's words, Kaya lay down on the bed obediently. The next second, Luffy used observation Haki to sense Kaya's physical condition. Observation Haki, after all, uses the power of the 5 senses to detect the opponent's movements in the next second and sense the opponent. And Luffy can already use observation Haki to detect a person's physical condition. The reason for this is because Luffy has read too many books on medicine. 1. After a little money observation, Luffy opened the buttons on Shikai's pushable chest. Yus, what are you doing? Although Kaya was a little shy, she did not stop Luffy's movements. As for the light, I didn't check it carefully because I don't have any instrument that can check people's bodies. Luffy explained. Kaya did not continue to say anything after hearing this, but looked a little shyly and a little excitedly as Luffy unbuttoned her clothes. Although there is actually equipment in her house that can be used to examine the body, she does not intend to tell Luffy. After a while, Luffy stripped Kaya naked. Can you check out my physical symptoms? Kaya blushed and covered her body, and asked quietly because she was shy. Luffy was silent for a while, then started checking her body with his hands. Hey, Luffy, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, Nami couldn't hold back at all. Again, Kaya was stripped naked and examined. Is this really treatment? Check your body. Luffy looked back at Nami and explained. Really? Nami didn't believe it. It is true. Luffy replied affirmatively while checking. After a while, Luffy stopped what he was doing, glanced at Nami and said, Go and buy some Malin, Blatilla, Sichuan Cypress, Zealandia, Xiling, Indigo Naturalis, Schizonpeta. The medicinal materials are back, soft. What's this? Hearing so many unfamiliar medicinal materials, Nami was immediately confused. Forget it about medicinal materials for treating diseases, you won't be able to remember what I just said. I have a lot of them, so I'll write them to you. Luffy found a piece of paper and a pen to write down the required medicinal materials, and handed them to Nami. Then he asked him to buy some sets of clothes for himself. After all, Kaya's room only has women's clothes, not men's clothes. Chapter 67, You said you don't love Luffy. Nami took the note handed by Luffy with the medicinal ingredients and went to buy medicinal ingredients and clothes. Inside the room. Suddenly, only Luffy and the naked Kaya were left. Luffy crosses his arms on his chest and stares at Kaya. Of course, Luffy doesn't have any bad intentions. It's because he felt that there was nothing else to do except stare at Kaya. Are you going to keep staring at me like this? Kaya asked with a blushing face. Luffy itself is extremely attractive to Kaya. In addition, Luffy keeps staring at her without any clothes on, which makes Kaya feel a little excited. Don't worry, after Nami buys the medicinal materials, I will definitely be able to cure you, Luffy said. Yes, really. Kaya always feels that her question has nothing to do with Luffy's answer, right? Thank you so much today. I asked you to help me get rid of the pirates lurking around me. Now I have to trouble you to treat me. You're welcome, didn't you give us a ship in return? Luffy said calmly. One code is one code. If you help me get rid of that pirate and save my life, it is equivalent to repaying my kindness for giving you the ship. Now, I actually owe you. Really, don't take it too seriously. The kindness you gave me the boat is actually very great to me. This kindness is indeed great. Because without a ship, they would not be able to set sail to the sea restaurant to recruit chefs. No, I have to repay you. No need to. Luffy was about to say something, but Kaya suddenly let go of the hand that was originally used to cover her body, and then asked in a low voice with a very blushing face, What do you think? My figure compares to Nami's. Not bad. Although Kaya has been bedridden all year round, she has not been out and about much. However, the figure is indeed first class, not inferior to Nami. To describe it in one word, it's uneven. I have nothing to repay you, so let me repay you with the only thing I have. At the end of Kaya's words, she closed her eyes because of shyness. I am definitely not like this, because I like him too much. I just want to repay his kindness. Yes. I just want to repay his kindness. Ahems. Kaya suddenly coughed softly again. Let's wait until you feel better. Luffy shook his head slightly and said. He naturally realized what Kaya meant. But he could tell that Kaya was very weak. After all, Kaya has mostly stayed at home in the past few years, which proves how weak her body is. Luffy is really afraid that he will be damaged by tormenting him, so at least he needs to let Kaya recover first. Then, okay. Kaya heard this and nodded. Is he caring about me? He must be caring about me. When I think of this, Kaya's favorable impression of Luffy becomes even higher. Not long after, Nami came back with the medicinal materials Luffy needed and the clothes he bought for Luffy. The money will be reimbursed by Kiki. After Luffy got the medicinal materials, he began to grind the medicine for Kaya. Then he fed it to Kaya himself. How do you feel? Luffy asked. The medicine is a bit bitter. I'm talking about your physical condition. Hearing Luffy's words, Kaya moved her body a little and found that her originally weak body had regained a lot of energy, and she no longer felt coughing. Much better, it's really much better. Thank you, madam. Feeling that her body had recovered a lot, Kaya excitedly held Luffy's hand. The doctors in the town are unable to cure his illness, and it can even be said that they are helpless. And because of her weak body, she was unable to go to other islands for treatment, so her illness tortured her for many years. But now, after drinking Luffy's medicine, she has really recovered a lot. And it's still effective. This excitement made it difficult for her to calm down. At the same time, my love for Luffy is even more difficult to restrain. That's good, Luffy also smiled after hearing this. I can't tell, but your medical skills are quite good, Nami praised. I just know a little bit. Videos that can be played. After a while, Zoro brought Usopp to Kaya's downstairs. Kaya also put on clothes and followed Luffy and Nami downstairs. Luffy, the ship named Melly, is quite good. It is sturdier than our ship. I have already checked it, Zoro said. Yeah. By the way, this guy also wants to join us. Zoro pointed to Usopp beside him. Let me join you. I also want to be as powerful as you. I want to find my father on the sea and become a brave sea warrior. Usopp bowed deeply towards Luffy and begged. Okay, Luffy agreed. For Luffy, it actually doesn't matter who joins. After all, no matter how weak the person who joins is, he has the confidence to guide him to become stronger. Thank you so much. This kindness cannot be repaid. I will definitely become very strong enough to serve you. Usopp was excited. Usopp, great. I'm on Luffy's ship in the parallel world. Seeing myself in the parallel world, I boarded Luffy's ship. Usopp was so excited. Because he knew that once he got on Luffy's boat, he would be in trouble. The self in the parallel world will definitely become extremely powerful. Usopp feels honored to be able to see the world of parallel worlds and become stronger. His fame spreads across the sea. Usopp, congratulations, son. I believe that I will see a very different you in that parallel world. Usopp, just be optimistic, Dad. Under the guidance of Luffy and I in the parallel world, we will definitely become a famous pirate and a sea warrior whose reputation shakes the sea. Urouge, I don't know how many seats are left on the ship. I hope that in the parallel world, I can seize the opportunity and meet the Straw Hat Boy as soon as possible and get on his ship as soon as possible. It's getting late now. Why don't you stay here later? I have to thank you all. Kaya said at the end. She put her eyes on Luffy, lowered her head unconsciously, and her face turned red. But, Kaya, why did you come down? Your physical condition is not good, Usopp said with some worry. It's okay, Usopp. Luffy has already checked my body and made a medicine. After I took it, my body has recovered a lot. I believe it won't be long before I can fully recover. Kaya touched her blushing face and said with some energy. While talking, she also glanced at Luffy from time to time, thinking in her heart that she would repay Luffy Tuansu well tonight. Achuku, this little girl named Kaya, there's something wrong with the way she looks at Straw Hat Boy. John, first it was Yuta, then Makino, then Kuina and Nami, and now there is Kaya. Wherever this kid goes, there are women falling in love with him. The most irritating people, this group of people, the women who fall in love with him, are all without exception. They are all beautiful women. They are all beautiful women. Silver Axe, this guy really wants to make us jealous to death. Trafalgar Law, I am now 100% sure that the Straw Hat Master in the parallel world is absolutely extremely attractive to women, and women will definitely fall in love with him. No one will be an exception. Byandy Wald, damn it, I also want to have such a physique. I also want to be surrounded by beautiful women. I also want women to fall in love with me as soon as they see me. Douglas Bullet, just save it, Byandy Wald, you wouldn't dream of doing this. Vinsmoke Sanji, an enviable physique, damn it, that Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world is so happy. Quinn, if I could have this physique, my goddess Yuta would be mine. Jack, give up, brother Quinn, you won't have such a physique. I'm afraid only the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world has such a physique. Quinn, Sephi, Jack, if it weren't for the fact that I can't move now, you would have died 100 times, you know. Could you shut up? Marco, when I mentioned the physique of Straw Hat Boy, I couldn't help but think of the king of the world named I Am. I still seriously doubt that I Am had no intention of taking action because he fell in love with Straw Hat Boy. Erase him. Although the explanation given by I Am is. Because of worry and fear of Garp, red hair, dragon's revenge. But Marco thinks that if he really wants to kill Luffy with the world government's methods, they can completely conceal what they did and blame anyone at will. Plus, in fact, even if Luffy is actually killed, the one who really offended was probably only Garp. Because of the red hair, the dragon itself is not a friend to their world government, but an enemy. Bista, when you say so, I also have this suspicion, Marco. Saint Jagalusha Satan, asshole, why did you bring the topic to Im Sama again? You despicable pirates deserve to die. Marcus Saint, do you think that the naval headquarters alone, including the Knights of God, can't defeat your Whitebeard pirates? Ha ha ha. Don't underestimate our world government, Whitebeard Marco, captain of the 1st Division of the Pirates. If you make such rude remarks again, we don't mind personally going down to the world to wipe out your Whitebeard pirates. Topman Vachery, Marco, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division, your words have seriously insulted our world government, and we will never let you live. As long as there is anything related to the Whitebeard pirates, ordinary people, even the territory and hometown you rule, everything, our world government will wipe it out. Saint Isambalen Venus Thuro, Marine, you all listen to me. I will be here shortly. On the battlefield where the battle begins, try not to directly kill the Whitebeard pirates. Let them taste unforgettable pain before letting them die. Of course, we will also send troops. Supportive. Shepherd 10 Peter, don't make such completely impossible guesses. Pirates are as stupid and as lowly as ants. We have said it before, Lord I am. It's just because he didn't realize the threat of the Straw Hat Boy in that parallel world. Once the Straw Hat Boy in that world uses his truly powerful power, it attracts the attention of Im Sama. He still can't escape death. They are extremely loyal to I am. Even when loyal ministers arrive, they can commit suicide on the spot with just a word from I am. So they don't allow anyone to speculate on Mduga. Any remarks involving I am are tantamount to challenging their world government. It is equivalent to declaring war with their world government. Golden Lion Shiki, you, the Whitebeard pirates, are really afraid that your death will not be miserable enough. You dare to bring up the topic of that woman named I am, no matter what the topic is. Golden Lion Shiki is not afraid of anything. Dare to challenge Roger, dare to break into naval headquarters alone, dare to escape from Impel Down, the largest prison in the world. But when I think of that I am, he could make the 5 people he once considered to be at the top of the world kneel down. It can make the 5 elders fear it to the extreme. Golden Lion Shiki also dared not post any comments about I am in the chat room, because he was afraid of being careless. This led to the full pursuit of the world government. Being chased by the world government is much more dangerous than being chased by Marine. Marco. Good guy, I'm just guessing. Although I guessed it in an affirmative sentence. But you're not so cruel, right? Josie, sorry, we must answer more questions correctly later to get rewards. Now they are the Whitebeard pirates. The enemies he faced were not just the 3 admirals, marshals, and Garp of the naval headquarters. The biggest enemy is the world government. It's this world government that has stood at the top of the sea for 800 years and has an unimaginably rich foundation. Since I'm going to stay here today, I'll take some time to teach you guys to become stronger. Luffy looked at Nami, Zoro, and Usopp and said, as for Kaya, she is still weak and cannot train. Become stronger. Can you teach me to become stronger? Usopp said excitedly. I want to become stronger too, Luffy. Nami also became quite interested. Can you two know how to use weapons and observation Haki? Luffy glanced at the 2 of them and asked. Armed color, knowledge color, what is that? Is it a very powerful power? Both Usopp and Nami have no understanding of these 2 Haki. Armament Haki is a part of the body that can be hardened and can be attacked or defended. As for observation Haki, it uses the power of the 5 senses to sense the location, number, and body of the enemy. Status, of course, as long as it is developed well, observation Haki still has other uses. For example, Luffy can sense a person's illness. This is a case of overdevelopment of observation Haki. And for example, the Red Earl Baloric Redfield. He is born to be a strong observer and can hear the voices of others. Sounds great, I want to learn it. I want to learn too. Nami and Usopp both expressed excitement. Okay, then let me teach you two about armed color and observation haki. 1. Luffy himself has extremely strong armament and knowledge. In addition, Luffy is extremely familiar with these two hakis because he has read many books and studied them for a long time. It can make two people feel the power of haki hidden in the body with the simplest words that anyone can understand. After teaching two people how to use weapons and observation haki, Luffy focused his attention on Zoro again and said, "Let me teach you how to train Conqueror's haki. Zoro, you are already familiar with the weapon color and knowledge color. Improve Conqueror's haki. Only by using chi can your strength be greatly improved. The power of Conqueror's haki cannot be cultivated, Luffy." Zoro shook his head slightly. He heard Shimotsuki Kashiro mention Conqueror's haki, so he naturally knew that this power could not be cultivated. You can practice, but they don't know how, but I can. Chapter 68, Zoro awakens in a few hours. Conqueror and #039S. Kaya repays the favor, begging for Customiz. Achoku, holy crap, he really knows how to do it. He has really mastered the method of cultivating spiritual power and courage. Edward Newgate. Although I have guessed and am extremely sure that he has mastered the method of cultivating spiritual power and courage, I was still a little surprised to hear him admit it personally. Previous page. Luffy unleashes his domineering power at the age of 17. Just let them guess. There is a high probability that Luffy has mastered the method of cultivating spiritual power and courage tilde. But even if they think the probability is very high, it is a full 9,500%. But there is still a very small chance of 1% that they may guess wrong. But now, hearing Luffy admit from his own words that he can, they knew that their guess was 100% correct. Kyuzen, it's been proven thoroughly that he knows how to do it. Poor Zelino, it's really scary, the guess has come true. Buddha's Sengoku, isn't this guy able to train all the people on his ship into strong men who can master the tyranny? There are at least several billion people in the sea. Only one person in a million has this power within him. Calculated, this means that tens of thousands of people have Conqueror's haki in their bodies. But looking at the entire sea, only a few dozen people can awaken Conqueror's haki. In fact, the most difficult thing about Conqueror's haki is not to own it, but to awaken. Because if you want to awaken, you need to have the posture of a king. The posture of a king is related to spiritual power and courage. Luffy now has mastered the method of cultivating spiritual power and courage. In this case, the people on the Straw Hat Pirates only need to have Conqueror's haki in their bodies. Even if they don't have the posture of a king, Luffy can help them practice and awaken. Now Sengoku can only pray. There are very few people on Luffy's ship who have Conqueror's haki inside of them. If there are many, it would be too tricky. Kong, stop talking such nonsense, Sengoku. No matter what, it is impossible for all members of the Straw Hat Pirates in the parallel world to have Conqueror's haki in their bodies. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, is there a way to practice spiritual power and courage? Let me hear how it is practiced. Jago Lucia Satan Saint, all Marines, CP organizations, and Knights of God, please listen to me. You must listen carefully to what the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world says next. There must be no omissions. I remember it deeply in my mind. When we can move, immediately write down what he said in a notebook and hand it over to us. We will be rewarded heavily. As long as they, the world government, can master the cultivation methods of spiritual power and courage, then they, 5 elders, can be 100% sure. They will continue to rule the world for thousands of years. Because if you master this cultivation method, they can go all over the world to capture strong people, and then brainwash them into being loyal to the world government. Then teach him how to cultivate his mental strength and courage, so that he can become a strong man with domineering power without having to have the appearance of a king or fighting with strong men. With their world government's control over the world, by then they will be able to train at least several thousand, or even tens of thousands, of powerful men with domination. This is a terrifying and unimaginable number. That's so domineering. A power that only the very few among the best in the world can possess. Kong understood Mr. Five Elders. Edward Newgate, sons, you should also listen carefully and watch carefully the actions and words of the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world next. As long as we can master the method of cultivating spiritual power and courage, our hope of saving Ace will be greater. Big. Marco got it, Dad. Kaido of the Beasts. Jaehin, I believe that with your strength, you definitely have Conqueror's Haki in your body, but unfortunately you don't have the posture of a king, so you can't awaken such a power. But as long as you master the spirit mentioned by the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world with the cultivation of strength and courage, I believe you can become a strong Haki like me, and it is not impossible to even master the tyrants. Jaehin, if you learn how to be a bully, I believe I can do more things for you, Mr. Kaido. I will definitely learn it. Now, the entire chat room reaches the Five Elders, the highest authority in the world government. Down to an ordinary marine soldier, a pirate. Everyone was concentrating. Their pupils were staring at the projection screen, and they didn't even dare to blink. Afraid of missing any important details. Quietly waiting for Luffy's next words. Waiting for Luffy to teach Zoro how to cultivate spiritual power and courage. Parallel world. Can you practice? Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro suddenly froze on the spot. Yes, mental strength and vigor can indeed be cultivated. The reason why the cultivation method has never been spread in the sea is because they have not found a method of cultivation. But I found it because this is the inspiration I found from books about human body science. The reason why I am entangled with conquerors is precisely because I have cultivated spiritual power and courage. Luffy nodded and said slowly, Luffy's talent is unparalleled in this ocean, the most heaven-defying. So it's not surprising that you can master spiritual power and spirit cultivation methods, right? I want to learn, Zoro said excitedly. I will teach you. First of all, you need to awaken the Conqueror's Haki in your body, but I'm not sure if you have it in your body. If you use my practice method, you will be able to awaken it. The words fall. Luffy explained to Zoro in detail how to cultivate spiritual power, courage, and how to discover and lead Conqueror's Haki into the body. John, damn, why did the screen suddenly go black? Achoku, forget it, the screen is black and there is no sound. I still want to learn how to cultivate my spiritual power and spirit, and awaken Conqueror's Haki to master Hamato. Douglas Bullet, it seems that this projection screen does not allow us to learn the cultivation of spiritual power and courage. It is really a pity. Originally, all of them were staring at Luffy on the projection screen. But who would have thought that, just when Luffy wanted to explain to Zoro how to cultivate spiritual power and courage? The screen suddenly went black, and there was no sound at all. This makes everyone in the world feel a little disappointed. Kaido of the Beasts, damn it, don't you want us to learn it? Jaehin, it's a pity. I thought I could also awaken Conqueror's Haki, and even master Conqueror's Haki. Marco, Dad. Edward Newgate, now we should consider answering the questions seriously to get rewards and become stronger. Marco, if you want to master spiritual power and become stronger through the cultivation method of courage, this way is not feasible. Marco, I know, Dad. Jagalusha Sartan Saint, damn. The most angry people at the moment are undoubtedly the Five Elders. Because of the spiritual power and spirit cultivation method, it spread to their world. Their world government will undoubtedly be the biggest beneficiaries. After all, they have people and the means to catch those who may have Conqueror's Haki in their bodies all over the world. Cultivate, brainwash, and make them loyal to the world government. Serve their world government. But now, sudden black screen. It shattered the Five Elders' dream of letting the world government rule the sea for thousands more years. D. Roger, although it is a little regrettable that the spiritual power and vigor cultivation method cannot be spread to our world, but if you think about it carefully, you are really lucky that this cultivation method has not spread to our ocean, otherwise. It is impossible for anyone to overthrow the world government. Copper Jabba, that's right. If this cultivation method really spreads in our ocean, the world government will be the biggest beneficiary. By then, I'm afraid the whole world will not be his opponent if they join forces. Parallel world. Under Luffy's guidance, it took less than a few hours. Zoro successfully felt the Conqueror's Haki in his body, and successfully guided this Haki out. An astonishing momentum started from Zoro as the center and quickly spread out in all directions. It was astonishing. Is this Conqueror's Haki? What a terrifying force. Zoro felt the surging power in his body and couldn't help but sigh. Awakening Conqueror's Haki in a few hours. Your talent is not weaker than Ace and Sabo, but it took them half the time to awaken Conqueror's Haki. But this may be related to their relatively young age at the time. I taught them when they were 12 years old, and they were probably 15 years old at the time. The younger you are, the harder it is to feel the power in your body. So this is why it takes Ace and Sabo half a day to awaken Conqueror's Haki. And Zoro, it only takes a few hours to awaken. And of course, in fact, it is easier to initially awaken Conqueror's Haki than to master Sensei and Armament Haki. Because of the initial awakening of Conqueror's Haki, you just need to feel and guide the power within your body. But if you want to master Sensei and Armament Haki, you need to feel, guide, and become proficient. But the subsequent training of Conqueror's Haki is definitely many times more difficult than that of Armed Color and Observation Haki. Achoku, hey, are you kidding? It only took a few hours for this Roronoa Zoro to awaken and master Conqueror's Haki. John, that's Conqueror's Haki. Ieyasu spent a lifetime, until his death, without awakening to the power to master it, and yet it only took him a few hours to master it. John didn't know, until his death, whether he had Conqueror's Haki in his body. But he really worked hard for most of his life to awaken. But he really can't awaken, because he doesn't have the posture of a king. Please give me flowers. Silver Axe. Although that Roronoa Zoro is indeed very strong, he doesn't look like a king at all now. But after using that Straw Hat Boy's mental power and spirit training, he learned it so quickly. Jago Lucia Satan, damn it, if this power can be controlled by our world government. Once he sees Zoro in the parallel world, he can successfully perceive and guide the Conqueror's Haki in his body within a few hours. The 5 elders were really angry when they saw it. They really hoped that the spiritual power and spirit cultivation methods of that parallel world can be spread to their world. Yuruj, the most surprising thing is not how many hours Roronoa Zoro sleeps. Wake up and master Conqueror's Haki. It's what the Straw Hat Boy said. He has already discovered the spiritual power and courage training method at the age of 12. Eustace Kid, 12 years old. When I was 12 years old, I didn't even know what Haki was. I even said that if this projection video hadn't played too many things about Haki. Knowledge, otherwise I wouldn't know what Haki is until now. But that Straw Hat Boy has already mastered the cultivation of spiritual power and courage at the age of 12. Edward Newgate, Kula-la-la. That Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world is getting more and more beyond my imagination. Douglas Bullet. It's unimaginable that he has already mastered the cultivation method of mental strength and courage at the age of 12. I always feel that besides mastering this cultivation method, does he have other abilities? Trafalgar Law, the Straw Hat Master of our world, is of this age, and even he is out of breath to deal with a Beidou Crow with a bounty of 16 million bali. It takes a long time. It takes so little effort, but the Straw Hat boss from the parallel world is already so outrageous. 0. Rox D. Zebek, unprecedented monster, interesting. Kyuzin, ah la la. The only thing we can be happy about now is that the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world is not from our world. This is really. Let me breathe a sigh of relief. Poor Zelino, but we in the other world are going to suffer, Kyuzin. Sakazuki, what are you two talking about? How can you increase the arrogance of pirates and destroy the prestige of our marine? Crane, speaking of which, I actually care about something. Maybe your focus is on learning spiritual power from the Straw Hat Kid in the parallel world. the cultivation method of courage, but ignored how the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world mastered this cultivation method. Crane, the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world, has just said it himself. He only found inspiration after reading books about human body and discovered how to cultivate spiritual power and courage. Method: Sengoku of Buddha. Crane, you mean that if we can find the books on human body that the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world reads, we can also find the spirit of cultivation in them. The method of strength and courage. Crane, not necessarily, because we don't have the talent of the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world, but it's worth a try. Marcus Mazza, a book about human body mechanics. All members of the CP organization and all members of the Marine Corps will listen to the order. Marcus Mazzi, when we can move, we will immediately go to the world to collect all the books on human body and then study hard. The Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world. If you can do that kind of thing, we can do it too. Kong, yes, Mr. Five Elders. Not just the world government, but also the pirates and revolutionary armies of the world. All forces are ready, waiting for this comparison video to end. Search for books on body studies from around the world. Prepare to be like Luffy, find inspiration from books, and study until you can master the method of cultivating spiritual power and courage. Unplayed video. Nami and Usopp, although they have been practicing armed color and wisdom color for half a day. But they haven't learned it yet, because this Haki practice is not that simple. Night. Luffy and Nami live in Kaya's house, but although Kaya's house is large, it doesn't have many rooms and can only accommodate the three of them. Zoro, on the other hand, came to Usopp's house and prepared to practice spiritual power and courage all night long. Luffy is also in the room at night, closing his eyes to rest and practice his mental strength and vigor. Keikaka. After a while, Luffy heard the door being opened softly. Luffy raised his head slightly and saw Kaya standing by the door with a shy look on her face. "What's wrong?" asked. I want to repay you," Kaya whispered shyly. "Actually, it's not necessary. Your kindness is not small. We don't owe each other anything." Luffy shook his head. "How can this be done? You have contributed too much to me, but you can't just forget about it. I must repay you," Kaya said as she took off her clothes and approached Luffy. Enter. Chapter 69, Momousagi is about to fight Luffy, and Hawkeye appears, begging for customization, full O. There is no other way. Luffy can only accept Kaya's love. The next day, Nami wanted to wake up Luffy. But unexpectedly, after entering the house, he found Kaya holding Luffy without any clothes on. Looking at the mess everywhere, she also understood what happened last night. You guys." Nami was shocked and shouted with shyness and jealousy in her voice. "Hateful. I didn't expect it to start faster than me. This woman named Kaya is not simple." Hearing Nami's sudden voice, Kaya also woke up. Seeing Nami standing at the door, Kaya quickly covered her body with a quilt, blushing and looking at Nami shyly, not daring to speak. "Good morning, Nami. Is it time to set sail?" Luffy stood up and put on his clothes without paying much attention. "What are you going to do?" "You too, actually," Nami said with bulging cheeks last night. "There was just a little friction. Let's not talk about it. Zoro and the one with the long nose are called Usopp, right? Where are the two of them?" Luffy put on clothes and came to Nami and asked. "The two of them should be waiting for us by the boat now," Nami replied. "Really? I know." After finishing speaking, Luffy turned to look at Kaya and said, "Kaya, I will grind a few more medicines for you. Your body will be fully recovered after eating it. It's time for us to leave." 1. "Are you leaving so soon?" Kaya said with some reluctance. "If I have the chance, I will come back to see you, but you don't have to worry about being in danger or anything. I will notify my grandfather and ask him to put up a sign at the entrance of the village. Then no pirates will dare to invade this place. The island is 580, Luffy said comfortingly. After all, Kaya is a wealthy family in this village, so it is inevitable that pirates other than Crow will pay attention to her family property. So he decided to inform his grandfather. His grandfather is Garp after all. The reputation is so powerful all over the world. No matter it is the Four Seas, Grand Line, or New World, it is absolutely impossible for any pirate not to have heard of Garp's name. Ask his grandfather to put a sign about him in Ziluabu village. Then all pirates will have to take a detour. And with Luffy's current reputation, hanging his own flag in Ziluabu village will not have a deterrent effect, so he can only trouble Garp. Well, okay, let me see you off for the last time. Kaya put on her clothes and wanted to get up, but because the exercise was too intense, Kaya's body itself was a little weak, so she couldn't get up yet. Just take a good rest here. Luffy walked over and gently stroked Kaya's hair. Yeah, Kaya nodded obediently. Without any hesitation, Luffy went out and bought some medicine. After polishing it, he packed it and gave it to Kaya and wrote a description on it. Then I took Nami to the coast. You can see that Usopp and Zoro are already waiting for them at the beach. Let's go, Luffy, I've checked this. There are plenty of rooms for the four of us, and the building materials of the hull are also good. 1. This is a very nice ship, Zoro praised. Let's go, set sail for the sea restaurant. You have to recruit a chef first. Videos that can be played. In this way, they began their voyage. On the way, Luffy picked up the phone and talked to Garp. Hello, this is Garp. Garp's voice came from the other side of the phone. Grandpa, I have something to ask you. Is it Luffy? You brat would actually call Grandpa. It's really unexpected. What's wrong? Are you in trouble? Garp asked. I have a friend who is in poor health in Ziluabu village, so I am worried that she is in danger. Please go to Ziluabu village and put up your exclusive sign there, just like the sign you put up in Windmill village. I want to use your name to protect Ziluabu village. You brat, how come you can't even protect your friends? Are you still a pirate? Garp complained. My friend is a woman after all. Her name is Kaya. She is still weak. I have to sail so I can't protect her. Luffy said helplessly. Achuku, good guy. According to the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world, the relationship between the two of them is not simple. After leaving, he notified Garp to look after her. John, this guy really can capture any woman he meets wherever he goes. Silver Axe, although I've said it countless times, I really envy this guy's happy life. He's so happy. If you didn't know, you thought he was a celestial dragon's. He can live so comfortably. What, a woman? Really? Hey, brat, I'm a lot older, don't lie to me. Is it really a woman? Is she your wife? When I heard it was a woman, I became energetic. Because what Garp wants most right now is a great-grandchild. Because his son long ran away to become a revolutionary army, and his grandson ran away to become a pirate. So now he can't wait to have a great-grandson, accompany him well, and train him to become a marine. He did not have much time to accompany Long and Luffy before, but now as he gets older and the power of the sea becomes stable, he has fewer tasks. As long as there are great-grandchildren, he will resign immediately, without hesitation for a second. He originally thought that Luffy was a fool and had no interest in women. But now he heard it. Luffy asked him to protect a woman. There is no doubt that Garp is sure that it must be Luffy's woman. That's pretty much it. Ha, I know it. I will go to Ziluabu village immediately, put up my exclusive sign, and then send a few marine warships to patrol near the factory every day and night. It can't be done like this. Shut up, you brat. I'm doing this for the safety of my great-grandson. Buddha Sengoku, is Garp in that parallel world so excited? Monkey D. Garp, what do you know Sengoku? If I can really see my grandson become enlightened one day, have a wife, and have the opportunity to hold my great-grandson in my arms, I will risk my life to protect her. D. Roger, then after you worked so hard to raise your great-grandson, he also went to sea and became a pirate. Monkey D. Garp, shut up, Roger. This can never happen again. In the past, it was my inability to be with my son and grandson that caused their thoughts to change, but now I have plenty of time to accompany them. If I had as for my great-grandson, I will immediately resign from my position as Marine and devote myself to taking care of him. Crane, are you serious, Garp? Cusin, is Mr. Garp retiring? Monkey D. Garp, if it were true, I would not resign without any hesitation, but it's a pity. My idiot grandson in this world cannot live up to expectations. I really envy me in that parallel world for having the opportunity to embrace him. A great-grandson? Damn it, I envy him so much. Byandy Wald. This is the first time I see someone hating and envying themselves in another world so much. Parallel world. Naval headquarters, in a certain room. Everyone, I'll take my leave now. I'm going to East Blue. Ha ha ha. I'm going to protect my grandson's woman. I really hope I can hug my great-grandson soon. 1. Garp is already a yes at this time, smiling from ear to ear. I'll go with you, Mr. Garp, Momousagi said. Okay, Chadu, why don't you come with me? The three of us will work together to clean up the pirates in East Blue. There have been a lot of pirates in East Blue recently. We can't let them threaten my great-grandson. Life is at stake. Garp looked at the T-Dolphin and suggested. Now he has planned to protect the child in Kaya's belly. Understood, Mr. Imp, Chadu agreed. Many Marine senior executives in naval headquarters became Marines because they heard about Garp's heroic deeds. The Admiral, such as the T-Dolphin and Momousagi, are no exception. The two of them can be said to be Garp's little fans. With the three of us joining forces, East Blue's pirates can be wiped out in a few days. Garp clenched his fists, already looking a little impatient. I went to East Blue with you not just to wipe out pirates with you, Mr. Garp. After all, you two are enough. I went to East Blue because I wanted to see your grandson. Momousagi said slowly. Meet my grandson. Garp was a little confused when he heard this. I've been hearing you brag that your grandson Monkey D. Luffy is very powerful, so I want to see him. Momousagi explained. As Garp's little fans, they have naturally listened to Garp bragging about Luffy for many years. This time it happened that Momousagi didn't have any tasks recently, so she wanted to take a trip to East Blue with Garp to see Luffy's strength. I want to know whether the opponent's strength is really as powerful as Garp boasts. Achoku, Momousagi, alternate Admiral of Naval Headquarters. John, is this woman strong? Silver Axe, how come I've never heard of someone like this in Marine? Kaido of the Beasts, you died so young. It's strange that you heard about Silver Axe. And then again, didn't this Momousagi speak in the chat room before? Didn't you forget it so quickly? Do dead people have such a bad memory? Jaehin, I heard that Momousagi, the T-Dolphin's strength, is second only to Akinu, Kizaru, and Aokiji in naval headquarters. He is Marine's alternate admiral. His strength is unfathomable. Yuruj, so strong. Trafalgar Law, second only to the admiral of naval headquarters. Then this woman named Momousagi is really extraordinary. Basil Hawkins, I didn't expect there to be such two terrifying existences in naval headquarters. After all, they are also in the Sabyati archipelago. He fought against Marine Admiral Porzolino. Admiral's strength made them feel unprecedented despair. Momousagi's strength is close to that of Admiral. Just thinking about it will tell you how powerful she is. Vinsmoke Sanji. Hey, if a strong man of this level takes action, wouldn't Luffy and the parallel world be in danger? Tony Chopper. It's over. Luffy in the parallel world is going to be finished. At this time, I haven't even met Luffy in the parallel world. I still want to see me in the parallel world get on the ship. Marco, is it dangerous? You underestimate the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world too much. He is only 17 years old, but he has already mastered the power of domination. So far, no one has. I saw him using his full strength. Josie, although Marine candidate Admiral Momousagi is powerful, there is no guarantee that Luffy from that parallel world will be a match for him. Bista, you're right, Luffy in the parallel world is a real monster. Sakazuki, don't underestimate us Marine, you bastard pirates. Kong, the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world was able to master the Conqueror's winding at the age of 17. At the same time, I don't know what level of his specific strength he has reached, but I will definitely not be Momousagi's opponent. Kong, the so-called Marine alternate admiral, means that as long as anyone of Porzolino, Kyuzin, and Sakazuki abdicates, they can immediately take over. So don't underestimate her strength. Gall D. Roger, it seems that I finally have the opportunity to see the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world using his true power. I'm really looking forward to it. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. the power that has been hidden for so long. I am afraid that with the appearance of this marine named Momousagi, he will no longer be able to hide it, and will reveal his true strength. Rox Dzebek, let me see how tall you are at the age of 17, Straw Hat. Original world. When Luffy arrived at the sea restaurant with Zoro, Nami, and Usopp, he met Sanji. Not long after, the Creek pirates arrived and started a battle with the Straw Hats. Immediately afterwards, Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, also arrived at the scene. Zoro challenged Mihawk, but was eventually crushed by Mihawk with a knife. In the end, he used the supreme sharp sword to completely defeat Zoro. Achoku, is this the strength of Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman? How terrifying. Earth 3.4 base. He actually used only a knife to crush Zoro in our world. What an unfathomable strength. Eustace Kid, standing at the top of the sea with swordsmanship, no one can compare with it. Is this Mihawk? Crocodile, you're pretty good at humiliating people, Hawkeye. Doflamingo, HMPH, I'm curious about Hawkeye. With your strength, it would be easy to kill the pirate named Roronoa Zoro. Yes, why should you let him live? Dracule Mihawk, I haven't encountered such a brave swordsman for a long time. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill him? Capone Bijet, that Roronoa Zoro actually got the approval of Hawkeye. Basil Hawkins, he is indeed the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Parallel world. Luffy and his gang successfully arrived at the sea restaurant after a day of sailing. And of course, during the journey, Luffy did not forget to teach Zoro how to cultivate his mental strength and courage, as well as letting Usopp and Nami practice armed colors and observation Haki. Is this the famous sea restaurant Barati in East Blue? It's really a restaurant on the sea, it's so majestic. Usopp swallowed in surprise. Here I am, the chef, Luffy said with his hands on his hips. Just when Luffy and the others were about to go to the restaurant to look for the chef, suddenly they noticed that a small boat in the distance was slowly approaching here. The person sitting on the boat is wearing a black top hat and a black cloak, and behind his back is the supreme sharp sword Mihawk. Chapter 70 Luffy and #039 S Conqueror and #039 S Haki can stun the strong Admiral. Achoku, what's going on? Why doesn't Hawkeye in this parallel world follow the procedures? Shouldn't he be called a pirate first? John, the Creek Pirates. Achoku, yes. Shouldn't Hawkeye wait until the Creek Pirates show up before showing up? Why did he show up at the sea restaurant before the Creek Pirates showed up? Byandy Wald? Idiot, the parallel world must be different from our world. A little detail can cause a butterfly effect, not to mention that the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world has an extraordinary impact on this world. So it's not surprising that Hawkeye showed up before the Creek Pirates showed up. Red-haired Shanks. If nothing else, Roronoa Zoro, the master swordsman on Luffy's ship in the parallel world, will also challenge Mihawk. Lazaru. Although Roronoa Zoro in the parallel world did possess terrifying strength under Luffy's guidance, it is still too reluctant to defeat Hawkeye. Bista, it is indeed impossible to be an opponent. After all, Mihawk, the man who stands at the top of all swordsmen, cannot be defeated so easily. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. If I remember correctly, the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world probably learned swordsmanship from Shimitsuki Kashiro when he was young. Shimitsuki Kashiro. Yes, Luffy in the parallel world did learn swordsmanship from me in that world, but I don't know how much he learned swordsmanship. Regarding the videos of Luffy when he was a child, not all of them were played. So they naturally don't know how long Luffy has been learning swordsmanship in Kashiro Teori. How many swordsmanship skills have been learned? Gal D. Roger, I'm a little excited. I wonder if Luffy will also challenge Mihawk. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, a competition between swordsmen? It's really interesting. Parallel world. Who is that man? He looks so Haki. Usopp asked, pointing to Mihawk, who was not far away. Because Usopp almost never left his hometown before he was 24, he naturally had no understanding of Mihawk at all. Dracule Mihawk, the man known as Hawkeye, is the most powerful swordsman in the world today, and the one I want to defeat. Zoro's eyes are full of fighting spirit, and his pupils are staring at Mihawk. The most powerful swordsman in the world? Is he so powerful? Nami was also surprised when he heard Zoro's words. He does exude a terrifying aura. This aura is stronger than the Shimitsuki Kashiro I have ever seen, and is almost on par with the red-haired Shanks and my grandfather. Luffy crossed his arms on his chest and watched Mihawk with interest. This is the first time that Luffy has encountered an opponent that he is not 100% sure of defeating since he came to sea. While Luffy and others were looking at Mihawk, the other party also noticed a few of them, but he didn't say anything. Instead, the boat docked on the coast and went straight to the sea restaurant. Why is he going to the sea restaurant? Is he also going to recruit chefs? Luffy asked doubtfully. No, I heard that he always lives alone and never keeps company with others, so he cannot be recruiting chefs. The only possibility is that he is going to eat. Zoro shook his head and said, Then let's go have a meal too. We need to recruit a chef by the way. Luffy followed Zoro, Usopp, and Nami into the sea restaurant. Sitting not far from Mihawk, Eagle-Eye Mihawk noticed that Zoro had been focusing on him. He stared at Zoro's eyes and said, Young man, I can feel that there is a strong fighting spirit in your eyes. Do you want to challenge me? Yes, I do want to fight you, but not now, because we have other things to do, which is to recruit a chef. Zoro replied. 1. Although Zoro really wants to challenge Mihawk now. After all, he, who is known as the most powerful swordsman in the world, is standing in front of him. Under such circumstances, is there any master swordsman who can't help but challenge him? After all, in his opinion, if you want to be worthy of Luffy, you must defeat Mihawk and become the new team control of the world's most powerful swordsman. However, Zoro did not forget the important matter of their coming to the sea restaurant. That is to recruit a chef. Yeah. Eagle-Eye Mihawk also withdrew his gaze after hearing this. Eagle-Eye Mihawk, I didn't expect that a big shot like you would come to my shop. If you don't mind, just go to the cubicle upstairs. We will entertain you well. A waiter from the hotel came to him respectfully. Hearing this, Mihawk didn't say anything and followed the waiter upstairs. Because he likes quiet places, it is indeed a bit noisy downstairs. At the same time, Sanji came to Luffy and others, holding the menu and asked, Hello, do you need anything to eat? As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Nami sitting next to Luffy. Love suddenly appeared in his eyes and he said excitedly, Big beauty. Hearing his words, Nami hugged Luffy's arm in fear. Seeing that Nami's famous flower has an owner, Sanji also returned to his usual calm and serious look and said, Call me when you've ordered. Although Sanji is usually very unruly, he still abides by his knightly ways. Swear to the death not to attack women. Swear to the death not to attack a woman with a man. The way of chivalry is so deep into Sanji's heart that even if a woman kills him, he will not fight back. Hey, you are so interesting. Can you still have love in your eyes? This is the first time I have seen someone like you. Do you want to get on my ship and become my companion? Luffy stopped Sanji, who was about to leave, and asked with interest. Get on your ship, become a pirate? Sorry, let me refuse. Sanji refused. Really, what a pity. Luffy shrugged. After a while, Luffy and the others ordered the dishes and handed them to Sanji. Sanji took the menu and went to cook. The food was quickly placed on the table. You look very appetizing just by looking at it. Aren't you a waiter? How come you know how to cook? Luffy asked. The chef works part-time as a waiter, Sanji said calmly. Hey, everyone is not allowed to move. This restaurant has been surrounded by our Creek pirates. Now give us 10 plates of delicious food for free. At this moment, Creek rushed in with Ajin and a group of pirates. After eating delicious food, we can head towards the Grand Line. I am determined to be the Pirate King. Crick sat at the table swaggeringly and said with high spirits, Because the parallel world is different from the original world. The current Creek has not yet attacked the Grand Line and has not yet encountered Mihawk. The Creek pirates, damn it, why are they here? What to do now, Sanji? Do you want to cook for them for free? The 10 waiters said heartily. Let's cook for them. They are guests after all, but we can't let them eat for free, Sanji said seriously. Soon, Sanji, together with other chefs, cooked countless delicacies for Creek and others. And after they had eaten and drank enough, Sanji came over and asked for money. You dare to ask Leazi for money? Do you know who Leazi is? Leazi is a pirate whose bounty is as high as 17 million Baileys. Hearing Sanji asking for money, Creek was direct. Immediately ordered the fleet parked outside to fire on the restaurant. And Sanji and Jeppu also rushed out and got entangled with Creek and others. However, Sanji, Zepp, and the chefs are no match for the Creek pirates. After all, there are too many people in the Creek pirates. There are 50 ships docked outside, with a total of 5,000 pirates. The fight started. Luffy turned to Creek and Sanji while tasting the food. The curly-haired chef and the lame old man seemed to be no match for this group of pirates. Zoro took a sip of wine and said calmly, Don't we help Luffy? If this continues, they will all be killed by the Creek pirates. Then we won't be able to recruit chefs. Nami worried. That's right. The words fall. Luffy stood up and shouted towards Sanji, Hey, that curly-haired chef, do you want to be my companion? The food you cook is delicious. If you agree to come on my ship, I will help you solve this problem. A fellow pirate. Help me get rid of them, I promise you, Sanji shouted. Sanji knows that if this continues, he, Jeppu, and all of his chef friends will suffer. All of them will be destroyed by the Creek pirates. I see. The words fall. Luffy's aura suddenly climbed to its peak, and a surging power in his body was constantly emerging outwards. His momentum was like a roaring giant beast, sweeping across the entire sea restaurant in an instant. Creek's 5,000 men fell to the ground, without holding on for a second in front of Luffy's Conqueror's Haki. And of course, this includes Crick himself. Luffy killed all the enemies in just 1 second. Uruj, did he kill all 5,000 pirates in just 1 second? Capone Bidjet, what a terrible Conqueror's Haki. Trafalgar Law, how scary Straw Hat. Tony Chopper, is the captain of our world so powerful? Usopp, it's so amazing, so many pirates, they all fell down, it's like magic. Kaido of the Beasts, it's just that I just killed 5,000 pirates instantly. It's nothing. Back then, Leazi could use Conqueror's Haki to directly stun more than 10,000 Marines. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, killing a group of soldiers instantly is not something worth bragging about, even if the group of soldiers numbers as many as 5,000, but I don't know if it's mine. I always feel like his Conqueror's Haki is stronger than before. Edward Newgate, Kula-la-la, if even you can feel it, it shouldn't be an illusion. Redfield, his Conqueror's Haki. It has indeed become stronger, and I can clearly feel that his Conqueror's is much stronger than when he stunned a large number of Marines at Marine Base. Marco, really, Dad, it has only been a few days, but has his Conqueror's Haki improved again? Josie, hey, this is too exaggerated. He has obviously never fought against any strong person, but Conqueror's Haki keeps getting stronger. Jin, maybe it's because he has cultivated his spiritual power and courage. Charlotte Linlin, damn it, I really want to learn from her how to cultivate spiritual power and courage. Gall D. Roger, I always feel that if he keeps practicing like this, he might be able to achieve Conqueror's Haki in the future and faint 500,000 people at the same time. Nami, 55 million, really? Can it really be done? Pluton Silver Rayleigh, this doesn't seem impossible. Luffy in that parallel world is extremely powerful, and Conqueror's Haki will definitely surpass our world. To the extreme. Nefertari D 983 Vivi, so awesome. Luffy in that world was so awesome. Copper Jabba, it's not an exaggeration to stun 500,000 people. After all, if it's just a group of soldiers, I think he can do it easily with his talent. Douglas Bullet, the powerful Conqueror's Haki can put huge pressure on people who are much weaker than himself to make them unconscious. If we talk about the parallel world in the future, Luffy can reach unprecedented heights, and it's not impossible to even stun a strong admiral into fainting, such as during a Yuta concert. The red-haired Shanks Conqueror's Haki can directly make the vice admiral of naval headquarters faint and kneel down. What if it's Haki, who is stronger than red-haired Shanks? What about Haki, who is many times more powerful than the red-haired Shanks? Then I'm afraid this feat can really be achieved. stun a strong admiral into unconsciousness. Yurush big, Admiral. Eustace kid, hey, stop joking. It's impossible for anyone to do such a thing. Basil Hawkins, does a strong man like you also like to joke? No matter what they said, they met Admiral Porzolino in the Sabbiati archipelago. They knew how powerful Porzolino was. Now someone actually told them that Luffy could be a Haki in the future and frighten a strong person of that level into fainting. This is completely impossible and impractical. Golden Lion Shiki, Bullet, you guys are bragging too much about the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world. The Admiral of the 10 Naval Headquarters? Stop it. Rox D. He can really do this kind of thing. After all, he can master the Cultivation method of mental strength and courage at the age of 12. Luffy mastered the spiritual power and spirit training method at the age of 12. This is something that no one has been able to do in their world for thousands of years. Rox feels like Luffy is like a bottomless pit. As long as you give him enough time to grow, it won't be surprising to what extent he reaches. But the premise is that it can take that long to grow. Jago Lucia Satan Saint, hahaha, let him grow up for another few decades. Stop making such unrealistic jokes, Rox, let him live again. It's been a year of disrespect for us. Marcus Maz Saint. We have said before that the reason why Lady I.M. does not agree with us taking action against the Straw Hat Boy is because she has not yet realized the power of the Straw Hat Boy. Threat. Marcus Maz, but in less than half a year, I believe that the strength of the Straw Hat Boy will definitely attract the attention of Lord I.M. Then he can be eliminated. Root. There was no way he could have been allowed to live for decades. Saint Topman Wuchulai, take good care of the parallel world Luffy you are seeing now. Sooner or later, Lord I.M. will personally order us to kill him. Chapter 71, Zoro defeats Hawkeye. Please beg for customization, full order. Seeing Luffy knock out 5,000 pirates in 1 second, everyone present except Zoro was deeply shocked by Luffy's strength. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps upstairs. Eagle Eye Mihawk slowly walked down the stairs and looked at Luffy and said, "That power is Conqueror's Haki. A power that only one person in a million possesses, and which only a man with the posture of a king can awaken. Does this guy? Does he already possess this level of conquerors at his age?" Zeppu looks at Luffy with a look of disbelief on his face. No matter what Zeppu said, he also went to sea when he was young, so he naturally knows Conqueror's Haki. This Haki is really amazing. Among the strong people I have met, it is extremely rare to have a Conqueror's Haki of your level. What's your name, kid? Eagle Eye Mihawk slowly approached Luffy and the others and asked, "Your opponent is me, Mihawk." Zoro suddenly drew his sword and stopped in front of Mihawk. Zoro didn't challenge him just now. That's because the first thing they had to do when they came to this restaurant on the sea was to recruit a chef. But just now, Sanji has agreed to join them. Now Zoro can challenge Mihawk. "Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy," Luffy replied. Eagle Eye Mihawk was slightly startled when he heard Luffy's words, then smiled. "Luffy, I see, you are the man with red hair who has been bragging to me. He said that you are an unprecedented monster in this sea. Now that I see you, you are indeed worthy of your reputation." Hawkeye Mihawk's relationship with red-haired Shanks is not simple. So naturally, he also heard the red-haired Shanks bragging about Luffy to him, and the bragging was so many times that his ears became calloused. Originally, he was curious as to what kind of man he was, worthy of red-haired Shanks bragging. But today, I just feel the Conqueror's power emanating from Luffy. He knew that the red-haired Shanks' boast was true. The man in front of me is indeed a complete monster. Seeing Mihawk continue to approach Luffy, Zoro frowned slightly, bit Wado Yimin in his mouth, forming a three-sword style, and said with a serious expression, "I told you your opponent is me. Don't take another step forward." "I'm sorry, I don't take your strength seriously. I want to fight the man standing behind you," Mihawk said contemptuously. "Don't underestimate me," Zoro said angrily. "Since you want to fight, I will grant it to you. Come outside the restaurant, after all, you can't destroy this place." Eagle Eye Mihawk stepped over Zoro and came outside the restaurant. And Zoro is also following closely behind him. The war between the two sides is about to break out. I saw Mihawk take off the pendant hanging around his neck and take out everything from it. Looking at Zoro with a look of contempt, he spread his hands and said, "Sorry, I don't have a knife smaller than this." Achuku, you really have to laugh at me first, whether in our world or in that parallel world, right? Roranoa Zoro, I don't think it's humiliating, because the gap between me and him is so far. At first Zoro also felt that Mihawk was too arrogant. Holding a knife and trying to defeat yourself is a complete insult to yourself. But now Zoro doesn't think so at all, because the strength gap between him and Mihawk is really too big. If he becomes the world's greatest swordsman in the future, he will see an unknown pirate swordsman who has just left the sea challenge him. I believe he will also take out a small short sword to deal with it. After all, an extremely ordinary pirate is not worthy of taking seriously. However, Zoro was really curious at this moment. How far can myself in another world fight Mihawk? Ding, the 1-minute limited Q&A begins. Question, what will happen in the next battle between Zoro and Hawkeye? A. Zoro defeated Mihawk, who is holding a knife. B. Zoro cannot defeat Mihawk, who is holding a knife. C. Zoro and Mihawk, who is holding a knife, are evenly matched. D. Zoro was killed by Mihawk. E. When Zoro was about to be killed by Hawkeye, Luffy intervened in the fight. Kong, here comes the quiz again. Buddha's Sengoku. Think quickly about the correct answer. This time our Marines are already going to get more rewards. Kyuzin, rational analysis, I think the possibility of B is very high, because in our world, the battle between Zoro and Hawkeye is in a state of complete abuse. As for Zoro in the parallel world, although he is powerful, he wants to defeat Hawkeye. It's also completely impossible. Momousagi, no, Mr. Kyuzin, you can't say it so early. It's true that Mihawk is the most powerful swordsman in the world, but a small knife cannot bring out his full power. Maybe in that parallel world Zoro can really defeat Mihawk with a knife. For a swordsman, the sword is the most important thing. If you don't have a knife in your hand, your strength is reduced by more than half. Mihawk does have a knife in his hand, but it is only a 10-centimeter knife. The quality of the same sword will also affect the combat effectiveness of the swordsman. But the knife in Mihawk's hand is not even as fast as a sharp knife. I'm afraid that at most, it can only use nearly half of Mihawk's strength. After all, the Zoro in the parallel world has learned armament and observation Haki since he was young. And Luffy also went to Shimitsuki village many times to teach Zoro how to train. Therefore, Zoro's strength should also be unfathomable, even if he can defeat Mihawk, who can only play nearly half of his peak power. It's not impossible. Golden Lion Shiki, Jai Hahaha, you are underestimating the strength of the world's most powerful swordsman, right? Marine's little girl, even if he only holds a short sword in his hand, he can still exert his power. With his strong swordsmanship, that kid Zoro wants to defeat him, it's just wishful thinking. Buddha's Sengoku, that guy Shiki is right. No matter what happens with Hawkeye, Mihawk is the strongest swordsman in the world. He can't lose to Zoro even with a knife, so he is the most rational. The most likely answer, I think, is C. Zoro fought evenly with Mihawk, the knife-wielding Hawkeye. Sengoku dare not underestimate Mihawk's strength. Similarly, he does not dare to underestimate the strength of Zoro in the parallel world. So, in his opinion, it is most likely that the two of them will fight evenly. Zephyr, I also think it's C. Sengoku, I'll choose C. Monkey D. Garp, take me one, I also chose C. Doflamingo, haha, Marine is really a bunch of idiots, evenly matched. Are you kidding? It seems you still know too little about Hawkeye. The correct answer should be B, that Zoro knows lost to Hawkeye. Crocodile, choose B. Kaido of the Beasts, none of your answers are correct. In my opinion, D is the correct answer. That kid Zoro will die at the hands of Hawkeye. Douglas Bullet, are you kidding, Kaido? The Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world is watching. Do you think he will let his men be killed by Hawkeye? Byandy Wald, although I think Luffy in that parallel world will not be Hawkeye's opponent, it is not difficult to stop Hawkeye from killing his men. Byandy Wald, in my opinion, the most likely answer is that when E, Hawkeye was about to kill Zoro, Luffy took action to stop Hawkeye. This answer is the most reasonable. Charlotte Linlin, choose E. Porazaleno, choose E. Rorinoa Zoro, really, don't underestimate me in that parallel world. I choose A. I in the other world can defeat Mihawk, who is holding a knife. In their world, Zoro had already been tortured once by Mihawk with a knife. So he is now. I really want to see myself in the parallel world, able to defeat Mihawk, who is armed with a knife. This can be regarded as a way to avenge past shame. Golden Lion Shiki, Jai Hahaha. What an idiot, Rorinoa Zoro, your answer is the most impossible. Achoku, perhaps he himself knew that this option was impossible, but he still chose it. I can understand him, after all. He was tortured by Hawkeye in this world, so he naturally wanted to see the parallel world. Show off your skills and defeat the knife-wielding Mihawk. Monkey D. Luffy, Zoro, do you think you can win? Rorinoa Zoro, we can definitely win. Monkey D. Luffy, well, like you, I also chose A. Lazaru, confidence is a good thing, Rorinoa Zoro, but you in that parallel world can't defeat Hawkeye no matter what. Even if he only holds the short sword, you still know too little about him. Red-haired Shanks, maybe we can actually see the Hawkeye guy defeat with a knife. Yasup, the boss is joking again. Ben Beckman, if you want to say who knows Hawkeye best in this ocean, it's you, Shanks. You should know that he will not lose. Red-haired Shanks, well, wouldn't it be fun if Zoro won? The red-haired Shanks didn't think that Zoro could defeat Hawkeye holding a knife. He just thought it would be fun if Zoro could win. Red-haired Shanks, choose A. Dracule Mihawk, I'm really underestimated by you, red hair. That's true. After all, we haven't fought against each other for a long time. You don't know my current strength. Kaido of the Beasts, hey Hawkeye, you must kill that Rorinoa Zoro, I chose D. Bindy Wald, your answer is impossible, Kaido, E is the correct answer. Charlotte Linlin, Mama, you're right, E is the correct answer. When Hawkeye wanted to kill Zoro, Straw Hat intervened in the fight. This answer is the most reasonable. All right, I'm ready to receive my reward. After everyone chooses the answer. The video that was originally frozen continued to play. Parallel world. Pull out the black knife behind you. Zoro pointed his sword at Hawkeye and said, if you pull it out, you will die. Just challenge me like this, kid, Mihawk said calmly. In that case, then I will do as you wish. Mito Stream. Ghost kill. Zoro bit the word Watto in his mouth, clenched the two swords with both hands, and wrapped the rich armament Haki around the blades. Then he stepped on the ground violently and approached Mihawk as fast as he could. Tilda Deng. Almost instantly, Zoro's blade collided with Mihawk's knife. Armament Haki, and it's not a weak armament Haki. Feeling the terrifying power transmitted from Zoro's blade, Mihawk said, slightly surprised. He originally thought that Zoro's strength should be like a frog in a well, vulnerable to a single blow. But after this exchange of blows, he realized that he was wrong. Zoro's strength is not weak. Whether it is swordsmanship or Haki, he is at the level of a strong man in the sea. If you can get on that guy's ship, you are really not a simple character. Eagle Eye Mihawk couldn't help but sigh. After all, he still underestimated Zoro. After all, no matter what, Zoro can get on Luffy's ship. Dang dang dang. Zoro waved 3 knives and launched extremely fierce attacks on Mihawk one after another. However, Mihawk only holds a knife in his hand. But facing Zoro's attack, he is still able to do so with ease. Ghost Spirit. 9 Blade Style. Ashura. Chunwei. Zoro suddenly stepped back, away from Mihawk, and then clenched the blade with both hands, and a richer armament Haki covered the blade. At the same time, a ghostly aura visible to the naked eye filled the surroundings of Zoro's body. Zoro's momentum instantly climbed to its peak. The power of ghost energy makes Zoro seem to have grown 3 heads and 6 arms. What a powerful momentum, Eagle Eye Mihawk said in shock. In Mihawk's life, he has fought against countless strong swordsmen, but Zoro's strength is also top-notch among the strong men he has fought against. Eustace Kid, what's going on? Why does he look like he has 3 heads and 6 arms? Am I hallucinating? Trafalgar Law, it's not an illusion because I saw it too. Nyuheaha. Yuruj, a man with a frightening look in his eyes, a complete monster. Rox D. The power of this world is 5 flowers 8 gate. There are various types of Taijutsu, swordsmanship, haki, and ghost aura. Among them, the difficulty of cultivating ghost energy is comparable to that of haki. The most important thing is that there are very few people in this world who can possess ghost energy. Even fewer than those who can awaken Conqueror's haki. Gal D. Roger, it's such an impressive aura. The strong ghost power is so overwhelming. Can it even be transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms? Interesting, interesting. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. Is this Luffy's vice captain from the parallel world? What a terrifying man. Kyuzin Alala. This guy's aura suddenly changed. Porzolino. Under the guidance of Luffy in that parallel world, he has indeed become extremely different. Roronoa Zoro. Copper Jabba, maybe there is hope. There is hope of defeating Hawkeye with a knife. Bindy Wald, such a thing is impossible Jabba. Charlotte Linlin. If the world's most powerful swordsman can be defeated so easily, then he doesn't deserve to be called the world's most powerful swordsman. I apologize to you for my rudeness just now. You are a qualified opponent. Come on, young man, committee. Eagle Eye Mihawk looked at Zoro, not far away with interest. Shiwa. The next second, Zoro brandished 3 knives and suddenly approached Eagle Eye Miho Ting. When? The blades of the two collided together, and the ripples generated by the collision swept across all directions. The sea churned, the deck tore apart, and even the chef who was watching the battle not far away was thrown upside down by this airflow. Snapped. Suddenly, the knife in Mihawk's hand fell from his hand and was knocked away. Chapter 72, Luffy vs Hawkeye, the battle between the world's strongest monster and the world's strong. Yuruj, 1, win. Capone Bija, how is that possible? He actually won, defeating Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman with a knife. Basil Hawkins, what an unexpected ending. The strength of Roronoa Zoro in that parallel world far exceeds all of our imaginations. You know, Mihawk didn't think anything of it during the battle with Zoro. He even took out a knife to fight. But don't forget Mihawk, the strongest swordsman in the world. He is one of the people who stands at the top of the world. For a strong man like him, even if he holds a knife in his hand, his strength is unfathomable. And Zoro can fight for only a few minutes. Then he can successfully knock the knife out of Mihawk's hand. This is enough to prove Zoro's strength. Strictly speaking, this battle was won by Zoro. He beat Mihawk, the knife-wielding Hawkeye. Roronoa Zoro, actually, really won. Seeing himself in the parallel world, he knocked away Mihawk's knife. Zoro's face was filled with disbelief. Although he has always imagined that he in the parallel world can avenge his shame. But I didn't expect it to come so fast and suddenly. This made him unable to recover for a while. After all, the memory still remains in his mind at this moment. He was easily subdued by Mihawk with a knife. What a humiliating scene. This wave of visual impact was too great for Zoro. Monkey D. Luffy, ha ha ha, Zoro from that world is so awesome. Vinsmoke Sanji, the green algae head from the parallel world is quite capable. Use up, that's awesome. Zoro from that world must be too awesome. Jaehin, how is that possible? Has this guy's strength reached this level? Kaido of the Beasts, damn it. What kind of monster is this guy? Why did he defeat Hawkeye? He was originally thinking that Mihawk could kill Zoro with a knife in his hand. But the result is that not only was Zoro not killed by Mihawk, but he actually defeated him. This terrifying strength even surprised Kaido. Charlotte Linlin, damn, did I guess wrong? I thought that when this brat named Roronoa Zoro was about to be killed by Hawkeye, Straw Hat would intervene in the fight. Paraspero, Roronoa from that parallel world is so strong, Mom. Charlotte Linlin, 353 nonsense, did you think I was blind and didn't see it? Achoku, to have such a level of strength at such a young age, and to have awakened Conqueror's Haki, as well as the extremely rare ghost power, this guy, has a very high ceiling. John, as expected of the man who was mentored by Luffy from that parallel world. Silver Axe, I'm becoming more and more curious about the strength of that Straw Hat boy. Zoro, who was mentored by Luffy in the parallel world, is capable of reaching this level of strength. So where will Luffy's personal strength be? They dare not imagine. But at least they can roughly guess it. Luffy's strength should definitely be among the strong ones near the top of the sea. Buddha's Sengoku. I didn't expect that I still underestimated that Roronoa Zoro. Sengoku gave Zoro high praise. I think Zoro in that parallel world can fight evenly with Mihawk, the knife-wielding Hawkeye. But unexpectedly, Zoro won in the end. Kyuzin, ah la la. This result is really something that none of us expected. Yasub, I didn't expect that, boss. I didn't expect that you actually guessed it right. Lazaru, did Mihawk, the Hawkeye who can be compared with the leader, be defeated by Luffy's men? Ben Beckman, although I only defeated Hawkeye with a knife, it is undeniable that his strength really surprised me. Red-haired Shanks, ha. It's so interesting. Roronoa Zoro from that world. I see unprecedented potential in him. He will definitely surpass your Mihawk in the future. Originally, the red-haired Shanks just felt it. It would be fun if Zoro wins, so I chose answer A. Unexpectedly, he got the answer right in the end. Mihawk, I believe he will be able to take over the throne of the world's greatest swordsman from me soon. I'm really looking forward to it. Deng now announced the correct answer. The correct answer is A. Zoro defeated Mihawk, who was holding a knife. Deng, congratulations to Monkey D. Luffy, Roronoa Zoro, and red-haired Shanks for answering correctly. Deng, congratulations to Monkey D. Luffy for gaining the power of Devil Fruit Awakening. Deng, congratulations to Roronoa Zoro for winning the top Conqueror's Haki reward. Deng, congratulations to the red-haired Shanks for getting a left arm and a 30% increase in the power of Conqueror's Haki. Monkey D. Luffy, Sech, Devil Fruit Awakens, what is this? Is this reward very powerful? Gal D. Roger, Devil Fruit Awakens. Does that mean that Luffy in our world can transform into the sun god? Pluton Silver Rayleigh. Luffy, you should have understood from the video played earlier that the devil fruit you are eating is not a rubber fruit, but a fruit in the form of the legendary human fruit, the phantom beast sun god Nika. Copper Jabba, we have seen records about this devil fruit in the history text. This is the strongest and most incredible devil fruit in the sea. When fighting, you can do whatever you want, just like the sky and the sky. Monkey D. Luffy, you said my mind is a little messed up. Roronoa Zoro, idiot to put it simply, you have become very, very strong now. Monkey D. Luffy, really? Ha. If I become stronger, my chances of rescuing Ace will be greater. Sabo, I really want to see you in action, Luffy. Portkas D. Ace, thank you so much, stupid brother, thank you for coming to save me. Monkey D. Luffy, hehe, you are my brother after all, Ace. Vinsmoke Sanji, Green Algae Head, your reward is pretty good. I remember you were rewarded with the strongest swordsmanship in the world before. Now that you have the strongest Conqueror's Haki, your strength is probably among the best in the world. One of the few people at the top. In the world today, the one with the strongest Conqueror's Haki is the red-haired Shanks. One move separated Conquerors from the air and knocked back the Green Bull. One move covers Conqueror's Haki's divine evasion and kills Kid, who has hundreds of billions of Bali. It can be said that there is no stronger Conqueror's owner than the red-haired Shanks in this sea. But now Zoro gets this reward. It's the same as if he had the red-haired Conquerors. And of course, he also possesses Haka-level swordsmanship. Now, it is not an exaggeration to call him one of the strongest people in this sea. Except that my physical strength may be a bit difficult to keep up with, there are almost no shortcomings. Roronoa Zoro. As the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, I will definitely try my best to save the captain's brother. Gal D. Roger, speaking of which, Shanks, I think your reward is a bit strange. Why is it a reward for one arm? Doesn't that mean you have 3 arms? Red-haired Shanks, you don't know something, Captain Roger, my right arm was broken before. Gal D. Roger, did you encounter a strong enemy? Red-haired Shanks, no, it was bitten off by a Sea King's. D. Roger, Kong, damn it. In this round of questions and answers, none of us Marines got any rewards. Buddha's Sengoku. All 3 rewards were taken by pirates, which is really troublesome for us. Sakazuki. Don't worry, Mr. Sengoku. I will definitely get the reward next time. Parallel world. After Zoro knocked the knife out of Mihawk's hand, he looked at him proudly with a smile on his face. As if to say, do you still dare to underestimate me? Seeing this, Mihawk was not angry, but said with interest, Awesome, you are much stronger than I thought. Although I have already apologized once, I think the apology just now was not strong enough. The words fall. Eagle Eye Mihawk directly drew the supreme sharp, sword black blade knight from his back. His eyes were filled with a long-lost fighting spirit, and he said, Come on, let me fight you with the world's strongest black sword Yi. This is my apology gift. Using the strongest knife is the greatest respect for your opponent. This is also the heaviest apology etiquette for Zoro. Are we finally going to fight seriously? Let me see how strong the man who is at the top of all the swordsmen in the sea is. Zoro's eyes were filled with fighting intent, and he stared at Mihawk with an extremely serious look. Ghost Spirit, Mito Stream, Ashura, Magic 9 Flash. Zoro stood ready and released a more powerful move than before. A terrifying aura spreads out around Zoro, and his ghostly energy is so strong that it is almost as powerful as Conqueror's Haki, quite oppressive. Shua. Zoro did not hesitate, strode forward, and rushed towards Mihawk like a meteor. When? The next second, the blades of the two collided. Bright sparks emerged from the blades of the 2 men. Dang, dang, dang. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The blades of the 2 people kept colliding together, and the collisions again and again caused the aftermath of the air waves to stir up waves tens of meters high on the sea. And the height of the waves is also constantly increasing. The battle between the 2 quickly entered a fierce stage. Amidst the light and shadow of swords, the 2 people's blades have collided countless times. The deck within 100 meters radius was torn apart due to the battle between the 2. The 2 fought for half an hour, but there was still no winner. Yuruj, are you kidding? How can those 2 fight for such a long time? Trafalgar Law. It doesn't matter if Master Zoro can defeat Hawkeye with a knife in his hand. How come Master Zoro can still fight to this point, even if Hawkeye Mihawk picks up the world's strongest black knife? Eustace Kid. Is it possible that the Roronoa Zoro of that world already has the level of strength of the world's greatest swordsman? Rox D. Zebek. No, Roronoa Zoro in that parallel world is indeed powerful, but he has not reached that level yet. Bista, Mihawk didn't use all his strength in the battle with Roronoa Zoro, but even if he didn't use all his strength, Roronoa Yuzoro can fight to such an extent, I can see that his swordsmanship is not much inferior to mine. As the great swordsman of the New World, Bista naturally has deep knowledge of swordsmanship. So he could tell that Mihawk wasn't serious. But he can also see it. What terrible swordsmanship is contained in Zoro's swordsmanship? Momousagi, it's scary. The current age of Roronoa Zoro in that parallel world is probably less than 20 years old. He has such advanced swordsmanship at such a young age. Achievements, his future is unimaginable. Red-haired Shanks, terrible young man. The future of that parallel world undoubtedly belongs to Luffy and Roronoa Zoro. So awesome, Zoro can actually fight such a man like that. Nami covered her mouth in surprise, with a look of disbelief on her face. Although Nami doesn't know the specific strength of Mihawk. But no matter what, Mihawk also has the reputation of being the most powerful swordsman in the world. This name alone allows Nami to imagine how strong the opponent is. And Zoro now looks as if he is on par with the opponent. No, the man named Mihawk is not serious about fighting. Luffy crossed his arms on his chest and said calmly, Not fighting seriously. Nami was surprised again after hearing Luffy's words. Because in her opinion, the battle between Zoro and Mihawk was dazzling. She can hardly see clearly. But unexpectedly, Luffy actually said that Mihawk was not serious. Zoro's current strength is still too weak after all. It is difficult to defeat such a strong person. When Mihawk is serious, he will not be far from defeat. Although Luffy has coached Zoro for a long time, he has given Zoro terrible strength. But it's still too hard to defeat the world's most powerful swordsman. After a while, Eagle Eye Mihawk suddenly attacked and entangled the terrifying armament Haki with a black sword at night. Directly cut off both knives in Zoro's hand, and then slashed Zoro's chest with one knife. Puff! Zoro's chest was slashed by Mihawk with an injury that was almost bone deep, and his whole body flew backwards. You are very strong, but your sword seems to be of too low quality. Otherwise you would not have been defeated so easily, but I recognize you. What is your name, young man? Although what Zoro bites is Wado Ikemanji, one of the sharp swords. But the two knives in his hands are of extremely low quality, not even fast knives. This allowed Mihawk to directly cut it off with extremely domineering power. Zoro. Zoro was lying on the ground, breathing heavily, and stood up with difficulty and replied, "Really, I remember you. Among the strong swordsmen who fought against me, you are undoubtedly the strongest one. I came to East Blue with the intention of looking for the Creek Pirates. I didn't expect to meet a monster like you. It's such an honor, but between us, let's end the battle here for now." After saying this, Mihawk focused his attention on Luffy, who was watching the battle not far away, and shouted, "Monkey D. Luffy, if you can, fight with me." Hearing Mihawk's words, Luffy was about to step forward to fight. But Nami grabbed the corner of his clothes worriedly and said with concern, "Don't hit Luffy, he's hurt." "It's okay, it's just a discussion." Luffy gently stroked Nami's hair and stepped forward to fight. "Lend me your sword and use it, Zoro." Chapter 73, Hexagon Warrior Luffy, Taijutsu, Haki, Devil Fruit, Swordsmanship are all Grandmaster. Achoku, it's coming. Is it finally coming? The battle between Straw Hat and the world's most powerful swordsman. John, which one of them will win? Byandy Wald. It's too difficult to win, but I believe this battle can let us see how strong Straw Hat's current strength will be. Red-haired Shanks? I don't think so. The two of them should just compete in swordsmanship, so Luffy shouldn't be able to use other abilities. This can be seen when Luffy asks Zoro for a knife. Luffy wants to compete with Mihawk in swordsmanship. Razoroo, if we just compete in swordsmanship, I'm afraid we still won't be able to see what Luffy's strength is now. After all, Luffy's Devil Fruit ability will not improve the swordsmanship between us. Kaido of the Beasts, sparring swordsmanship. Is this guy really good at swordsmanship? Shimitsuki Kashiro. Luffy in the parallel world learned some swordsmanship from me, but I don't know to what extent it is better than Zoro's. Bista, if we were just competing on swordsmanship, I'm afraid Straw Hat's swordsmanship wouldn't be as good as Hawkeye's. No, his swordsmanship wouldn't even be better than Roronoa Zoro's. After all, he majors in physical training. Domineering Devil Fruit S. Gall D. Roger. Looks like my hope is in vain. I really want to see Luffy's true strength. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. However, Luffy and Hawkeye's swordplay competition is also interesting. Copper Jabba. It's probably nothing interesting, after all. His swordsmanship may not even be comparable to that of Roronoa Zoro. In this sea, no one has ever practiced physical skills and swordsmanship at the same time. Or, the strong men in this sea are divided into 3 schools. One is Devil Fruit. The second is Taijutsu Haki. The third is swordsmanship. The representatives of Devil Fruit practitioners are naturally Poruzalino, Kyuzin, and Sakazuki. This group of people competed with strong men of the same level in physical skills, and Haki would definitely be inferior. As for swordsmanship, they probably know nothing about it. As for Taijutsu, Haki's representatives are Garp, Kong, and Zephyr. If you were to ask the 3 of them whether they knew how to use a sword, I'm afraid they would all say no. As for the Devil Fruit, they didn't eat it at all. And the representative of swordsmanship, Mihawk, Golden Lion Shiki, Gall D. Roger. Their swordsmanship is at its peak, but their physical skills may be far behind those of Garp and others. That is to say, swordsmanship, physical skills, and Devil Fruit. As long as one of these 3 powers can be practiced to the extreme, you can become the top strongman in this sea. And Luffy is both a demon fruit power and a practitioner of physical skills. It can be called double cultivation. In their opinion, just cultivating these two powers must have consumed all of Luffy's energy. Maybe I can take care of swordsmanship at the same time next time. Even if he really took into account swordsmanship, he would definitely not be that powerful. After all, normal people who focus on 3 tasks will only fall short in the end and delay all their cultivation. Parallel world. Give it to you. Zoro took the Wadu Ikemanji in his mouth, wiped it, and handed it to Luffy. Do you just want to compete with me in swordsmanship? I want to have a real fight with you. Eagle Eye Mihawk looked at Luffy with some surprise. He originally thought that Luffy would use his own strength to fight him. But unexpectedly, Luffy actually took Zoro's sword and planned to compete with him in swordsmanship. I also have some attainments in swordsmanship. It's rare to meet the world's greatest swordsman like you. I can't miss this opportunity. Luffy held the blade against his body and looked at Mihawk calmly. Okay then, let me compete with you in swordsmanship as you wish. Eagle Eye Mihawk heard this, but he didn't mean anything nonsense and pointed his sword at Luffy. Tread. Eagle Eye Mihawk holds the Black Knife Knight, stamps on the ground violently, and then approaches Luffy with lightning speed. When? The next moment, the two blades collided. The terrifying momentum appears from Mihawk and Luffy. The momentum of the two people continued to rise until it reached its peak. Astonishing power continued to emerge from their bodies, as if two giant beasts were roaring at each other, making it impossible for people to approach. Dang, dang, dang. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The blades of the two collided continuously, emitting bright sparks, and the sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the world. Yoruge, wait. Why do I always feel that his swordsmanship is not inferior to Roronoa Zoro's? Trafalgar Law, it's not an illusion, I also feel it. His swordsmanship is not weaker than that of Zoro. Bista, is it possible that this guy is practicing devil fruit, taijutsu, haki, and swordsmanship at the same time? Momousagi, what kind of monster is he? He's obviously not a swordsman, but his swordsmanship is on par with that Roronoa Zoro. Zoro's swordsmanship was enough to surprise them. After all, he can defeat the knife-wielding Mihawk. Then there was Mihawk, who was holding a black knife without taking it too seriously. The battle lasted for more than half an hour, if not for the poor quality of Zoro knives. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost so easily. At least we can fight for a while longer. But what about Luffy? Shouldn't he specialize in devil fruit, taijutsu, and haki? Why is the swordsmanship so powerful? Is it really true that all the powers in the sea are cultivated and all are grandmasters? Golden Lion Shiki, even if this guy is very talented, is he still a swordsman genius? Golden Lion Shiki is numb. He focused on practicing swordsmanship all his life, even neglecting physical skills and the development of devil fruit. But at Luffy's age, it is not as good as Luffy's special swordsmanship. The most important thing is that he knows that Luffy is definitely not a swordsman. The swordsmanship he cultivated, by practicing 3 things with one mind, reached a level that surpassed him. He has been deeply shocked by Luffy. Roxy, it's really getting more and more interesting. Gall D. Roger, ha ha ha, no wonder he wants to compete with Mihawk in swordsmanship. Does he have such a level of swordsmanship? Copper Jabba, if his swordsmanship alone is so strong, then I can't even imagine how far his devil fruit development, as well as physical skills, Haki's training has reached. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. Originally, I thought that in that parallel world, the world's greatest swordsman in the future would be Roronoa Zoro, but now it seems that it will still be Luffy. They underestimated Luffy after all. They thought that Luffy's swordsmanship could not be better than Zoro's. After all, Zoro's main practice since childhood was swordsmanship. But Luffy proved it to them by fighting Mihawk. Even though he mainly practices physical skills, haki, devil fruit, and swordsmanship, he is still the strongest among his peers. Portka's D-Ace, that Luffy from the parallel world is too awesome. Sabo, he's a monster among monsters ace. Is that so? You major in swordsmanship like Roronoa Zoro, but why don't you carry a saber with you instead of borrowing his saber? Hawkeye Tsehawk asked. He originally thought that Luffy should be practicing Taijutsu, Haki, and Devil Fruit. Because he heard the red-haired Shanks said that Luffy is demon fruit power. But through the sword competition with Luffy, Eagle Eye Mihawk discovered that Luffy's swordsmanship is not weaker than Zoro's. Even said, a bit more powerful than Zoro. This made Mihawk realize that Luffy is probably also a strong man who majors in swordsmanship. As for physical skills, Devil Fruit, I'm afraid I haven't practiced much. But what makes him a little confused is, why doesn't Luffy carry a sword with him? You must know that for a swordsman, the sword is more important than life. Because if faced with a battle, but if you don't have a sword in your hand, your strength will plummet by more than half. I don't practice swordsmanship, I just have some understanding of swordsmanship. Maybe I can benefit a lot from this competition with you, Luffy said calmly. What did you say? You don't practice swordsmanship? Hearing Luffy's answer, Mihawk was stunned for a moment. What's the situation? You are better at swordsmanship than Zoro. Haki is better than Zoro, but you told me that you are not a swordsman. Then what do you practice? Taijutsu, Devil Fruit, etc. If you practice physical skills and Devil Fruit, how come you are so strong in swordsmanship? I don't believe you are not majoring in swordsmanship. Thinking about it carefully, Mihawk still thought it was impossible and shook his head. He has already experienced Luffy's Conqueror's Haki. It is very powerful. But if you practice Haki at the same time, and your sword skills are not weak, normal people can't even take into account the training of physical skills and Devil Fruit. Don't think too much about irrelevant things when fighting, or your flaws will be exposed. Luffy suddenly reminded. Luffy is indeed not a swordsman major. His focus is on practicing Taijutsu, Devil Fruit Haki. And his observation Haki is very powerful. He used observation Haki in the battle and found the flaw exposed by Mihawk because of his confused thoughts. Then he used his excellent swordsmanship to launch a fierce attack. Shua. When? Eagle Eye Mihawk's face changed slightly, and he quickly drew his sword to defend himself. However, the left side of his face was still scratched by the sword energy, and he was not able to fully defend himself. Please give me flowers. After being injured, Mihawk became completely serious. Using his arm strength and superb swordsmanship, he knocked Luffy away with just one blow. Scary man. Hawkeye Mihawk reached out and touched his bleeding cheek. Yuruj, hey, are you kidding me? He injured the most powerful swordsman in the world with his swordsmanship. Bista, how is that possible? His right. The hand is that Mihawk, that man who is at the top of all swordsmen. Was he actually injured by his swordsmanship? Momousagi, what a terrifying swordsmanship. His swordsmanship is not on par with Roronoa Zoro's. His swordsmanship is even more powerful than Roronoa Zoro's. Mihawk is seen injured during a sword fight with Luffy. There are only people in the world who practice swordsmanship. No one is not shocked by it. After all, in the eyes of these swordsmen, Mihawk is the strongest swordsman who stands at the top, and no one can compare with him. Nami, the Luffy of that world, is so awesome. The Luffy of our world is obviously just an idiot, but the Luffy of that world is already so powerful. Basil Hawkins, the Luffy of our world would have a hard time dealing with a creek with a bounty of 16 million bili, but the Luffy of that world has already. It's possible to do something like this. Eustace Kid, it's really shocking. That guy is a hexagonal warrior. He has no shortcomings. Can he do everything? His swordsmanship is the best among his peers. Rox D. Chaos, it was only possible to achieve this scene with observation Haki, this guy. Really has terrifying combat experience. 00. Let's talk about this C. Who is the man with the most combat experience? It's Rox. After all, Rox was born in the most chaotic old era and spent his whole life fighting. Rox, who has great combat experience, can see this. Luffy didn't just use swordsmanship to hurt Mihawk. Instead, it is paired with observation Haki to catch the flaw when Mihawk's thoughts are confused. But he could catch the flaw in that extremely brief moment. This is what surprised Rox the most. Because without extremely abundant combat experience, it would be impossible to do this. And of course, it's not just the combat experience that's surprising. The superb swordsmanship and the terrifying observation Haki are also one of the important factors that caused this scene. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. What a terrifying battle experience, what an amazing swordsmanship Haki. Although I have not regarded this man as a human being for a long time, it's really countless times more powerful than I imagined. Douglas Bullet. Physical skills are unknown, devil fruit development is unknown, swordsmanship is above Roronoa Zoro, Haki is also above Roronoa Zoro, fighting. His experience is far ahead. That world really gave birth to the freest man in the sea. When he grows up, world government, marine, 4 emperors, it is simply impossible. Anyone can restrain him. Gall D. Roger, hahaha, I'm really becoming more and more optimistic about this Luffy. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. The Luffy of our world is already powerful and monster enough in my opinion, but it is really unimaginable compared to the Luffy of that world. The difference between elephants is huge. In their world, Rayleigh has already regarded Luffy as a man who can inherit Roger's will. It can be said that Rayleigh greatly approves of Luffy in their world. But if you compare Luffy with Luffy from the parallel world, this gap, Rayleigh can no longer describe it with any known words. This is not because the Luffy in their world is too weak, but Luffy in that parallel world is too strong. Okay, so awesome, Nami said in surprise. At the beginning of the battle, she had been worried that Luffy would be injured. But I didn't expect that the injured person was not Luffy, but Mihawk. The strength gap between me and the captain is really huge. Zoro couldn't help but sigh. Is this my captain? Usopp was so shocked that he couldn't close his jaw. As expected of the most powerful swordsman in the world, my swordsmanship is indeed not as good as yours. You have a lot for me to learn from. I have benefited a lot from your swordsmanship today. Luffy threw the blade to Zoro, looked at Mihawk and said, in terms of swordsmanship alone, there is no way Mihawk can match Hawkeye. The two fought against each other. Of course, Mihawk was not completely serious. After all, it can be seen through Hawkeye at the end that Mihawk becomes serious and knocks him out with one blow. However, Luffy really benefited a lot from the fight with him, and his understanding of swordsmanship improved a bit. Chapter 74, Colonel Rat. Vice Admiral Garp is here, you are dead Luffy. Do you want to continue? Luffy asked, shaking his fist. If there is a fight next, it won't be a swordsmanship contest, but a real battle. No need, I actually had a lot of fun playing today. Let's call it a day. Eagle Eye Mihawk shook his head slightly and inserted the supreme sharp sword Black Blade Knight back into the scabbard behind him. First, he met Zoro, who could defeat him. Later, he met Luffy, who was able to injure himself during a swordsmanship sparring session. Eagle Eye Mihawk feels that today's trip is well worth it. Really, Luffy also lowered his fist after hearing this. Boy, are you interested in competing for my position as the world's greatest swordsman? Mihawk asked with interest. He has never seen such a level of swordsmanship. Eagle Eye Mihawk believes that Luffy in the future will definitely have sword skills that are not weaker than his. You can compete with him for the throne of the most powerful swordsman in the world. I'm not interested. I don't want to be the world's greatest swordsman. This position should be left to Zoro. Luffy shook his head. It's a pity, but the man named Roronoa Zoro is indeed the swordsman monster second only to you. I will wait for you on this throne in the future. 1. Eagle Eye Mihawk left after leaving these words. Watching Mihawk leave, Luffy squatted down to check Zoro's injury and said, Are you okay, Zoro? It's just a little injury, nothing serious, Zoro said calmly. Yuruj, this guy has such a tough mouth. His bones were almost exposed after being chopped off, but he still doesn't change his expression. Trafalgar Law, after all, Zoro is also the vice captain of the Straw Hats. Isn't it appropriate to have this level of ability? Yasopp, but then again, why did the Hawkeye in the parallel world leave? Luffy even planned to use his 390 power to fight you, but in the end he left. Lazaru, that's right, Hawkeye. We wanted to see Luffy's power with our own eyes, but you didn't fight. Dracule Mihawk, sparring with his swordsmanship has already made me satisfied. Original world. After Sanji joined the Straw Hat Pirates, when they were preparing to set sail, they discovered that Nami was missing. Soon, they got clues and came to Kakoja village. I learned that Nami has been running around the sea these years, just to raise 100 million bali to save his villagers. But after she raised 100 million bali, she was robbed by Arlong and Colonel Mouse. When the villagers saw this, they all took up arms and prepared to resist Arlong. Nami's persuasion was fruitless, and she was in despair. Luffy appears, Nami asks Luffy to help her. And Luffy and Arlong went through a big battle, and finally succeeded in defeating Arlong. Kaidi Garp, damn this damn Arlong. Yuruj, I don't know what Luffy in that parallel world will do if he learns what happened to Nami. Trafalgar Law, I'm afraid the Straw Hat boss will blow Arlong's head off with one punch. Parallel world. With the help of Sanji and others, Zoro's injuries were bandaged. What's your name? Luffy looked at Sanji and asked. Sanji. Come on my ship, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. As mentioned before, Luffy helped Sanji and the others defeat the Creek pirates. Sanji agrees to get on his boat. I know, Sanji said without refusing. If you agree to something, you must fulfill your promise. Sanji knows this. Moreover, after witnessing the battle between Zoro, Luffy, and Mihawk, he is also very interested in joining Luffy's group. After Sanji said goodbye to Zeppo, he boarded Luffy's boat. In this way, they plan to start a new adventure. On the way, Nami looked at Luffy, hesitant, and wanted to say something. What's wrong? Luffy noticed something strange about Nami and asked. I want to ask you something, Nami said a little embarrassed. Okay, after all, we are companions. Your troubles are my troubles, Luffy nodded. Really? Really? Nami said excitedly. Certainly. After hearing Luffy's affirmative reply, Nami told Luffy all her experiences over the years. The reason why I waited until now to tell Luffy. On the one hand, it was because he was initially afraid that Luffy was not strong enough to defeat Arlong. But when I saw that Luffy could fight against strong men like Mihawk and hurt the opponent, Nami knows that Luffy is definitely strong enough. On the other hand, Nami felt that she was not very familiar with Luffy at first. I'm sorry to ask Luffy about this. I'm afraid of being rejected by the other party. But now, after hearing Luffy's affirmative words, Nami revealed everything. Damn Arlong, how dare you bully my companion? After listening to Nami's words, Luffy clenched his fists angrily. The terrifying aura instantly filled the entire deck, leaving Sanji and Usopp breathless. Let's go to Coco West Village, Zoro said. After hearing what Nami said, Zoro no longer doubted Nami at this moment. Now he knows why Nami was sneaking around in the storage room when she first got on the ship. It turned out to be to find money and raise money to save his own villagers. Yuruj, that Arlong is going to suffer. Capone Bijet, I don't know how many punches that so-called Arlong can withstand the Straw Hat Kid. Trafalgar Law, how many punches? You must have underestimated the Straw Hat Master in the parallel world. He only needs one punch, and I'm afraid Arlong's head will explode. It didn't take long. Luffy and others drove the boat to Kakoja village. Luffy walks in the front, with Nami on the left, Zoro on the right, and Usopp and Sanji following behind. They arrived at Arlong Paradise along the way. Is this right here? Where is Arlong? Luffy pointed to the door in front of him and asked Nami beside him. Yeah, Nami nodded vigorously. Shua. The next second, Zoro pulled out the blade and split the door in half with a slash. The gate collapsed suddenly, and the sound caused instantly attracted the attention of everyone in Arlong Paradise. Who is it? Nami. Did she raise 100 million Baileys? Idiot, this is obviously not here to hand over 100 million Bailey, right? Didn't you see that there is a pirate Roronoa Zoro with a bounty of 10 million Bailey standing next to her? Damn it, this bastard Nami has become brave. Is he bringing this group of people here to declare war on us? Seeing Luffy and others barging in with such great momentum. Anyone who is not a fool can know that this is to declare war on them. Ha ha ha, Nami, you are back. Where's my 100 million Bailey? Arlong crossed his arms on his chest and looked at the people with contempt. I have thought carefully about your evil deeds. Even if I give you 100 million Bali, you will never let the villagers go, Nami said with disgust. Have you discovered it? You are right, even if you really raise 100 million Bali, I will not let your villagers go, and I will not let you go either. Because you have extremely high sailing talent, you can help me draw the entire Grand Line route map. When I get the complete Grand Line route map, I, Arlong, will not only rule the East Blue, but the entire Grand Line. Arlong raised his arms excitedly and shouted. You. After hearing Arlong's accurate reply, Nami suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Be prepared to pay the price for bullying my companions, Luffy said with murderous intent in his eyes. Who are you? Are you here to help Nami? You are just a human. The so-called humans are just slaves of us fishmen. If you want to stand up for him, then die in front of her and take a good look. Give me fish people. Arlong finished speaking. A large number of fishmen rushed out towards Luffy and others. Don't take action, Zoro. Protecting the bullied companions is the captain's responsibility. Luffy glanced at Zoro and reminded. I see. Hearing this, Zoro put the blade back into the scabbard. No hesitation. Luffy raised his fist, and the terrifying armament Haki rushed towards the upper level of the group of fishmen. With the strength of this group of fishmen, Luffy and Conqueror's Haki will all fall. However, Luffy feels that using Conquerors is too cheap for them. They must pay a heavy price. Pang pangs pang. Luffy wraps around Haki's fist, extremely fierce, sunrise. The attacking fishmen were either shot in the head or shot through the chest. In less than a few seconds, all the fishmen were killed by Luffy. Only Arlong is left, still stagnant in place, looking confused. Because he never thought that Luffy's strength would be so terrifying. In a few seconds, all his men were killed. Only you are left. Luffy shook the blood from his fist and walked towards Arlong step by step. You. Seeing Luffy keep approaching him, Arlong felt an unprecedented sense of fear at this moment. Although at this moment, Arlong already knew that he was no match for Luffy and wanted to escape from the hospital. But the intense fear penetrated his soul, making his legs and feet weak and unable to move at all. Pang! Luffy punched Arlong, and the terrifying force caused the opponent to hit his head on the spot. The headless body fell straight to the ground, and Arlong was completely lifeless. Yuruj, it really ended the battle neatly. It took less than half a minute. All these fishmen were killed by the Straw Hat Boy. Marco, it would be strange if it took more than half a minute to deal with such a small character. Eustace Kid, this Arlong is really stupid. It's not good to provoke anyone, but he chose to provoke the Straw Hat Kid's companion, and he is also the monster grass from the parallel world. Hat Boy, his death is not unjust. Luffy was fine with Arlong provoking them at this time. At the very least, the Luffy in their world fought with Arlong for a long time before defeating him. The difference in strength between the two is not too big. It can be said that they are equally matched. But it would be too stupid to provoke Luffy from the parallel world. Because the Luffy of that world used a sword that was not very sophisticated, paired with observation Haki and combat experience. When I was sparring with the world's greatest swordsman, I hurt the opponent. It was even recognized by Mihawk that Luffy competed with him for the throne of the world's greatest swordsman. Trafalgar Law. The pirate with a bounty of up to 20 million Bali was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the Straw Hat Master and was shot in the head. Capone Bajet, I thought he could at least withstand 2 punches. It seems I overestimated him. Achoku, this guy only fights with armament Haki. If he uses armament Haki, I am afraid that a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million will be directly shot in the head. Monkey D. Garp, I'm so happy. This abominable fishman Arlong dared to bully my granddaughter-in-law in the parallel world. Seeing him killed makes me feel relieved. After Luffy killed the fishman Arlong, soon Colonel Mouse arrived at the scene with a large number of Marines. But after he saw the fishman corpses all over the ground, he was suddenly frightened and broke into a cold sweat. Are you here to arrest these fishmen? But they are already dead. Luffy glanced at them and said calmly, "Luffy, they are with the fishman Arlong," Nami reminded. Nami once saw the fishman Arlong having an affair with the mouse colonel. It is precisely because of this that Kakoja village has been ruled by Arlong for more than 10 years, but has not been known to the world. All public opinions and news were suppressed by Colonel Mouse. This is exactly why Nami asked Marine for help when she didn't dare to go to sea. Because in his opinion, Marine and Arlong are the same. Really? Then these guys deserve to die too. Luffy's face darkened when he heard this, and he wrapped armament Haki around his fist, approaching the mouse colonel step by step. Wait, what do you want to do? Kill me? Do you know who I am? I am Marine. Killing Marine is a very serious crime, if Marine knows about it. I will definitely not let you go. Seeing Luffy approaching step by step, Colonel Mouse panicked instantly, because he was trembling just by looking at Luffy. He knows that Luffy can definitely kill him. So he moved out of Marine to put pressure on him. We are all pirates, why are we afraid of Marine? Luffy said coldly. Just when I'm about to take action, let's go. Not far away, I saw Garp eating senbei with one hand, followed by the T-Dolphin walking towards this direction. Stuck, Vice Admiral Garp, it's Vice Admiral Garp, ha. I'm saved, Vice Admiral Garp is here. Do you still dare to attack me? Stupid pirate. It's you who deserve to die. Seeing Garp coming this way, Colonel Mouse suddenly seemed to be grasping at straws. My waist hardened instantly, and I was not afraid of Luffy at all. After all, who is Garp, the hero of naval headquarters? The prestige among Marines is extremely great, even comparable to that of Sengoku, the Marshal. With him here, which pirate will kill him? Seeing Garp approaching, Luffy also temporarily stopped. Ha, Luffy, why are you here? Garp noticed Luffy and asked with a smile. Grandpa, why are you here? Luffy was also confused. Wah, what, Grandpa? Vice Admiral Garp is your grandpa. Hearing the conversation between Luffy and Garp, the smile on Colonel Mouse's face suddenly solidified. What's the situation? Are you kidding me? You are a pirate. Are you the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? Didn't you ask me to protect my grandson-in-law? I sent several warships to patrol Ziluabu village and planned to wipe out all the pirates in East Blue. I heard some rumors that there are pirates on this island, so I came to take a look, but it seems that the rumors are false and no pirates were seen, Garp explained. Chapter 75, Garp. I can't watch Marine die in front of me, but I wish I didn't watch. Garp feels that since Kaya is his granddaughter-in-law, then I will definitely be able to have my great-grandson in the future. In order for my great-grandson to be born in an extremely peaceful sea area, Garp has already set off to eliminate many pirates in East Blue. He accidentally got a clue that there were pirates in Kakoja village. Then I came over to take a look at the situation. Mr. Garp, aren't there a bunch of fishman corpses lying on the ground? The T-Dolphin following Garp pointed at the corpse of the fishman on the ground and reminded. Ha, really? Are the dead guys pirates? It seems that my grandson has already eliminated them all. Garp laughed while eating senbei. Help, Marine-sama, these pirates are going to kill me. Colonel Mouse yells and runs away from Luffy, seeking shelter. Although he knows that Luffy is Garp's grandson. But don't forget that Garp also has a T-Dolphin and Bogart standing next to him. He doesn't believe these people, they are all from Garp. He didn't believe that these people could watch him being killed by Luffy. Looking at the mouse colonel rushing in front of him, he asked peculiarly, Where is your culture Marine from? I am the colonel of the 16th branch of East Blue, Colonel Mouse. Colonel Mouse swallowed a mouthful of saliva and replied respectfully. According to the information we have gathered, this island seems to have been occupied by pirates more than 10 years ago. Why didn't you, as Marines, report it to the superiors? Boga asked specifically. Suppose a group of powerful pirates appears somewhere, and the branch cannot handle it. Then it can be reported to naval headquarters, who will personally dispatch troops to carry out encirclement and suppression. After all, East Blue is so big. If no one reports the naval headquarters intelligence to them, they won't know where the pirates are. Because after all, naval headquarters has to face pirates from all over the world. With no one reporting the presence of pirates, they cannot randomly allocate their forces to patrol the seas to look for pirates. Me. Hearing Bogart's question, Colonel Mouse was speechless. This Marine 24th Army is with the hateful Arlong. Nami shouted angrily. What, you actually colluded with pirates? Garp heard this and immediately grabbed his collar angrily and said angrily. You. Listen to my explanation, Mr. Garp. I was forced by Arlong. I don't want to be with them, we are friends, but they are too strong for us to deal with. Colonel Mouse argued. Stop talking nonsense. What is the phone bug for? Can't you get in touch with our headquarters? Garp snorted coldly. An innocent village has been oppressed by pirates for more than 10 years, but you clearly could have reported the situation, but you collaborated with them, causing this group of innocent people to suffer. The crimes committed by your branch are enough to make you the bottom of the prison is full, Bogart said coldly. Sit through jail. Hearing this news, Colonel Mouse was immediately stunned. I thought you were my savior, but it turns out you are here to sentence me. Really? We need to straighten out the military discipline in East Blue. We can't let my great-grandson be born in such a chaotic and unruly East Blue. Garp pushed Colonel Mouse to the ground and clenched his fists. Wait, they are also pirates, they are also heinous pirates, tie them up quickly. Colonel Mouse pointed at Luffy, Zoro and others behind him in panic, trying to pull them back. Pirate? Where did the pirate come from? Isn't that my grandson? There is no bounty on my grandson. How could he be a pirate? Garp crossed his arms on his chest and said calmly. Although Garp knows that Luffy has gone to sea to become a pirate. But so far, Luffy still has no bounty. Without a bounty, how can you be called a pirate? Isn't it okay to go out on an adventure? That Roronoa Zoro, he is a pirate. He has a bounty of 10 million Billy. Why don't you arrest him? Colonel Mouse sets his sights on the T-Dolphin and Bogart. I was thinking, Garp would not take action against his grandson's companions. You can't just watch and let Roronoa Zoro, who has a bounty of 10 million Billy, go. That's right, that Roronoa Zoro has a bounty on his head. Garp nodded. Catch him, catch that guy. Colonel Mouse knows that he will inevitably go to jail, but at least he can't make Luffy feel better before he goes to jail. Luffy must lose a companion and let him be put in prison like himself. Garp glanced at Bogart and ordered, You, go practice with him and see what my grandson's vice captain is capable of. I understand, I won't hurt him, Bogart nodded. The words fall. Bogart then walked towards Zoro. Seeing this, Zoro pulled out the big sword and Tao Yuan without any fear. When? The two of them strode forward at the same time and then started fighting. Colonel Mouse won. No. Are you playing here? If you say it in front of me, it won't hurt him. This is a shameless release. Don't you want to catch me? And why is this T-Dolphin Vice Admiral just watching from the sidelines, but he goes up to help? It's really just the three of you who work together, right? Buddha's Sengoku, what is that Garp in the parallel world doing? What does it mean to practice with him? And that Bogart, just hit him if you want. Don't talk too much and say it won't hurt him. Sengoku knows that Garp and Bogart will not embarrass Zoro. But it's too obvious for you. It was so obvious that Sengoku couldn't help but complain. Kyuzin, the Mr. Garp in the other world, is exactly the same as the Mr. Garp I know. He speaks his mind directly and never hides it. Achoku, I can feel that this Marine named Colonel Mouse is quite desperate. John, I thought the savior had arrived, but after a few conversations, I found out that I had been sentenced to jail time. I wanted to find someone to support me, but it turned out that the Marines who came were all members of the Straw Hat Boys. They were obviously put in the area. Nami, HMPH. If it hadn't been for this bastard, Captain Marine, the villagers and I wouldn't have suffered so much. He totally deserves it. Byandy Wald. This is the advantage of having a background. Assuming that Straw Hat Boy is not Garp's grandson, they may be wiped out by the entire army. Garp, T-Dolphin, Bogart. All are among the top combat forces of Naval Headquarters. One is the hero of the Naval Headquarters, and the other is the hero's adjutant. Bogart is just like the character of Rayleigh, Roger's deputy captain in One Piece. Needless to say, Chadu, as a candidate admiral, is not weak in strength. There are too many admirals. If these 3 top combat forces really want to be disadvantageous to Luffy and the others, I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to escape. After all, Luffy at this time can only fight Garp. And what about Bogart, the T-Dolphin? I'm afraid if the 2 of them get serious, they can kill all the others in a few clicks. Silver Axe, looking at it makes me want a grandpa with such a big background. Golden Lion Shiki, do you want to be Garp's grandson, Silver Axe? Silver Axe, look at me, grandpa. If I could be treated like this, I would be a real man. With Garp's relationship, half of Naval Headquarters has to give him face. Why not consider Garp as your grandfather? Monkey D. Garp, get out, get out, get out. I only have one grandson, Luffy, and I don't want to be your grandfather. Golden Lion Shiki, Jai ha ha ha. I was laughing so hard, Silver Axe, you were rejected. Silver Axe, damn it, Garp, don't give me face. Monkey D. Garp, go away, I hate bastard pirates like you the most. Silver Axe, your grandson is also a pirate, Garp. Monkey D. Garp, except my grandson. Silver Axe. Sanji looked at the battle between Zoro and Bogart with some concern and asked, Hey, Luffy, aren't we going to help? No need, they are pretending to fight. Luffy shook his head slightly. Sanji. Colonel Mouse. Give me some dignity, and don't speak so bluntly. Not bad, Luffy. Not long after we set sail, we had 4 companions. Wait, are there any girls? What's your name? Garp looked at Nami and asked. And, Nami. Ha ha ha, are you my grandson's woman too? Garp laughed. Because he saw that Nami was always holding Luffy's arm, and the 2 were very close. Garp can tell at a glance that Nami is Luffy's woman. Me. Hearing Garp's words, Nami immediately lowered his head shyly. If possible, please leave that mouse colonel to us, Grandpa, Luffy said. He will not let anyone bully his companions go. Arlong has been killed by him. Now only Colonel Mouse is left. No, no, Mr. Garp, take me away quickly. Put me in prison for the rest of my life. Don't hand me over to him. Colonel Mouse suddenly became panicked when he heard Luffy's words. He knows that once he falls into Luffy's hands, the result will be death. He doesn't want to die yet. Even if he ends up in jail for the rest of his life, he definitely doesn't want to die. No, Luffy, he is from our Marine. He should be punished by our Marine when he makes mistakes, so I can't hand him over to you. I can't just watch 10 Marines die in front of me. Garp shook his head. Although the mistakes committed by Colonel Mouse cannot be made up for, they cannot be forgiven. But he is Marine after all, and Garp can't help but watch Marine die in front of him. He bullied my companion and made my companion and her villagers suffer for more than 10 years, so I have to make him pay the price. Luffy said seriously. You mean my granddaughter-in-law is also from this island? Garp frowned slightly. Are you talking about Nami? Yes, Nami is also from this island, in order to save the people on this island. Villager, she has been going out to raise money for more than 10 years, trying to save the villagers. But because of Arlong and the Mouse Colonel, even if she raises 100 million Bali, he will always be defeated by him. Under their control. If it hadn't been for meeting me, Nami would have been living in dire straits. She is already my companion. I can't let her suffer just like that. Luffy's eyes were extremely serious, as if he had to kill Colonel Mouse himself. Hearing Luffy's words, Garp angrily picked up the trembling Mouse Colonel who was sitting on the ground and yelled, Asshole, you damn guy, how dare you bully my grandson-in-law like this? 1. What the hell? He, Garp, is still waiting for his grandson-in-law to let him hold his great-grandson. How dare you bully my grandson-in-law like this? Stuck, Vice Admiral Garp, save me, please don't hand me over to him. Colonel Mouse's body was shaking violently because of fear, and he couldn't stop crying. Of slipping. A scumbag like you really doesn't deserve to call me Vice Admiral. Garp angrily threw the Mouse Colonel in front of Luffy and said, I can't see a Marine die in front of me, but it's okay if I can't see it. Luffy. After speaking, Garp turned his back. The Cloak of Justice dances in the wind. Each Marine has different justice. Garp has his own justice in his heart, which is to protect his family. Since Nami is Luffy 197 woman, she is also his Garp's family. My family has lived in despair for more than 10 years because of Colonel Mouse. He could not forgive him on behalf of Nami, so he could only hand over the Mouse Colonel to Nami and the others. You give him a good beating first to vent your anger, Nami, and then I will kill him myself. Luffy looked at Nami and suggested. Hearing Luffy's words, Nami took a deep breath. Recalling the desperate experiences of the past 10 years in my mind, I couldn't help but feel angry and clenched my fists. An inexplicable force emerged from Nami's body. She did not hesitate, clenched her fist, and punched Colonel Mouse. Pang! A loud noise was heard, and Colonel Mouse was sent flying dozens of meters away, hitting a tree heavily. He lost his life on the spot. After hearing the noise, Garp looked back. The next second his pupils shrank violently and he said in surprise, Armament Haki. Yuruj, Armament Haki. Capone Baja, hey, are you kidding me? He has only been learning Armament Haki for a few days and he learned it so quickly. He's lying. Luffy was taught in Scylab Village, Usopp and Nami armed with Observation Haki. But so far, Nami has only been learning Haki for a few days. This is how you learn Armament Haki. Achoku, what's going on? It took Leazi a long time to learn Armament Haki before he could master it. This guy only learned it for a few days. Leazi didn't even have a girl. No one can compare. Byandy Wald, don't tell me. It took Leazi a long time to learn Armament Haki. I didn't expect this woman to learn Armament Haki faster than me. Marco, is it possible that this person named Nami is also a genius? Jaws, it's too much genius. Rox D. To understand Haki on the internet, we only understand that Haki comes from the power inside the body, and then guides that power out through clumsy ways. Rox D. Now that I know Haki, he knows how to guide the Haki out of the body with faster effectiveness. Rox D. Sometimes special emotions can just trigger the appearance of accelerated guidance Haki. Such as Summit War, Luffy saw Ace was about to be executed, and the desire to save emerged in his body. Conqueror's Haki is accidentally released. This is actually the same as Nami wanting to beat up the Mouse Colonel and mobilize his emotions to draw out Haki. Chapter 76 Garp. I hate the fact that I have a great-grandson in the flat world and I want to kill. Jaehin, do you really understand Haki? Quinn, are you saying we don't know enough? Rox D reach a higher level. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. The more you know about the Straw Hat Boy in that parallel world, the more you can feel what an amazing monster he is. Douglas Bullet, no matter how you say it, this woman named Nami can be called a genius. She has extremely strong sailing experience and can master armament Haki in a few days. I can't see it taking 2 years. The Straw Hat Pirates will all be monsters. Kaido of the Beasts, but that's only if the world government gives them time to grow. Nowadays, no one doubts Luffy's talent and the ability he controls. With Luffy here, give the pirates enough time. In the future, it is not impossible for all members to become powerful generals. But here's the thing. Will the world government give them a long time to grow? Nami, that's great, me in another world. To be honest, Nami now starts to envy herself in another world. Luffy by his side is strong, reliable, and extremely charming. And he can also guide himself to become very powerful. Nami couldn't help but sigh when she thought that Luffy in their world was like a second-rate person. The same as Luffy, the gap is really big. Parallel world. Seeing the motionless Colonel Mouse who had been knocked out by him, Nami covered his mouth in surprise and said, "Did I kill him?" Although Nami is surprised, she is more excited. Because he finally killed his enemy and avenged himself and the villagers. Armament Haki, you learned it much faster than I thought, Luffy said, slightly surprised. Do you mean to say I'm great, Luffy? Really? Nami was immediately excited when she heard this. Being praised by Luffy seems to be more satisfying than getting any precious jewelry. Even I haven't learned Armament Haki yet, you are so awesome, Nami, Usopp said in surprise. He learned Armament Haki at the same time as Nami. But now, he has never mastered this area of power. But unexpectedly, Nami learned it first. Ha ha ha, as expected of my granddaughter-in-law, she actually knows how to armament Haki. Garp laughed. That Haki power suddenly awakened from her body. It seems that it has been accumulated for a long time. Chadu said with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He did not turn away like Garp. But I saw Nami kill the mouse colonel with my own eyes. And of course, he will not arrest Nami. Because Nami alone can guide the armament Haki in the body from the emotions that have been squeezed for a long time. This is enough to prove how difficult Nami has been in these years. Hey, you Marines, cuff yourselves. We will escort you to the naval headquarters to be tried for your crimes. Garp looked at the Marines brought over by Colonel Mouse and shouted. Yes, yes, Vice Admiral Garp. Hearing Garp's words, the group of Marines quickly took out their handcuffs and cuffed themselves. By the way, Luffy, let me tell you something, Garp said suddenly. What's up? There is a Marine chasing you, so be careful. Marine who? Luffy raised his eyebrows slightly. Momousagi, the alternate admiral of naval headquarters, she is very strong. Originally, I wanted to take her to East Blue to clean up pirates, but she did not come with us. Instead, she went to find you in East Blue, but what she probably didn't expect was that it was not her but us who found you first. Garp explained. Garp's original intention was to bring the T-Dolphin, Momousagi, and others to East Blue to investigate step by step and eliminate pirates. But Momousagi just followed them from the Grand Line to East Blue. But he did not accompany them to sweep away the pirates. But Garp didn't care, after all, he and the T-Dolphin were there. Even the powerful four emperors can defeat him. It doesn't matter if there is Momousagi or not. I heard from Mr. Garp that you are very strong, but that Momousagi will only be stronger than you, and she also has a very hot temper. When you meet her, try to praise her for her beauty, so she might be merciful. Letter 3005. T-Dolphin said slowly and calmly. After all, Chadu has been comrades with Momousagi for decades, and he has a good understanding of her character. Why is she chasing me? I don't know her, and I don't have a bounty on her yet, right? Why is she chasing me? Luffy asked with questions on his face. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to me that I have been bragging about your strength in front of her, so she wants to compete with you. Garp said proudly. Luffy won. Nami won. Good for you. Isn't this causing us trouble for no reason? Okay, it's time for us to leave. East Blue is very big. We have to eliminate danger for my great-grandson step by step. At the same time, we have to rectify the Marine military discipline so that things like Kokoja Village can't happen again. After seeing the truth about the collusion between the Kokoja Village pirates and Marine, let Garp realize that there may be other places in East Blue that are facing the same situation as Kokoja Village. Now that we have decided to sweep East Blue, let's sweep it thoroughly. Great-grandchild, do you have a great-grandchild? Luffy asked doubtfully. Isn't the one named Kaya my grandson-in-law? And isn't this little girl named Nami the same? I won't be able to hold my great-grandson sooner or later, so I came to sweep East Blue in advance to give my great-grandson a safe space to grow up. Garp must let his great-grandson live in a place where pirates can't be seen at all. This way you can protect the safety of your great-grandson. Another point is that there is no need to worry that your great-grandson will long for the life of a pirate and go to sea to become a pirate because he met a pirate. Grandpa. Hearing Garp calling her grandson-in-law, Nami blushed and called Garp Grandpa shyly. Ha ha ha, if you encounter any danger, please feel free to contact Grandpa. No matter who the enemy is, Grandpa will come forward to help you. Garp laughed happily after hearing this. Yes, Nami nodded. Let's go, Bogart, stop fighting, Garp shouted. Hearing what Garp said, T also stopped. That's it for now, Roronoa Zoro. You are very strong, Zoro said, still unfinished. Your swordsmanship is good. If you have a chance next time, let's have a good competition. Bogart nodded and returned to Garp's side. In this way, Garp left Kokoja Village with Bogart, T-Dolphin, and Colonel Rat's men. Monkey D. Garp, damn it, I am so envious of me in the parallel world. I actually have 2 grandsons-in-law. I really want to travel to the parallel world to kill him and replace him. Buddha's Sengoku, isn't that right? Garp, are you so cruel that you want to kill yourself? Kyuzin, calm down, Mr. Garp. Poruzalino, what you said is so scary. Mr. Garp, this is the first time I've seen someone hate themselves so much and want to kill themselves. Crane, Garp, what's going on with you? You're out of your mind and you suddenly said something like this. I saw Garp saying that he wanted to kill himself in the parallel world. There is no one in the chat room who doesn't understand. At best, others are envious and sympathize with themselves in the parallel world. But who would have thought that Garp is different? It's just jealousy and hatred. He even wanted to kill himself in the parallel world and replace him. Golden Lion Shiki, don't you have 2 granddaughter-in-laws in the parallel world? As for making you jealous and hating you to this extent, Garp. Monkey D. Garp, what do you know? I want to hold my great-grandson. I want to hold my great-grandson. I have failed in my education twice. I really want to hold my great-grandson as soon as possible, then quit my job and accompany him peacefully so that he can become the strongest Marine soldier trained by me personally. When I think of myself in that parallel world, I will be hugging my great-grandson soon. Hatred, extreme, dissatisfaction, all kinds of emotions emerged in Garp's heart. What the hell? Why is Luffy in their world so ignorant? Having been at sea for so many years, I am surrounded by genuine companions. He couldn't even fulfill his wish to have a great-grandchild. Douglas Bullet, Garp is crazy. D. Roger, you want to raise a Marine? Impossible. Even if you do have a great-grandson, he will definitely be a pirate. Monkey D. Garp, damn Roger. Unplayed video. Parallel world. After the battle in Kikoja, village ended. Luffy and the others set sail, preparing to continue their adventure. At the same time, while on the road, Luffy did not forget to guide. Nami, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji became stronger. After all, no matter what, they are still our companions. When your companion becomes stronger, it is still very beneficial to you. Time soon came to night. Luffy is also in his room, practicing his mental strength and courage. Although Luffy knows that he is very strong now. But how many powerful people are there in this sea? I want to be the freest person on this ocean. You must have the strength to crush everyone. For this, he needs constant efforts. Ka. At this moment, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open slowly. I saw Nami walking in with a shy look on her face. What's wrong? Luffy opened his eyes slightly and asked. Today, thank you very much for helping me defeat Arlong, and for letting me kill that nasty rat colonel with my own hands. Nami thanked him. We are companions, so there is no need for such thanks, Luffy said calmly. There is no need to say thank you, but you must do the things to thank. Nami said as she took off her clothes. Luffy, how is my figure? 1. Nami asked with a blushing face, a little shy and a little excited. Tilda very good, Luffy commented pertinently. Nami's figure is better than Makino and Kaya. It can be said that it is uneven. Really? Nami became even more excited after hearing Luffy's compliment. Today Luffy was about to say that he would spend all night practicing his mental strength and courage tonight. But unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, Nami rushed up directly, rushed into Luffy's arms and said, Even Kaya has her, I can't even compare to her, today I have to. You have to let me thank you properly. All right. In the end, Luffy still couldn't practice his courage and mental strength. But I spent the whole night training on other things. Playable video. Original world. Luffy and others arrived at Log Town, where Luffy encountered Smoker's capture. Subsequently, he was caught by Buggy and prepared for public execution. However, at a critical moment, lightning suddenly fell from the sky and saved Luffy. Achoku, is this kid so lucky, he didn't even die. Yuruj, the knife was only 1 centimeter away from his neck at that time. If you gave Buggy half a second, I'm afraid Straw Hat Boy's head would have been separated, but I didn't expect that the sudden lightning allowed him to survive. Silver Axe, what an exaggerated luck. Anyone else would definitely be dead. Byandy Wald, although this guy is indeed very lucky, it can be said that he has suffered many vicissitudes and difficulties along the way. He either encountered powerful enemies that he could not defeat, or almost killed. Marco, on the other hand, the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world, has been pushing hard, and so far we don't even know his specific strength. Jaws, don't talk about the specific strength. Doesn't he have demon fruit power? I haven't seen him use devil fruit's ability even once. Bista, when you said that, I came to my senses. Didn't he eat the fruit of human fruit, phantasmal beast sun god Nika form? But it has really been useless until now. Lazarus, because Luffy in the parallel world, the enemies he has encountered so far are too weak. As for the battle with Garp and Hawkeye, the money battle does not count. It's a real battle, at most it's a discussion. John, now it seems that we can only place our hope on Momousagi in that world, because isn't Momousagi hunting and looking for him? If the two of them meet, there will be a big battle. Jaehin, when you mentioned that Momousagi, I remembered it. Isn't Momousagi a woman? Straw Hat's special physique is very attractive to women. Why do I feel that Momousagi just appeared? A plot where you fall in love with Luffy immediately after meeting him. Momousagi, what a joke. Even if Straw Hat Boy is Mr. Garp's grandson, I won't fall in love with him as soon as I meet him. I won't fall in love with a pirate, I believe that. It's the same for me in this parallel world. Quinn, don't say it so early. My goddess Yuta was even confused by that bastard straw hat from the parallel world. I don't believe that you in that parallel world won't be confused. Wow. Momousagi, just wait and see, just watch out. If I meet the Straw Hat Boy in another world, I will definitely launch a fierce offensive against him. You will definitely not fall in love with him. After Luffy escaped Buggy's execution, he soon met Smoker again. Just when Smoker was about to kill Luffy, the dragon suddenly appeared and grabbed the weapon in Smoker's hand with one hand, stopping his attack, and also used his ability to blow up the rising wind to let Luffy escape. Soft. Kong, Monkey D. Drag. Buddha Sengoku, damn it, why are you in Log Town? Monkey D. Doreg, check on my son. Ah Choku, I see. When Straw Hat was about to be executed, it wasn't his luck that caused lightning to suddenly fall from the sky. Was it you who did it? Douglas Bullet, you guys, have you been secretly guarding your son, Monkey D. Drag? Monkey D. Drag, I happened to find out that he was in Log Town, so I took action to save his life. After all, no matter what, I couldn't see my son die in front of me. Smoker, if it weren't for you, Straw Hat Boy would have been killed by me. Chapter 77 Luffy, Lao Deng explodes some gold coins and gives me a knife. The dragon is numb, I beg. Parallel world. What's the closest island to here, Nami? Luffy asked. Log Town, if you want to go to the Grand Line, you have to go through Log Town. Nami replied. Log Town, the place where the Pirate King was executed, Luffy said with interest. Roger is the Pirate King after all, and his reputation is known all over the world. And Ace is Roger's son, so Luffy has naturally heard about Roger. Before going to Grand Line, let's go to Log Town first. Luffy, I plan to buy 2 knives, Zoro said. The battle with Mihawk caused him to break 2 knives. Now he only has 1 sword in his hand, which is Wado Ikamanji. As a 3-sword swordsman, you cannot use your full strength with only 1 sword. No problem, the next destination is Log Town. Luffy nodded. Hi. After receiving Luffy's order, she drove the ship to Log Town. It didn't take long. Everyone successfully arrived at Log Town. As soon as he landed in Log Town, Luffy felt as if he was being watched secretly. He stopped, turned on observation Haki, and began to sense the movement around him. Then in a hidden corner, I felt the person staring at me. Who? Luffy frowned slightly and said coldly. Although Luffy doesn't know who is watching him. However, he could feel an unprecedented momentum in the other party's body. That momentum is not inferior to Garp. What's wrong, Luffy? Nami asked, looking around curiously. Are there any enemies? Zoro pulled out the blade and looked around warily. Just when they are all ready to fight. A man in a green cloak slowly walked out of the shadows and said with a smile, Were you discovered so soon, Luffy? Dad. Luffy was stunned when he saw the person appearing. Although Long entrusted Luffy to Garp's care when he was very young. However, Luffy's memory as a child was also excellent, and he can be said to never forget anything. So he recognized at a glance that the man in front of him was his father. That is, the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the most vicious criminal in the world, Monkey D. Drag. Is he your dad, Luffy? After hearing Luffy's words, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates also lowered their guard. Yeah, Luffy nodded. I thought you had forgotten me, but I didn't expect you still remember me. Long sighed. Why are you here, Dad? It happens that I'm not busy during this period, so I came to see you. Long explained. The reason why he left Luffy in the care of Garp back then. That is because that period was an important period for the development of their revolutionary army. So he was afraid that Luffy would be in danger if he stayed with him, so he handed it over to Garp. But now, the power of their revolutionary army has developed into a top force that cannot be underestimated. Long specially took time out to come and see Luffy. Really? Luffy nodded. Come on, Luffy. The dragon opens his arms, ready to receive Luffy's hug. Since you are here, please lend me some money, Dad. A1. Is this the first thing you say when you face your father, whom you haven't seen for more than 10 years? Normally, you shouldn't rush up and hug me first. Then he cried bitterly and said, Have I finally seen you? Why is the process wrong? Prospero, is this guy trying to laugh me to death? The first thing he said when he met Dad was he asked for money. Achoku, he is quite smart. Today's revolutionary army is one of the largest forces in the world, and it must be very well funded. If you borrow money, you can probably borrow a lot of money. Marco, but when I face my dad whom I haven't seen for more than 10 years, it always feels like something is wrong when the first thing I say is to ask for money. If I hadn't seen my dad for more than 10 years, I would have hugged each other and cried bitterly. How much do you want? Long, although regretted that Luffy did not rush up to hug him and reminisce about old times. But since my son wants to borrow money from me, I must give it to him. Give me 18 billion, Luffy said. Euros, 18 billion. Does that Straw Hat Kid from the parallel world use his father as a cash machine? Eustace Kid, even a country that is a member of the world government can't just spend 18 billion. This guy is just like a lion. Like Dressrosa. Back then, Doflamingo invaded the country and demanded 10 billion bali from King Liku. King Liku was unable to pay and even had to kneel down and beg the people to donate money. Trafalgar Law, don't talk about the countries joining the world government. Looking at the world, I am afraid that except for the world government, there are not many forces that can directly spend 18 billion. Why? Although the 4 emperors are the sea emperors of the New World, they have a lot of territory under their control. But don't forget that, although the 4 emperors have many territories, they also have many younger brothers. If you don't give money to your little brother, who will follow you? And Marine can also receive a lot of funding from the world government every year. But don't forget that Marine's influence is spread all over the world. Grand Line, New World. During the Summit War, there were 100,000 elite soldiers alone. Not even the colonel of the branch is qualified to participate in the war. The total number of Marines in the world is probably close to tens of millions. Moreover, if a Marine soldier dies, he will receive a large pension. The base, food, weapons, equipment, and warships were destroyed. This is another big expense. So even if Marine can get trillions of dollars in funding every year, but after spreading it down layer by layer, in fact, there is really not much left for the senior management. Unless it's corruption. But there is the upright Marshal Sengoku and the absolutely righteous Sakazuki. If you dare to embezzle today, you will either go to jail tomorrow or be freed. Byandy Wald, what a good son. He opened his mouth just to cut off the capital chain of the Revolutionary Army. Marco, there's something wrong. Does the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world really think that the dragon is his own? The first thing you say when you meet someone is to ask for money. Are you going to ask for 18 billion directly? Do you really think of your father as your father? Josie, I always feel that his attitude towards Dad is completely different from our attitude towards Dad. His attitude towards his dad is like asking for a debt. Bista, even if we ask for debt, it can't be just 1.8 billion. I can't bring out that much. Long shook his head and said, even if their revolutionary army has developed now. But they have too many people, and they have to buy weapons and equipment. Long really doesn't have that much money now. And even if it were true, he wouldn't be able to carry tens of billions with him when he goes out. What stingy, Luffy complained. T. You kid, after all, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. It's okay if you do hug my father. You open your mouth to ask for 18 billion. If I can't show it, you still call me stingy. Long is really numb now. How much money do you have on you now? Luffy asked. I currently have 215 million Baileys on my ship, which is docked at the port north of Log Town. Long replied. Give it to me. What do you want so much money for? Food expenses, supplies, plus I plan to buy a knife, and my companion also needs to buy a knife. This is a big expense. Luffy explained. Do you want a knife? I have a large, sharp knife on my ship that was recently captured. I can give it to you if you need it. Because among the top leaders of their revolutionary army, few people use knives. So the knife is left alone. Okay, then give me all the 215 million Baileys and the big sharp knife. You should leave some money for me. Dragon went out to sea not just to see Luffy, but also for other tasks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone out to sea to bring over 200 million Bailey for no reason. Okay, I'll leave the 15 million Baileys for you. Give me the 200 million Baileys and the big sword. Long Wenyan was silent for a moment, but nodded and agreed. Okay. Although Long has a lot to say to Luffy, he also wants to complain a few words. In addition, the 215 million Baileys he brought out have other uses. But no matter what, he still owes Luffy a lot. If his own son asks him for Seth money, how can he not give it to him? Without hesitation, the dragon disappeared instantly. Then go to the boat to get the money. Achoku, I don't know for a moment whether the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world is good or bad. If he is good, he will directly ask for 200 million Bailey and a big sharp knife. If he is bad, he will leave another 1,000 to his father. 5 million Baileys. Byndy Wald, would a normal person really do this to Dad? Douglas Bullet, when did you get the illusion that Straw Hat was a normal person? Nowadays, few people regard Luffy from the parallel world as a human being. Are you telling me that he is a normal person? Luffy, I always feel that your dad looks familiar. Who is he? Nami asked curiously. Nami has been going to sea since she was a child, so she always feels like she has seen a dragon somewhere. My father's name is Monkey D. Drago. He is from the Revolutionary Army, and he seems to be a leader. Luffy explained. Wait, who? Monkey D. Dorag. Isn't that the man who is known as the most vicious criminal in the world and the leader of the Revolutionary Army? He is your father. Hearing Luffy's words, Nami was stunned and looked in disbelief. Dragon's name is really too loud, even worse than 4 emperors. After all, he is going to fight against the world government. Nami didn't expect that even if Luffy's grandfather was so well connected, his father would also be so well connected. Does that mean I just saw a legendary man? Usopp swallowed. Even though Usopp has stayed in Ziluabu village all year round, he has heard of the name of the dragon. In other words, it's weird to be in the world and not know the name of dragon. What's going on with your family? Grandpa is the hero of naval headquarters, and Dad is the most. A vicious criminal, and you are also a monster, Sanji said in shock. Sanji now completely understands. I have boarded a very, very extraordinary ship. Luffy, do you have a bad attitude towards your father? He wants money and a knife. I think he wants to hug you, Zoro reminded. 1. Isn't that what Dad uses it for? Just give it a hug, it's too pretentious. 0. Nami 1. Usopp 1. Sanji. Good guy, it turns out that this is how Dad uses it. Not long after, Long brought 200 million billion cash and a big knife. Appeared in front of Luffy. Then he placed the bag with cash and the sharp knife on the ground. Raised his arms as if to hug Luffy. Come on, son. Let's give Dad a good hug. Dad has a lot to say to you. I believe you're like this too. Luffy saw this and stepped forward slowly. When Long saw this scene, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, but his smile soon froze. I saw Luffy then pick up the 200 million cash and the sharp knife that were placed on the ground, then turned his head directly, ignoring the dragon, and looked at Nami and others. Let's go and eat first. Now that you have money, go and eat something good. Antonio Ivankov, the leader of that parallel world, is too miserable. Why? Western Army Commander Mari. Chief, Luffy doesn't seem to be close to you. Commander of the Northern Army. After all, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. Maybe the relationship between the two of them has faded long ago. The leader wanted to hug Luffy, but Luffy ignored him. Lindbergh, Commander of the Eastern Army. I kind of sympathize with the leader of that parallel world. I wanted to hug Luffy twice. The first time I was asked directly by Luffy for money. The second time Luffy took it directly. Kyan and Tiandao left without looking back. Marco, are these really father and son? Josie, how chilling is the dragon in that parallel world? Isn't that Luffy too heartless? Edward Newgate. Maybe he is resentful that his father has ignored him for more than 10 years and never visited him, so he treated him like this. Byndy Wald. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world regards his own father as a tool and throws it away without looking back after using it. Achoku. This is the first time I know that my biological father can still use it like this. Looking at Luffy, taking his companions, and leaving without looking back. The corners of Long's mouth twitched slightly, and then he shouted, "Wait a minute, Luffy, wait a minute. Don't you have anything to say to Dad? Dad misses you very much." Aren't we finished talking? Luffy turned around and asked. Dragon, what? Don't you just want money from me, but also a sword? This is not the end of the story. Besides money and knives, we haven't talked about anything else. Hey, I know you've been resenting Dad, right? You've resented Dad for not visiting you for more than 10 years, so you did this to me. I know it's my own fault, but Dad also wants to pay for his sins. So now you can throw yourself into Daddy's arms and talk about the hardships of not being with Daddy for more than 10 years. Dad will listen to you carefully. Come on. As Long said this, he opened his arms again, hoping to wait for Luffy to jump into his arms. Resent you, hard work. Hearing Long's words, Luffy fell into deep thought. If you want to say resentment, he wouldn't be resentful at all. After all, if the dragon hadn't appeared in front of him. He forgot for a moment that he had a father. Almost forgotten, why resent it? In other words, he was glad that the dragon didn't take him with him. It would be uncomfortable to follow a dragon and live a life of hiding in Tibet. As for hard work, he thought that he had not had a hard life in the past 10 years. He grew up under the irrigation of Makino every day. Except for the fact that practicing is a bit boring, there is nothing else. It's hard to say it's hard at all. I don't resent you and I don't work hard. As for hugs, forget it. How old are you? Hugging is so pretentious. But thank you for the 200 million bali and the sharp knife. If you didn't. If anything happens, just leave. We still have to eat. Luffy waved his hand and took his companion to the restaurant to prepare for dinner. Chapter 78 Garp. What? The dragon wants to steal my great-grandson? I punched him to death. Uruj, this guy didn't have a hard life when he was a kid. He lived a happy and enviable life. Trafalgar Law, you're right. I only complained about suffering when I was a child. The Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world lived a life of a fairy when he was a child. How could he be suffering? Quinn, I want to be Monkey D. Luffy again, so I can be with my goddess Yuta. Jack, this kind of thing can't happen. Brother Quinn Tilda. Quinn, can you say a few words, Jack? Parallel world. Seeing Luffy simply wanting to leave again, the corners of Long's mouth twitched and became crooked. You really don't want to reminisce with Dad. Are you saying you don't resent Dad? Wait a minute, don't leave in a hurry. Even if you don't want to reminisce with Dad, I still have something important to tell you. Long quickly stopped Luffy. What else? Luffy stops. I have to remind you about the knife in your hand. Knife? What happened to the knife? Luffy looked at the knife in his hand doubtfully. There was nothing unusual about it. Although I don't know the name of the knife you are holding in your hand, it is a special knife that can absorb the user's haki to release stronger power. With your current strength, I'm afraid you can't control that knife. If you use that knife rashly in battle, it will suck haki dry, causing the battle to fail. Long reminded with a serious look. Long doesn't know Luffy's strength at this time. On the one hand, it's because after Long handed Luffy to Garp, he never saw Luffy again. After all, when the Revolutionary Army was growing up, it could be said that it was the rat that everyone shouted at. Not welcomed by the Marines, nor by the pirates, and at the same time, he is pursued by the world government. Not only that, because the main task of their Revolutionary Army is to start revolutions in various countries. Countries around the world also hate the Revolutionary Army extremely. In other words, the enemies offended by their Revolutionary Army are the whole world. Under such a situation, I would not dare to go to East Blue Windmill Village to find Luffy, because he was afraid that if he was followed by someone, Luffy would be killed. And of course, Long also secretly called Garp to ask about Luffy's condition. Garp's response every time is that everything is fine. However, Luffy's talent was not revealed to the dragon, because at that time, Garp had always dreamed of making Luffy a Marine. If Long knew that his biological son Luffy was extremely talented, the dragon should not rush directly to East Blue Windmill Village and snatch it away from Luffy. Let him become a revolutionary soldier. It is precisely because of this concern. Garp never told Long anything about Lu Gong. Absorb the user's haki. This sword is quite good. Hearing Long's reminder, Luffy looked at the blade in his hand with interest. Luffy's most powerful power currently is haki and devil fruit ability. Swordsmanship is the weakest. But if this sword can exert greater power by absorbing the user's haki, it can be said that it indirectly improved Luffy's sword power. Please wait until you grow up to use this knife. In addition to this, I have another more important thing to remind you, Luffy. Long's expression is more serious and solemn than before. What's up? Marine is on this island. Yeah. Log Town is an important place on the way to the Grand Line. As long as you want to go to the Grand Line, you will definitely pass by Log Town, so there are a lot of Marines on this island. So Luffy spread his hands. He already knew that there would be a Marine on this island. It would be strange if there was no Marine in a place like this. If it were just an ordinary Marine, I wouldn't have to remind you, but there are Marine Admiral-level existences on this island. Long warned seriously. Marine Admiral, Usopp was so frightened that his pupils shrank violently. Is the highest combat power of Marine Admiral, naval headquarters actually on this island? Zoro looked around vigilantly and put his hand on the blade, ready to fight at any time. No, why is Marine Admiral here? Shouldn't they go to New World to deal with those vicious pirates? We are just little pirates from East Blue, and we don't even have a bounty. Sanji took a breath. Rode. Sanji has just joined Luffy's pirate group not long ago, and there is no bounty at all. And of course, Luffy has no bounty. Although Luffy stunned Menka, this credit is not credited to Luffy for the time being. As for killing Arlong and killing Colonel Rat, this matter was hidden by Garp and the others. I have a bounty on my head, Zoro said. By the way, only Zoro has a bounty on his head, and none of us have a bounty on his head. Let's ask Zoro not to follow us. Let's go to the Grand Line first, and let Zoro find a way to get there by boat, Sanji suggested. What did you say, Stinky Cook? Zoro cursed. Don't drag us down, Green Algae Head, Sanji replied. A Marine Admiral-level expert. Who is it? Luffy also looked serious. Momousagi, although she is not the current Admiral of Headquarters, her strength is not inferior to that of the Admiral. If you meet her, you will only end up being destroyed, Long said. Momousagi. Hearing this familiar name, Luffy remembered it. Isn't this the opponent Garp boasted about coming to him? Numb. If Garp hadn't been so talkative, I'm afraid a strong man of this level wouldn't have come to East Blue. Although I don't know why such a strong person would come to Log Town, but you must be extremely careful not to encounter her. But of course, Luffy, as long as you ask Dad. Dad won't mind risking his life to help you hold her down. Long crossed his arms on his chest, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said quite confidently, "As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he is the most evil criminal in the world. There is no doubt that his strength is not weaker than any strong man in the sea. It's not that difficult to hold Momousagi down. No, let's go, friends, let's go eat first." Luffy didn't pay much attention to the dragon, turned around and called Nami and others to eat. Although Momousagi is very strong, Luffy thinks that he can still deal with it. Don't rely on the power of the dragon. Seeing Luffy leave again, the smile on Long's face froze again. He thought Luffy would come and ask him to help hold Momousagi away so they could go to the Grand Line. He can exude his charm as a father. Let Luffy know, Daddy. It's Daddy after all. He is very reliable. But unexpectedly, Luffy took his companions to dinner without looking back. Achoku, ha, I laughed to death. Now I finally know what it means to have a hot face but a cold butt. I called Straw Hat Boy to stop 3 times, but Straw Hat Boy didn't pay much attention to him. I don't want to talk to him. Reminiscing about old times seems to be less important than eating. Sabo, the leader of the parallel world, is a bit too miserable. Antonio Ivankov. It's really too tragic. The leader of the parallel world originally wanted to use his own strength to help Luffy with things so that Luffy could act coquettishly to him, but that Luffy didn't seem to care much about that strong marine. Momousagi. Northern Army Commander Yuta, the leader of the parallel world, just wants to hug Luffy. It's too far to accomplish this goal. Mori, commander of the Western Army. The leader's face was not so ugly when he was dealing with the world government, but he was unable to do anything when facing his own son. John, the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world, is really extraordinary. If I had such a dedicated father, I would definitely give him a hug and let him solve my problems. Douglas Bullet. But then again, isn't that Momousagi looking for the Straw Hat Kid in East Blue? Why did he come to Log Town near the Grand Line? Red Earl Baloric Redfield. East Blue is too big, and there's no way to blindly search for it, so she simply lurks in the place where she must pass on her way to the Grand Line. Katakuri. Why do I always feel that the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world is not afraid of that Momousagi at all? Is it possible that he thinks that his own strength can defeat a strong man close to the level of a general? Charlotte Linlin. Mama. This kind of thing is impossible, Katakuri. Although the so-called Marine candidate Admiral Momousagi is slightly different from the real Admiral, it is not something that just one person can defeat. 1. Gal D. Roger. Luffy in that parallel world is not just Linlin. Sakazuki. No matter how monster he is, if he wants to defeat our headquarters candidate Admiral at the age of 17, you are too underestimated our Marine. Pirate King Gal D. Roger. Kong. Momousagi will definitely be able to take down the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world, so just keep an eye on him. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. You are thinking too much. Don't forget that Monkey D. Drag is also in Log Town. Even if Luffy does not ask him to help him deal with Momousagi, he will still watch the battle secretly. Once the situation is unfavorable, he will show up to stop him, and it is impossible to capture Luffy in Log Town. Looking at Luffy and others walking away, Long sighed helplessly. Forget it, Dad will still show up when you are in danger. Then I will show you how powerful Dad is. When the time comes, I'll see if you will throw yourself into Dad's arms and say thank you to Dad for saving me or something. The dragon disappeared in the blink of an eye, hiding in the darkness. The other side. Luffy, Zoro, and others also came to the restaurant to eat, after eating. Please give me flowers. They plan to buy knives. After all, Luffy knives are available now. But Zoro only has 1 knife, so he has to buy 2 more knives for Zoro. On the way, they met Japanese Marine. The leading female Marine has a tall figure and a sword named Jimbalyu hanging on her waist. She is none other than Momousagi, one of the alternate admirals of naval headquarters. Luffy and the others pass Marine. Wait, can you stop for a moment? Momousagi suddenly stopped Luffy and others. People. Seeing this, Zoro unconsciously put his hand on the blade, ready to fight at any time. Usopp and Sanji swallowed nervously, with cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Nami hugged Luffy's arm tightly and turned her head slightly worriedly. "What's wrong?" Luffy turned around calmly and looked at Momousagi. After Momousagi saw Luffy's appearance clearly, he took a deep breath to adjust his emotions and walked up slowly. At this moment, a violent gust of wind suddenly blew on the street. Zhufeng's momentum was so fierce that it even caused cracks to appear on the walls on the street. Momousagi and other marines are in the gap. The dragon suddenly appeared next to Luffy. Upon seeing this, Luffy hugged Nami and left the place with the help of the dragon. As for Usopp, Zoro, and Sanji, they were blown away by the rising wind. After everything calms down, Momousagi looked at the messy street in front of him and raised his eyebrows slightly. How could such a strong Asahi district suddenly blow up? That man is gone. Achoku, good guy, this dragon has really been watching in the dark. Seeing that Momousagi is about to come into contact with the Straw Hat Boy, he directly uses his ability to help him escape. "John, no, what are you doing out here? We still want to watch the battle between Straw Hat and Momousagi. Why are you showing up all of a sudden?" "Douglas Bullet, that's too much. Can't the dragon from the parallel world wait until the Straw Hat Boy fights Momousagi for more than 10 years before taking action? They always wanted to see Luffy fight against strong men. I want to know where Luffy's strength is now. But I didn't expect that Momousagi and Luffy had just met. The two haven't started fighting yet." The dragon suddenly appeared and disturbed the battle. "Kong, damn dragon, Protector is so eager." Ghost Spider. If the dragon from that parallel world hadn't appeared, I'm afraid the current Straw Hat Boy and his companions would have died under Momousagi. "Momousagi, you dare to brag about me. Even if I could really kill Luffy, I wouldn't dare to. Because he is Garp's grandson. In the parallel world, I just went over to discuss things with him. How come I want to kill him when I come to you? Monkey D. Doreg, no matter what, I can't just watch my son get hurt. I believe I think the same way in another world. The other side. It's too dangerous. Luffy, the woman who was talking to you just now is the alternate Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Thank you, Dad, for coming in time, otherwise you would have been in danger." Long crossed his arms in front of his chest and said proudly, "Then, is that woman the alternate Admiral Momousagi of the Naval Headquarters?" Nami said fearfully as she lay in Luffy's arms. "It's too dangerous, it's too dangerous. If you hadn't intervened in time, we would have been dead. Thank you so much, Luffy's dad." Usopp thanked him repeatedly. "I thought there was going to be a fight." Seeing that they were in a safe place, Zoro couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. "Wait, who is this woman, Luffy? Is she your woman?" Long suddenly noticed that Nami was lying in Luffy's arms, very close to Luffy. "Yeah," Luffy nodded. "Not bad, it looks like I will have a grandson soon, by the way. If you have a grandson, let me know first and let me raise it. Remember not to notify your grandpa, okay?" Long. He nodded. Now the power of the Revolutionary Army has stabilized. Long can now take care of his grandson, and so on. Monkey D. Garp, what? That bastard son from the parallel world dares to steal my great-grandson. If I hadn't been able to go to the parallel world, otherwise I would have punched him to death. Sengoku of Buddha, calm down, Garp. You just said you wanted to kill yourself in the parallel world, and now you want to kill your son in the parallel world. Are you so crazy? Sengoku thinks Garp is a little crazy. I wanted to kill myself in the parallel world again, and now I want to kill the dragon in the parallel world. How could a normal person be like this? Monkey D. Garp, it's so noisy, Sengoku. No one can steal my great-grandson. Crane, Garp, don't act like a madman. No matter what, you are the hero of our naval headquarters and represent the face of our marine. Why are you going crazy in the chat room? Appropriate. Monkey D. Garp, I don't care. I want great-grandchildren. I want great-grandchildren. Kneel down and beg for customization. Kneel down and beg for all. Chapter 79, Momousagi is looking for Monkey D. Luffy. What does it have to do with me, Straw Hat? Golden Lion Shiki. It's not shameful either, Garp. Monkey D. Garp, shut up. I want my great-grandson. Rox D. let him hold his great-grandson. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. I always feel that with Garp's character, it is really possible to do such a thing. He really wants to hold his great-grandson and goes crazy. Hearing Long's words, Nami immediately shyly laid her face in Luffy's arms. I'll try my best, Luffy shrugged. Bulu bule. Bulu bule. At this moment, the phone in Long's pocket rang. He takes out the phone bug and puts it to his ear. Oh no, Chief, people from the CP organization were found in Logtown. They are attacking our ship. On the other side of the phone bug, panicked voices soon came. CP organization? It seems our whereabouts have been exposed. I know, I will rush over soon, Arowana said seriously. Finished. Long then hung up the phone. Then he looked at Luffy and said seriously, you first try to avoid Marine candidate Admiral Momousagi. If you encounter him accidentally, try not to resist and just be arrested. But you don't have to worry about being taken to prison. The people from the CP organization will be here soon after I deal with it. They can't take you away no matter what. If the ship is destroyed, it will be difficult for the dragon. After all, he still has a mission. So he needs to deal with the people from the CP organization first. Logtown is not very big. He can rush over soon after dealing with the people from the CP organization. And even on his way to leave 570. Luffy and the others accidentally encountered Momousagi again and were arrested. Ryuya is 100% confident that he can save Vice Admiral Luffy and the others from Momousagi. The only important point is that he doesn't want Luffy to get hurt in the fight with Momousagi and the others. Be arrested, I can't do this kind of thing. Luffy shook his head. It's not like you can't be beaten, so why should you be arrested? You can't be her opponent, Long said with a serious expression. Long doesn't know Luffy's strength. Similarly, his observation Haki cannot sense the strength of Luffy. After all, Luffy has already understood Haki. Isn't it easy to hide his power? But of course, Luffy didn't hide from the dragon on purpose. I just don't think it's necessary to be too showy and keep Haki exposed. Can't beat it, it's hard to say. Forget it if you insist on fighting, go ahead, but try not to be killed by her. If you realize that you are no match, surrender immediately and wait for me to save you. 1. Fine. After hearing Luffy's reply, Long finally left the place with peace of mind. Luffy, how about we stay here and wait for your father to come back, buy a knife under his protection, and then go to the Grand Line? Usopp said with some worry. No, there is no need to be afraid of that Momousagi. She is very strong, but I will not be weaker than her, Luffy said slowly. So far, Luffy has never really fought with a strong person. To be honest, Luffy doesn't even know the strength he has now. What level does it belong to on the sea? If he meets Momousagi, he would be quite willing to fight him. Fight with an alternate admiral. I can just vaguely guess my level in the sea. Let's go, the first priority is to buy a knife. Luffy took the lead. Thank you very much. I will repay you the money you spent on the knife in the future. Zoro thanked him. We are all companions, so don't say such things. Luffy shook his head. No matter what, Luffy has been playing with Zoro since childhood. Although I basically haven't played much, I have been guiding Zoro's training. But Luffy quite approves of Zoro. In this way, a few people quickly arrived at a knife-buying shop in Logtown. Bring out the best knife in your shop. Luffy threw 200 million Baileys on the table. It's my father's money anyway, so I don't feel bad about it. So much. Seeing Luffy take out so much money, the store owner's eyes widened in disbelief. Without any hesitation, the store owner quickly came up with his most valuable treasure. Yukizaru, one of the 50 skills of a good sword. This is a knife that is second only to the fast knife. Sold for 1 million Baileys. Zoro picked up Zuzai and played with it for a few times. He thought it was pretty good. He put it on his waist and asked, are there any other good knives? Zoro is a 3-sword style, but now he only has 2 swords. I need another knife. My small shop only has one good and sharp knife. The shop owner shook his head and said, there are only 50 Liang Qi Dao in the world. How could a small shop in East Blue have 2 knives of this level? Yeah. Hearing this, Zoro looked for other sabers in the bucket in the corner. The knife there. The store owner was about to say that the knives placed there were defective products. But at this moment, Tashigi rushed into the store and ran to the front desk excitedly and asked, "Boss, have you customized the knife I asked you for?" Customized the sharp knife Seiya Shigyur. Hearing this, the shop owner took out the knife from under the table and handed it to Tashigi. When Tashigi took the knife, Momousagi's voice came from the door. "Don't run so fast, In's town." Luffy and others in the store were startled when they heard this familiar voice. "It's you." As soon as he walked into the store, Momousagi immediately recognized Luffy. "What to do, Luffy?" Nami whispered nervously in Luffy's ear. Luffy didn't speak and turned on observation. Haki first explored the surroundings. The only Marines currently around are Momousagi and Tashigi. Tashiga's strength is negligible. The only one who needs attention is Momo. Zoro, who was picking out a knife not far away, casually picked up a knife from the bucket and held it to his waist. Then he placed his palm on the blade, ready to fight at any time. Luffy put his hand on Nami's head to comfort her, and focused his eyes on Momousagi and said, "What's the matter?" "I've been looking for you." "Yeah." Hearing this, Luffy wrapped his fist around armament Haki. But Momousagi's next sentence immediately stunned Luffy, Zoro, and others. "But it's great that you're okay," Momousagi said with a smile. Luffy is a little confused. "What's the situation? Aren't you looking for a fight with yourself?" "It's great that you're okay. What does this sentence mean?" "There was a sudden gust of wind blowing on the street just now. I thought you were in danger, so I kept looking for you, but I was relieved to see you were safe," Momousagi explained. "Aren't you here to fight with me?" Luffy asked doubtfully. "Looking for a fight with you? Why?" It's Momousagi's turn to be confused. "You called me out on the street. Didn't you just want to fight me?" "No, I stopped you on the street because I wanted to ask you a question." Momousagi shook his head. "Ask someone who?" "I want to ask you if you know a man named Monkey D. Luffy," Momousagi explained. "Luffy 1. I am Monkey D. Luffy." "What's going on? Doesn't she recognize me?" "Achoku, what's going on? This guy named Momousagi has been doing this for a long time, and he doesn't even know that the person standing in front of him is Monkey D. Luffy." "John, are you kidding me? I thought the battle was about to start, but you did this to me." "Byandy Wald, is this Marine named Momousagi an idiot? Why doesn't he even know that the man standing in front of him is Monkey D. Luffy?" Douglas Bullet, the most exaggerated thing is not that she didn't recognize Straw Hat Boy, but the most exaggerated thing is that he asked whether Straw Hat Boy recognized Monkey D. Luffy. "Marco, it's no exaggeration. After all, Momousagi is looking for Monkey D. Luffy. What does it have to do with me, Straw Hat?" "Quinn, isn't this a person?" "Buddha's Sengoku. If I remember correctly, the Straw Hat Kid in the parallel world doesn't even have a bounty so far, and the Momousagi in the parallel world has never seen the Straw Hat Kid with his own eyes, but only heard about the Straw Hat Kid from Garp. That's why she didn't recognize Straw Hat Boy. Although Luffy has traveled to Logtown, he is about to go to Grand Line. But he really doesn't have a bounty on his head. Because of this, it is impossible for Momousagi to have seen the bounty on Luffy. In addition, Luffy has lived in East Blue Windmill Village since he was a child. Except for Shimitsuki Village, I have almost never been to other places. So Dahai naturally doesn't know about the existence of Luffy. In addition, although Garp has been bragging about his grandson Luffy's strength to Momousagi, Cha-Do, and others. But the problem is that Momousagi and the others only heard Garp bragging about Luffy. I have never seen Luffy in person. How could I possibly recognize Luffy? Kong, is that so? Antonio Ivankov. If Momousagi doesn't know that Luffy is the person he's looking for, doesn't it mean that the leader of the parallel world is a bit unnecessary? Northern Army Commander Crow. The leader of the parallel world thought he had rescued Luffy from Momousagi, but little did he know that Momousagi didn't recognize Luffy and wouldn't start a fight at all. Monkey D. Doreg. Doesn't this make me look a little stupid in that world? Pluton Silver Rayleigh, It looks like nothing will happen. It's a pity. I thought I could see a wonderful battle. Gall D. Roger, hope has failed again. Is it so difficult to see Straw Hat use his real skills? Ghost Spider, when Straw Hat's identity is exposed, it will be his death. Momousagi. Here we go again. I told you I was just looking for him to discuss, not to kill him. Parallel world. You. Luffy now has a lot of things to complain about and doesn't know how to say them. What? Your voice is too soft. 3-1. Momousagi said as he leaned towards Luffy and put his ear to Luffy's mouth. You're looking for Monkey D. Luffy, right? Hi. What if I say I am Monkey D. Luffy? You, ha. Stop joking that Monkey D. Luffy is the grandson of Mr. Garp. I heard Mr. Garp say that he is a real monster. I don't feel like what you're saying. Momousagi shakes his head in disbelief. The main reason is that Luffy didn't show off his momentum, so Momousagi couldn't feel that Luffy was a strong person. I really am. Luffy spread his hands and said helplessly. How come she still doesn't believe it when you tell the truth? Stop making such silly jokes. By the way, if you are free, would you like to come to the warship for tea? By the way, I have something to ask you. I always feel that when we first met. The rising wind blowing on the street is not normal. Momousagi took Luffy's hand and prepared to take Luffy to the warship. And of course, it is false to ask about things. Chatting with Luffy is real. Momousagi doesn't know why he takes such initiative. She just felt that her heart beat faster when she saw Luffy, and she couldn't control it. This is why I couldn't help but want to invite Luffy. Yuruj, what's going on? We just met and we're going to have tea hand in hand. Ghost Spider, Momousagi Vice Admiral, you are here to kill the Straw Hat Boy. How can you go to drink tea with him? Marco, didn't I tell you everything? What Momousagi wants to kill is Monkey D. Luffy, so what does it have to do with going to have tea with Straw Hat? Pluton Silver Rayleigh. As usual, this little marine girl named Momousagi looks at Luffy in the wrong way. She must have fallen in love with him. Momousagi, who are you calling the little girl? Pluton Silver Rayleigh. Gall D. Roger, ha. Don't you dare to admit it. Don't think we can't see it. You just met Luffy and you couldn't wait to take him to drink tea. And you said you don't love him. He even admitted that he is Luffy, but you still don't believe it. Kong, Momousagi, what are you doing? He has obviously admitted that he is Monkey D. Luffy. Why are you still thinking about holding hands with him to drink tea? You shouldn't kill him. Him. Momousagi. Jaws, the Straw Hat Boy's physique is really exaggerated. Most women just fall in love with him at first sight. Even the alternate admiral of naval headquarters can fall in love with him at first sight. They had already guessed that after Momousagi saw Luffy. It's possible to fall in love with Luffy at first sight. But I didn't expect that the dull image would come into reality so quickly. I will remember it for a lifetime after just one look. I can't wait to have tea with Luffy alone. Momousagi, nonsense. In the parallel world, I just thought that the rising wind blowing on Street 3.3 was very unusual, so I just wanted to ask Straw Hat a question. Jaehin, do you believe this? Parallel world. Wait, Luffy. Seeing Momousagi trying to pull Luffy away, Nami quickly took Luffy's other hand and declared her sovereignty. Zoro, who kept his hand on the blade not far away, couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the conversation of several people. Turns around and says, it looks like there won't be a fight. Wait, he's Roronoa Zoro, the one with a bounty of 10 million Bali. Tashigi recognized Zoro at a glance. Zoro will go to sea 1 year ahead of Luffy's schedule after all. His 10 million Bailey reward order has long been circulated in East Blue. Are there any pirates? Hearing Tashiga's words, Momousagi directly drew the blade and pointed it at Zoro. Zoro, 1. Didn't you stop fighting? Why did you suddenly draw your sword at me again? Hey, why am I turning around like this? If I didn't turn around, wouldn't they recognize me? Zoro just now had his back turned to several people, because he was looking for the knife in the barrel before Momousagi and the others showed up. I turned around because I realized that the battle would not start. But he never expected it. It's because of my turn around. Let the battle begin again. Just let it go, pirate. Momousagi holds the blade and rushes towards Zoro, trying to subdue him with one blow. But soon, Luffy stood in front of Momousagi with a blade in his hand and blocked the blow. Momousagi was stunned. I just said it, I am the monkey D. Luffy you are looking for. Chapter 80 Dragon, my son Luffy and Momousagi were evenly matched. Please beg for customization. Gall D. Roger, hahaha. It's so unexpected that we ended up fighting. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. To be honest, when I saw Luffy proactively admitting that he was Luffy, but Momousagi didn't believe it, I thought it was impossible for the two of them to fight, but I didn't expect that Zoro appeared and broke the deadlock. Let the battle begin. Copper Jabba, well done Rurno as Zoro. Byandy Wald, let me see what the strength of this 17-year-old monster is now. Ghost Spider, you just have to be optimistic that Momousagi Vice Admiral will definitely kill Straw Hat. Are you really Monkey D. Luffy? That is Garp's grandson. Momousagi said a little surprised. At first, she didn't believe that the person standing in front of him was Luffy, because he didn't feel that Luffy was very strong. Just thinking that Luffy was flirting with her and joking. But now she believes it, because she can clearly feel the extremely domineering power from the blade in Luffy's hand. That's right. The words fall. Luffy used his arms hard to launch Momousagi, who was still in a dazed state. I'm sorry, Luffy, I caused you trouble. Zoro apologized. He thinks that the fight is all because he has a bounty on his head. It all happened because he turned around and was seen by Tashigi. Don't take it too seriously. She and I will have a fight sooner or later, Luffy said calmly. Momousagi just didn't recognize him for a moment. But that doesn't mean that Tioyu will never recognize him. I have to fight sooner or later, so why not fight now? Don't fight here, it will destroy my store. The store owner shouted nervously. Zoro, take the money and we'll go out and fight. Luffy glanced at Zoro and reminded him to take the 200 million bully. After receiving Luffy's order, Zoro came to the front desk and picked up the 200 million bully placed on the table. The store owner gulped when he saw the scene. Although he wanted to remind Zoro that the knife hasn't been paid yet, but he was really afraid that these people would fight and demolish his store. Just think of it as spending money to eliminate disasters. Then Luffy and Momousagi both left the 24 store and came to the street. Tashigi stood next to Momousagi, looking at Nami, Zoro, and others warily. I didn't expect you to be the man I've been looking for, Monkey Luffy. Momousagi said, still in disbelief. There's no need to be so surprised. I've said it several times that I am Monkey D. Luffy, Luffy said calmly. Although I have been looking for you, I don't want to fight with you, because you are not a pirate with a bounty on your head, but Roronoa Zoro next to you is different. He is a pirate worth 10 million bully. He leaves it to us, Marine, and we can still sit down and drink tea. Originally, Momousagi came to Luffy, because he was indeed curious about Luffy's strength. I want to have a discussion with him. But for some reason, Luffy's charm is so great. Just looking at Luffy makes her heart beat fast. I no longer have any desire to fight Luffy. But Zoro is a prisoner with a reward after all. As a Marine, you cannot let go of a prisoner with a bounty on your head, no matter what. After all, there is Tashigi watching next to me. At the same time, there are countless Marines on this log town island. If others knew, she would let the pirate go. Then it will definitely make her lose her prestige in Marine. It caused quite a big impact. As for Kakoja Village, Garp can let Luffy go. That's because the only Marines who landed on the island at that time were Garp, T-Dolphin, and Bogart. It's too easy to hide it. Stop making trouble. How could I leave my companion to you? It is the captain's duty to protect his companion. Don't underestimate the bond between us, Luffy said slowly. 1. If you insist on protecting him, there will only be one battle between us, Leaping Rabbit said unbearably. Come on, let me see the strength of Naval Headquarters Alternate Admiral. Luffy holds the blade in his hand and stares at Momousagi with fighting intent in his eyes. I see. Although Momousagi really doesn't want to fight Luffy, But now that Marine is watching, she has no choice but to take action. Excuse me. But don't worry, I won't put you in jail after I defeat you. After defeating you, we can go to the warship to talk. Tread. Momousagi's eyes suddenly turned fierce, and her footsteps stampeded on the ground violently. The ground was suddenly trampled with cracks by her power. The next moment, she was like a shooting star, rushing towards Luffy. When? Luffy holds the blade in his hand and quickly holds it in front of him. The two blades collided in an instant. A terrifying aura emerged from the two of them, creating a wave of terror and killing among the people. Let the surrounding walls and ground break apart inch by inch. Dang, dang, dang. The blades of the two people are constantly colliding. But it is Luffy who is at a disadvantage. After all, Momousagi is an alternate admiral of the naval headquarters, so his swordsmanship is naturally very good. Not comparable to Luffy. Just when Luffy wants to give up swordsmanship and prepare to fight with the power of devil fruit, he suddenly remembered. His father long said, the sword in his hand can absorb the user's haki to fight, just like the yama obtained by Zoro in Wano Kuni. When I think of this, Luffy wrapped a rich armament haki around the blade. The blade in his hand suddenly became extremely dark, and at the same time billowing black smoke erupted. This made Luffy's aura immediately rise to a higher level. The blade seems to be alive, devouring haki in Luffy's body hungrily and greedily. However, the haki in Luffy's body is as deep as the ocean. For a while, the blade couldn't drain haki out of his body. Shua. Luffy held the blade in his hand and struck a devastating blow. The terrifying slash is like a flying dragon, roaring and rushing towards Momousagi. Faced with Luffy's attack, Momousagi didn't dare to drag him down. After entangling haki on the blade, he directly cut off the sword energy from Luffy with one knife. Then he rushes towards Luffy again. Dang, dang, dang. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Even if Luffy keeps using the blade in his hand to swallow haki in his body. But compared with Momousagi, there is still a gap. Just let the blade devour the armament haki in his body. It's not enough to make up for the swordsmanship gap between him and Momousagi. When he thought of this, Luffy's face darkened. Then Conqueror's haki was also wrapped around the blade. The blade in his hand absorbs Conqueror's haki. The blade becomes sharper, and the knife exudes an astonishing aura like a living devil. Shua. Luffy holds the blade with one hand, and a terrifying aura emerges from him. He is surrounded by black mist visible to the naked eye, and the weapon on the blade is even denser. He swung out a sword, which was several times more powerful than before. The sword energy flew vertically and horizontally, as if even the space and atmosphere were being cut off. The sword energy was overwhelming and destroying everything, and it struck Momousagi with black lightning. Is that Conqueror's entanglement? Looking at the sword energy attacking towards him, Momousagi was slightly startled. There is no mistake, she felt the Conqueror's aura on Luffy's blade. And the incoming sword energy is also filled with Conqueror's calendar area. When? Momousagi quickly put the blade in front of him and blocked Luffy's attack. Yuruj, what's going on? So strong. Eustace Kid, can you fight with Naval Headquarters alternate Admiral Momousagi just by using swordsmanship? What kind of monster is this guy? ROCK, S Japanese symbol D. Shimitsuki Sukiyaki. This sword is exactly the same as our Wano Kuni Yama. Both can absorb the user's haki to greatly increase the combat effectiveness. However, although it can increase a lot of combat effectiveness, haki will also be absorbed quickly. All. Haki is the most important force of the human body. If haki is exhausted, even if he still has physical strength, he will be completely useless. For example, when it comes to Dressrosa, Luffy started 4th gear to deal with Doflamingo. Luffy haki in 4th gear consumes extremely quickly and can only last for a period of time. When his haki was exhausted, he couldn't even walk. Still, with the help of the contestants in the arena and Sabo, it took enough time to delay. Let Luffy restore haki and fight again. Gall D. Roger. Continuously using Haki to fight consumes Haki very much, and Luffy in that parallel world also allows the blade to absorb the armament color and Conqueror's Haki in the body at the same time. If a normal person consumes Haki in the body like this, I'm afraid he won't be able to survive. 1 minute. Gall D. Roger, but the Haki in Luffy's body is as deep as the ocean, and it doesn't look like it's hollowed out at all. A battle between strong men is naturally indispensable with Haki's help. But the strong man's control over Haki is down to the smallest detail. Fighting with fists and swords only takes place at that moment. It will automatically turn off when not in use. If observation Haki can be turned on at all times, it can sense the enemy's attack. Always turn on armament Haki for defense. Summit War's Whitebeard would not be attacked by his own son, nor would an ordinary marine insert the blade into his chest. It is precisely because Haki is too powerful but too rare. This led to their unwillingness to waste Haki's power at will. But Roger could see it. Luffy was not stingy with Haki's release at all. Wrap the weapon color and Conquerors around the blade at the same time. Even if Momousagi didn't attack, he didn't close. Let the blade absorb Haki all the time. Even if it were replaced by a strong man from the sea, Haki would be sucked dry within a minute. But Luffy was sucked by the blade in his hand for several minutes. But Luffy is still in high spirits, and there is no sign that Haki is about to dry up. Pluton's Silver Rayleigh, Luffy probably has more Haki in his body than any of us. As Rock said before, he really understands Haki. Even someone as powerful as Rayleigh. No one dares to waste Haki so unscrupulously like Luffy. There can be so much Haki in Luffy. The only explanation is that Luffy truly and thoroughly understands Haki's power. Understand where it comes from, how to guide it, how to utilize it, and how to improve it. Kong, if I have Haki's level of strength, there will be no pirate in this world who can be my opponent. To be honest, seeing Luffy wasting Haki like this, Kong couldn't help but feel a little distressed. If only he could have Luffy Haki's strength, coupled with his meticulous control over Haki. Looking at the whole world, is there any pirate who can defeat him? His title of Kong is not just a boast. So strong. This man who doesn't even have a bounty on his head is as strong as Momousaga's sister. Tashigi stares at Luffy with a look of disbelief. Want to know who Momousagi is? Their alternate admiral at naval headquarters. Among the entire naval headquarters, the strength is second only to the admiral's strong man. But she feels that after 30 comes out, Luffy's strength is not inferior to Momousagi's. More importantly, Luffy doesn't have any bounty at all now. In terms of age, he looks about the same age as her. But the strength is terrifying beyond her imagination. Not far away, on the roof of a certain house, cold sweat broke out on Long's forehead, and he also looked at the battlefield with a surprised expression. That's my son, Monkey D. Luffy. Shortly after the battle between Luffy and Momousagi begins, Long has already finished dealing with the CP organization and rushed here. However, he did not intervene in this battle in time. But I want to observe the strength of my son Luffy. After all, he asked Garp countless times about his son Luffy's strength and talent. Everyone was prevaricated by Garp. It can be said that today I don't know if I don't see it, but I will be shocked when I see it. Luffy's strength can actually compete with Naval Headquarters alternate Admiral Momousagi. This scene is so shocking that the dragon's scalp is numb. Is my son so amazing? He kind of knows it now. Why when he mentioned that there is Momousagi on this island? Why is Luffy not afraid at all? Because of Luffy's strength, he is not afraid of Momousagi at all. Think carefully. Long suddenly felt that Luffy was meeting Momousagi for the first time. His intervention seems a bit unnecessary. What a terrifying Haki power. Mr. Garp is indeed right. You are a very terrifying monster. No, it's even countless times more powerful than I imagined. Momousagi adjusted his breathing and calmed down the emotions that were so shocking that he couldn't express them in words. He knows Luffy is strong, but she really didn't expect that Luffy could be so powerful. Then Haki acts like he doesn't need any money and lets it go as hard as he can. It's like oil coming out of a well. It's continuous, and I don't know when it will be empty. This knife really suits me well. Luffy looked at the blade in his hand and couldn't help but smile. Based on swordsmanship, he is absolutely impossible to match Momousagi. But with this knife, it continuously absorbs the energy zone in his body. He managed to do it, using swordsmanship to compete with strong men like Momousagi. Come again. Luffy holds the blade, and the weapon color and Conqueror's Haki are wrapped around the blade. Let the blade in your hand absorb enough Haki. He charges towards Momousagi again. The two started a battle again. Until the surrounding streets were swept away by the two men, it was a mess. During this period, Momousagi always had the upper hand. But she can't take down Luffy at all. This makes Momousagi shocked and anxious. Surprised because Luffy's strength completely exceeded her imagination. Urgent because she wants to defeat Luffy quickly. Then I gave him an excuse to have a heart-to-heart talk on the warship. Chapter 81 Momousagi. If you don't fight, I won't fight. If you fight again, I will kiss you, I beg. In the battle between the two, Momousagi always had the upper hand. But because Momousagi and Luffy are very close to each other every time they fight. Every time the swords collide, Momousagi's heart trembles and his heart beats. Because of the big mood swings, my heart keeps beating. Disturbed Momousagi's thoughts and actions. Let her gradually start to compete with Luffy. You must know that Momousagi is quite young among Marines. Although there are countless suitors. For example, T-Dolphin has confessed his love to her 100 times. But Momousagi rejected me mercilessly every time. Momousagi once thought, there will be no one I like in the sea. But when she saw Luffy for the first time, she finds Luffy very attractive. However, she could barely restrain herself at the beginning. But as the battle with Luffy intensified, she gradually realized that she could no longer control her restless heart. The longer she fights with Luffy, the faster her heart beats. Because Luffy is not just something she can fall in love with at first glance. Also, the longer she fights with Luffy, the more she realizes how strong Luffy is. This power has even refreshed his worldview. After all, Luffy is so young. Now Luffy has completely captured Momousagi's heart. Now Momousagi is thinking about not hurting Luffy. Another idea is to capture Luffy and bring him back to the warship. All kinds of thoughts came to her mind. Made her thoughts extremely confused. Not just Momousagi. Tashigi on the side also looked at Luffy with a surprised, nervous, and shy look. Luffy's power also refreshes Tashiga's worldview. The terrifying strength is paired with Luffy's inexplicable and attractive charm. This made Tashigi fall involuntarily. A dangerous idea even appeared in her mind. That means whether or not to stab Momousagi in the back. And let Luffy win. And of course, this is a dangerous idea. It just appeared in Tashiga's mind for a moment. She quickly shook her head and rejected it. It seems that I still have a long way to go before I want to be as strong as you, Luffy. I have to work harder. Seeing that Luffy and Momousagi are almost evenly matched. Zoro is deeply aware of his lack of strength. I want to become as strong as Luffy. I want to be a vice captain worthy of Luffy. He must train twice as hard as before. Is this my man? He's so awesome. Nami was surprised and happy, and said with great excitement, it feels like we're holding Luffy back too much. Usopp, Sanji swallowed. I once saw Luffy selling 5,000 pirates in a sea restaurant. Later, when I was competing with Mihawk on swordsmanship. Let Sanji realize that Luffy is extremely extraordinary. But he witnessed it with his own eyes today. After the battle between Luffy and Momousagi, Sanji's admiration for Luffy is beyond words to describe the shock. He always feels that he is so weak. Are you really qualified to board the monster Luffy's ship? We have to become stronger too. Our future is bright with a man like this. Usopp looked solemn and clenched his fists. After seeing Luffy's terrifying strength, it undoubtedly inspired them to want to become stronger. After all, if it is not strong enough, they don't deserve to be on Luffy's ship at all. On the battlefield. While beating, Luffy suddenly took a step back, away from Ye. Then he put away the blade. You can no longer fight with a knife. Otherwise, I will lose if you continue to fight. Using the weakest swordsmanship paired with Haki can indeed compete with Momousagi, but there is no way to win. And most importantly, the long battle has caused him to be devoured by the blade too much Haki. Although it is undeniable, Haki who lets the blade devour a large amount of himself can indeed greatly increase his combat power. But the problem is, the knife swallows a lot of air. Luffy Haki will be exhausted if he devours it any longer. Once Haki is gone, it will be equivalent to announcing Luffy's defeat. If you want to win, you have to use the remaining Haki to fight with Devil Fruit's history. Just when Luffy wants to use the power of Devil Fruit, Momousagi suddenly said, "That's it for now, Monkey D. Luffy." Momousagi really doesn't dare to fight anymore. She can't help but feel restless now. If the beating continues, she is afraid that she will kiss Luffy while spanking. That's it. Luffy was stunned. He was thinking that he was about to use his strongest ability, but you stopped fighting. It looks like it's impossible to capture you today. We have to ask Marine for support. Let's go Tashigi. Momousagi suppressed the urge to rush up to Luffy and give Luffy a kiss. Then he took Tashigi and left here quickly. Urouge escaped. Naval Headquarters alternate Admiral Momousagi escaped. Achoku, this is such an unbelievable scene. The Marine candidate Admiral, who is closest to the highest combat power in the Naval Headquarters, actually escaped. John, hey, is Straw Hat Boy too strong? Trafalgar Law. Until the end of the battle, we never saw the Straw Hat use any power other than swordsmanship and Haki. Although at the last minute, Luffy plans to use Devil Fruit's power to fight. But Momousagi had already left at that time. The battle is over. Capone Baja, why did that Marine Momousagi run away? Did he think he couldn't defeat Luffy and knew that he would lose if he continued to fight, so did he run away? Ghost Spider, stop kidding, you bastard pirate. Momousagi Vice Admiral can't beat Straw Hat Kid? Stop it. Didn't you see that Momousagi Vice Admiral kept suppressing Straw Hat Kid during the battle? Kong, it's probably because Momousagi used observation Haki to sense that the dragon was nearby. If he continues to fight and gets injured, he may not be able to escape. Kong naturally knew that Long was going to deal with the CP organization. But can a mere CP organization stop the world's most vicious criminal, Long? Obviously this is impossible. Kong guessed that it would be shortly after the battle between Luffy and Momousagi began. The dragon must be observing in secret. That's why he hasn't shown up yet. That's because the dragon saw that Luffy showed no signs of defeat. Ghost Spider, Commander Sora is right. If it weren't for the dragon nearby observing the battle and trying to take advantage of the opportunity to attack, the Straw Hat Boy would have been killed by Momousagi Vice Admiral. Momousagi. It's time to stop bragging about me in that parallel world. In the parallel world, I just competed with him and didn't want to kill him. How about you kill Luffy? If you kill Luffy today, Garp's fist will hit you tomorrow. Marco, although that Straw Hat Boy has not shown any other abilities, just by using his swordsmanship and Haki, he can nearly compete with Naval Headquarters alternate Admiral Momousagi. So when he uses the power of Devil Fruit to match as for Haki, is his strength already above Momousagi? Luffy's Devil Fruit. After all, it is known as the Fruit of the Gods. How powerful would that Devil Fruit be? I'm afraid there's no need to say more. Luffy can hit this level without using Devil Fruit. What if you use Devil Fruit to fight with Haki? Is it already above Momousagi? Roxy. It's really a monster to have such strength at the age of 17. Rox D. Zebek. But I have to say that the amount of Haki stored in this guy's body is countless times more terrifying than I imagined. To be honest, if Rox were to fight with the knife in Luffy's hand, I'm afraid the battle isn't nearly over yet. The armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki in Rock's body are about to be exhausted, and he has entered a weak state. But Luffy was absorbed by Haki, by the blade for so long. Still not in a weak state. And Luffy said it himself, he can still fight. The meaning here is naturally what is called. You can use the power of devil fruit to fight with Haki. Powerful as the king of the world rocks of old. A monster strongman who stands above countless people. Here. I just discovered it today. My own Haki storage capacity is not as good as Luffy's. You know, Luffy is only 17 years old now. At the age of 17, there is so much Haki in his body. Give it time. Luffy is in his 20s or even 30s. When the time comes, Luffy opens the devil fruit directly, with the weapon color and Conqueror's Haki covering his whole body. Always turn on observation Haki for exploration. Luffy and the state. I'm afraid I can declare myself invincible directly. Because except for Luffy, no one dares to waste Haki like this. Gall D. Roger. In terms of the power of Haki, Luffy in that parallel world is not as good as me. But in terms of the amount of Haki stored in his body, he has more Haki than me. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. What method did this monster use to cultivate Haki? It can quickly increase Haki's power. The amount of Haki can also be stored in his body in huge amounts. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. I once thought that there would be no so-called invincible man in this sea, but Luffy in that parallel world will really become invincible in the future. If not through a projection screen. Saw this fight. No one would dare to believe it. Would anyone dare to use Haki so unscrupulously? What's more terrible is, even releasing Haki so unscrupulously. He has always been like an abyss with no bottom. Tony Chopper. Although I don't quite understand what you are saying, but in short, Luffy from that parallel world is very good. All Chopper and the others could focus on was Luffy fighting off Momousagi. But people like Roger and Rox. But I saw it in Luffy. It has even more amazing potential than defeating Momousagi. They are 100% sure now. Just give Luffy strength to grow. He is truly invincible in the future. Because Luffy has figured out Haki. Haki's power may be unlimited. Haki's storage capacity is also unlimited. Jago Lucia Satan, damn it, it's getting more and more difficult. We in that parallel world must quickly discover the threat of this bastard Straw Hat Boy. Now they, 5 elders, are completely panicked. Of course they can see it. Luffy's talent, potential. It is countless times beyond their imagination. Now they can only hope. They in that parallel world. Be able to notice Luffy's threats quickly. Ask IM for instructions as soon as possible. Erase him. Otherwise it's really going to be over. Parallel world. Did you escape? Looking at Momousagi and the others leaving, Luffy scratched his head. Because Haki's fighting is matched only through swordsmanship. He is still unable to fully confirm his strength. But Luffy felt vaguely. My own strength can be regarded as one of the top of the sea. How's Luffy, you're not hurt? Nami suddenly threw herself into Luffy's arms and asked with concern. Without. Luffy shook his head and said, "It's so awesome, Luffy. You actually let such a strong man be helpless against you." Usopp praised excitedly. Luffy. At this moment, the dragon who had been hiding in the dark also appeared in front of Luffy. At this time, Long's face still maintained a surprised expression. Obviously, he has not yet recovered from the battle just now. After all, who the hell can think of his 17-year-old son? You can compete so well with naval headquarters, alternate Admiral Momousagi. What's wrong, Dad? Do you want to give me money again? Lu Okay Fei asked. It's not about money, it's about other things. Luffy, are you interested in joining our revolutionary army to help the boss? Long took a deep breath, calmed down his excitement and surprise, and spoke seriously. The battle I watched today. Long's evaluation of Luffy is too strong. It's really too strong. Now he finally understands. Why every time he asks Garp about Luffy's strength and talents, I will be prevaricated by Garp. Because if he had known that Luffy was so talented, I won't leave it to Garp to take care of. Even though it was difficult for the Revolutionary Army to develop at that time. He will definitely raise and protect Luffy himself. I'm not interested, I feel quite free now, Luffy shook his head. A look of regret appeared on Long's face. Really, I understand. But then he became extremely serious and said, But Luffy, you have to promise Daddy something. What's up? When you have a son, you must let your father raise him. Never let your grandfather Garp know about it. You must tell me first, okay? Even if it has been said once before. He felt it was necessary to solemnly say it again. Long knows that it is impossible for Luffy to join the Revolutionary Army. Now he has completely attracted the attention of Luffy's son, Skin. Luffy's talent is so strong. Then the heir must also be a monster among monsters. He doesn't want Luffy's son to become a Marine. After all, the reason why Dragon left Marine back then was, it's because he knows there is no justice in Marine that he wants to find. Yes, but actually I think you should discuss this matter with Grandpa, Dad, Luffy replied. Long, one. I went to discuss it with your grandfather, but he knocked me down with 2 punches. 82 Garp, I want to bring peace to the world and I will fight to the death. Whoever wins will have a. Really, I will discuss this with him, but I can't find him now, so I can't discuss it, so in short, if you have a son, just inform me first. 1. Why can't I find it? Grandpa is in East Blue now. What? He's in East Blue. The dragon was startled when he heard Luffy's words. Looking left and right, and turning on observation, Haki sensed his surroundings. He breathed a sigh of relief when he was sure there was no Garp breath. Ahem, don't scare Daddy casually, Luffy. Long Xian is now the leader of the Revolutionary Army. But Garp had beaten him a lot in the past. So he is afraid when it comes to Garp. Just now Luffy said Garp is in East Blue. Let Long think that Garp is in Log Town for a moment. If Garp knew that he was going to rob his great-grandson, Garp can't beat him to death with a few punches. Grandpa, he is really in East Blue, but I don't know where in East Blue. Garp brought the T-Dolphin, and Bogart said he wanted to wipe out the pirates in the entire East Blue. And rectifying military discipline in East Blue. I am definitely still in East Blue now. But at East Blue, Luffy doesn't know. Really? Then we must not be able to contact you, Long said with a look of regret. Don't you have Grandpa's phone bug? A1. I have a phone bug. But I dare not say such things to him. Forget it, in short, you just need to remember one thing. If your son is the first to contact Dad, please, Luffy, you must inform Dad first. This is the only thing Dad asks you to do. Long put his hands on Luffy's shoulders and said very solemnly. Okay, Luffy nodded. By the way, Luffy, there is one more thing I need to remind you, Long said suddenly. What's up? I just eliminated a group of people from the CP organization and learned from them that there will be celestial dragons heading from East Blue to the Grand Line during this period. Long said with a serious expression. 1. It is precisely because celestial dragons is going to the Grand Line. That's why the nearby CP organizations will check the situation in Log Town in advance. But when will celestial dragons go to Grand Line? Long is not sure, because Long hasn't asked about the specific situation yet. The arrested agent of the CP organization committed suicide. Celestial dragons. After hearing Long's words 30, Luffy fell into deep thought. He has also heard about the evil deeds of celestial dragons to some extent. Celestial dragons are one of the people he hates the most. You are going to the Grand Line next, right? Although if you want to go to the Grand Line, you need to pass through the Upside Down Mountain. But why long people go to the Grand Line through the Calm Belt? But the route to Upside Down Mountain is the same as the route to Calm Belt for some distance. If you want to go to the Grand Line, do it now. After all, you have caused a big mess in Log Town. It is not safe to stay here anymore. And if we delay our voyage in the future, we might even encounter celestial dragons on the road. So it should be the safest to go to sea now. The probability of encountering celestial dragons is not very high. But Luffy, listen carefully. If you encounter celestial dragons on the road, be sure not to fight with them, just avoid them. Don't attack them. Long warned seriously. Luffy has already fought Momousagi in Log Town after all. Luffy's reputation will probably become famous in Log Town in a short time. At that time, there may be a large number of Marines rushing forward to follow up in Log Town. This will definitely cause trouble for Luffy and the others. And let's not even mention Marine, because the dragon is in the mouth of CP organization agents. I learned that celestial dragons will be heading to the Grand Line during this period. As for whether the celestial dragons will go to the Grand Line today, now, or tomorrow, this is unknown. However, Long is thinking that the probability that celestial dragons will sail on a warship in the Calm Belt tomorrow and go to the Grand Line should be the highest. Unlikely today. After all, the CP organization used to detect dangers was destroyed in Log Town. Celestial dragons will definitely receive the news. They should also be aware of the danger, so they should not go out to sea today. Why can't you attack them? Luffy asked curiously. Celestial dragons are world nobles, the highest status people in the world. They claim to be descendants of gods. Once they are attacked, Marine will directly send the highest combat power Marine Admiral. Although your strength is almost equal to that guy Momousagi, I can actually tell that the female Marine named Momousagi is weird. For some reason, she doesn't seem to be using her full strength. Also, the true highest combat power of the naval headquarters, that is, the strength of the current Marine Seta, Admiral, is somewhat stronger than the Momousagi you encountered. And more importantly, Luffy, you can't be noticed by the world government. Your talent, upper limit, and potential are too high. If you are noticed by the world government, you have such terrifying potential at your age. The one who came to kill you then was not the Admiral of Naval Headquarters. It's the Knights of God. Long's face was extremely solemn, and he warned eloquently. When attacked, the Naval Headquarters' 3 admirals will be sent out, which are more powerful than that female Marine. It's too scary, celestial dragons. Usopp swallowed in horror when he heard this. Tinglong means that Momousagi can fight on par with Luffy without using all his strength. What if we use all our strength? Then what if the 3 admirals who come to hunt them down are stronger than Momousagi? Just thinking about Usopp makes my scalp numb. Knights of God, what is that? Zoro asked. Zoro has heard of 3 admirals, but I have never heard of the Knights of God. The Knights of God are the Imperial Guards belonging to the world government. They will not be dispatched unless something major happens that changes the world structure. But if they take action, there is no force in this world that they cannot eliminate. Luffy, if your talent is noticed by the world government, it will inevitably attract the pursuit of the Knights of God, so please listen carefully. You must not attack the Wylong people under any circumstances. You must promise Daddy. Seeing my biological son so strong. Long is naturally very proud and happy in his heart. But after all, he is just a son like Luffy. He doesn't want Luffy to be in danger or anything. I know I won't attack celestial dragons, Luffy nodded. From the mouth of the dragon, Luffy is naturally aware of the serious consequences of attacking celestial dragons. Luffy is well aware of his current strength. It's not enough to stand above everyone. We still need to continue to grow. So he will definitely not take the initiative to do anything risky. But speaking of which, Dad, what are the Calm Belt and Upside Down Mountain you just mentioned? Luffy asked curiously. After all, it was his first time to go to sea, and he still didn't know much about the sea. Upside Down Mountain is the entrance to the Grand Line. Sea currents from 4 different sea areas, West Blue, East Blue, North Blue, and South Blue, will flow backwards from 4 different rivers to the top of Upside Down Mountain. It will then converge into a stream of water, flowing to the Grand Line at the top of the mountain. This is the only way we can enter the Grand Line. But of course, Marine, world government's way of entering the Grand Line is different from ours. They will use the Calm Belt to sail. Calm Belt is as its name suggests. It is an area of sea where there is no wind and the current is still. In addition, there are a large number of sea kings in that area, which is extremely dangerous. The reason why we can't sail the Calm Belt is not because of sea kings. It's because our ships need to rely on wind and ocean currents to sail. And the Marine, world government has mastered the technology to sail without wind and ocean currents. In addition, They will lay sea stone factors on the base of the warships, so that the sea kings under the deep sea will not notice any abnormalities. Have a safe drive through the comm belt. Long gave Luffy a detailed answer. Is that so? Luffy said thoughtfully. The sea is really amazing. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. I really can't wait to go to Upside Down Mountain and see the Grand Line, Nami said excitedly. 1. Do you have anything else to ask, Luffy? Dad can answer it for you, Long asked. No more, Luffy shook his head. Anyway, just remember what Dad said. If you have a son, contact me first, and if you encounter celestial dragons during the voyage, don't provoke them. Do you understand? Long warned again uneasily. Monkey D. Garp, damn, why does this bastard keep staring at my great-grandson? Buddha's Sengoku. Wake up, Garp, you have no great-grandson. Even if Luffy in the parallel world has a son in the future, he is still not your great-grandson, but the great-grandson of Garp in the parallel world and has nothing to do with you. Monkey D. Garp, it's so noisy, Sengoku. There are so many system rewards that I can't believe there are no rewards that can travel through parallel worlds. Once I get it, I will definitely rush to that parallel world. Crane, what do you want to do, Garp? What do you want to do when you rush to the parallel world? Kyuzin, no, Mr. Garp, what are you doing in the parallel world? Monkey D. Garp, there can only be one Garp in this world, and that is Monkey D. Garp. I don't recognize the Garp in that parallel world, so I want to fight to the death with him. Whoever wins will be qualified to have great-grandchildren. Monkey D. Garp, by the way, I have to teach that bastard son from the parallel world a lesson for how dare he hit my great-grandson's attention. Golden Lion Shiki, you are so ruthless, Garp, to fight to the death with you. Douglas Bullet, I'm thinking about the Garp in that parallel world. After all, isn't it just you? Are you really willing to kill yourself, Garp? Monkey D. Garp, what can I do? It's me, isn't it? As long as I can hold my great-grandson, no one can stop me. Kaido of the Beasts, I thought you were just talking about Garp, but now I always feel that if you were given a reward for traveling through parallel worlds, you would really be able to do such a thing. Rox D. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. It's obvious that Garp really wants to personally cultivate a powerful marine soldier to fight against our group of pirates. Charlotte Linlin, at best I only kill my sons, but you kill yourself. I think I am not as good as you. Parallel world. Yeah, Luffy nodded. Then Dad will leave first, and the rest of the adventure is up to you. Go and carve out your own future on the sea. Hearing Luffy's answer, he left the place with a happy smile. The dragon cannot always be by Luffy's side. After all, this is Luffy's own adventure. Let's go, set sail for the Grand Line. Looking at the background of the dragon leaving, Luffy looked at his companion and said. Without hesitation, they prepared to head to the beach and take a boat to the Grand Line. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps in the distance. Luffy and others look back. I saw several pirates rushing toward them in fear. Behind the group of pirates, a marine was chasing. This marine is none other than someone else. It's Smoker. Smoker shouted while chasing. Stop! The Silver Wolf pirates have a bounty of 12 million bali. But as he spoke, he then noticed that Luffy and his group were standing in front of him. Monkey D. Luffy. Looking at the man in front of him, Smoker broke into cold sweat on his forehead. Luffy's battle with Momousagi. It has been photographed by Marine's war reporters. Marine in the entire log town now. Everyone knows that Luffy, who is almost evenly matched with Momousagi, is in Log Town. And Smoker is certainly aware of this. Luffy glanced at Smoker and didn't care. I plan to leave with my companions. Stop, Smoker shouted. What's the matter? Luffy turned around and said indifferently. If pirates appear in front of me, how can I watch you leave with my own eyes? Smoker is afraid of Luffy's strength. But as a righteous marine, he cannot back down. Even if the opponent is Luffy. White smoke. Without hesitation, Smoker quickly releases white smoke. Wants to attack Luffy. Just calm down a little bit. Luffy's face darkened. The next second, an unprecedented momentum emerged from Luffy's body. The astonishing force, like a rolling torrent and a roaring beast, roared and rushed towards Smoker. Shrouded in Luffy's amazing Conqueror's Haki. Smoker's eyes turned white on the spot, and he fainted and fell to the ground. Let's go. After using Conqueror's Haki to faint Smoker, Luffy left with his companions. Yuruj, the speed of falling was too fast. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Eustace Kid. It would be strange if he could survive for more than a second in front of the Straw Hat Kid in that parallel world. At this time, Smoker is just a colonel. Luffy can even beat Naval Headquarters alternate admiral. Wouldn't it be weird if a colonel couldn't be dropped in seconds? Trafalgar Law, the Straw Hat Master in our world, is still helpless when he encounters Smoker. If it weren't for the arrival of his father, Dragon, he would have been captured. But Luffy in that parallel world met Smoker and killed him within 3 seconds. Capone Bidget, this Marine named Smoker is really brave. Even Naval Headquarters alternate admiral couldn't defeat the Straw Hat Kid for a while, but he still dared to take action brazenly. Kaido of the Beasts, grrrrrrrr, what a reckless man. Edward Newgate, how do you, Kaido, have the right to criticize others? Smoker, if I shrink back in the face of powerful pirates, how can I pursue the justice in my heart? Sakazuki, well said, Smoker. You are a great Marine and I admire you very much. Chapter 80, 3 Celestial Dragons want to steal Nami. Celestial Dragons will be declared dead, please beg. After using Conqueror's Haki to stun Smoker and make him faint. Luffy took his companions with him, getting on the boat and preparing to go over Upside Down Mountain to the Grand Line. It didn't take long. Momousagi and Tashigi rushed to the place where Smoker fainted. Colonel Smoker. Seeing Smoker fainting, Tashigi quickly squatted down and shook his body. He is not seriously injured. He was just stunned and fainted by Monkey D. Luffy's Conqueror's Haki. But with the extent of that man's Conqueror's Haki, he would have to faint until at least the night. Momousagi crossed his arms in front of his chest and said calmly, "What should we do now, Momousagi-sama? Are we still going to hunt down Monkey D. Luffy?" Tashigi asked. After Momousagi left after fighting with Luffy, they did not request support from their superiors or anything. Momousagi just called Garp and told him that Luffy was indeed very powerful. Then he chatted with Garp for a while. And the reason why Tashigi said he wanted to hunt down Luffy. This is actually what Momousagi proposed. And of course chasing Luffy is fake. Momousagi is just making an excuse. I want to go talk to Luffy while they are alone. Although Smoker's life is not in danger, he still needs someone to take care of him. How about this, Tashigi? You stay here and take care of Smoker, and I'll go hunt down Monkey D. Luffy. Tao Ming suggested. There are so many Marines in Log Town. Can't you just pick up a Marine and take care of Smoker? Sister Momousagi, it's too dangerous for you to go after Monkey D. Luffy and the others alone. Let me go with you. Tashigi shook his head. No need, I'm enough by myself. How can this be done? Monkey D. Luffy has several companions. You can't handle it alone, so let me help you, Tashigi said forcefully. I can easily kill Luffy's group of companions in an instant, so my enemy is only Luffy. I am enough. You should take good care of Smoker. You just said that Colonel Smoker is fine, so he will get better without my taking care of him. After all, Monkey D. Luffy's Conqueror's Haki is incredibly powerful, so it's difficult to ensure that Smoker's life is not in danger. Someone must take care of him. I think the most suitable candidate is you, Insiki, Tioji said with a serious expression. Tashigi was about to say something, but was interrupted by Momousagi. Luffy and his companions are all extremely evil people. I have thought about it carefully. It is still too dangerous for you to go. I can go alone. Yuruj, no, are the two of them really going to hunt down the Straw Hat Boy? Trafalgar Law, although I say I'm going to hunt down the Straw Hat Master, I always feel like something's wrong. Eustace Kid, it's not just you, even I can feel it. They don't look like they are going to hunt down the Straw Hat Kid. They feel like they are having a tryst with an old friend for many years. Achoku, why do these two guys feel like they are scrambling to see Straw Hat? Byandy Wald, there is no intention of war or killing in their words. As you said, Achoku, they are rushing to see the Straw Hat Kid, not fighting him. Ghost Spider, what nonsense are you bastard pirates talking about? Momousagi Vice Admiral has a great responsibility and a righteous heart, and decided to hunt down the Straw Hat Kid alone. How can it turn into a tryst with an old friend in your mouth? Stop, you're kidding. Don't insult us, Marine, you damn guys. Doberman, Momousagi Vice Admiral is obviously worried about Tashiga's safety, so he refuses to let Tashigi accompany him. Don't misinterpret the meaning, you bastards. Marco, I feel like the Marines named Tashigi and Momousagi all fell in love with Straw Hat Kid, so they plan to hunt down Straw Hat Kid alone without any Marine soldiers. However, Momousagi thought about it carefully and thought that he could take Straw Hat Kid to himself. That's why I didn't let Tashigi accompany me. Kong, nonsense. How could Momousagi have such an idea? Momousagi, no matter what, I am a righteous Marine, Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 1st Division. In the parallel world, I obviously intend to risk my life and fight the Straw Hat crew alone, which is not what you said at all. She fell in love with the Straw Hat Boy and wanted to monopolize the Straw Hat Boy. Although Momousagi can also feel it. Myself in that parallel world is a little weird. But she also has to clear her name, because she is the only one who can do it. Tsuru, Momousagi will not fall in love with someone casually, especially if the person is a pirate, even if that person is Garp's grandson, even if that Straw Hat Boy is extremely unusual. Momousagi, Sister Crane, you still understand me. After a dispute between Momousagi and Tashigi, Tashigi finally sighed helplessly and stayed in Log Town. Momousagi, on the other hand, was riding a battleship to pursue Luffy and others alone. The other side. Aboard the Melee. During the voyage, Luffy guided armament Haki to repair the bridge for Usopp and Sanji. Guide observation Haki to practice for Nami. After all, Nami had already awakened and mastered armament Haki when she was in Kakoja village. After guiding a few people, Luffy prepares to mentor Zoro Conqueror's entangled power. Can I really learn Conqueror's Haki? Didn't I just awaken Conqueror's Haki not long ago? Zoro was stunned when he heard Luffy say that he wanted to teach himself to be dominant. He once heard Shimetsuki Kashiro say, Conqueror's entanglement is a power that only a very few strong men in this world can master. That is the power that can stand on top of the world. Zoro wonders. It's been less than a week since I awakened Conqueror's Haki. How to learn to be a master? Conqueror's Haki has been awakened. Why do you think you can't master the power of Conqueror's entanglement? It's not that difficult, Luffy said slowly. Achoku, hey, it's fake, right? It's been less than a week since Roronoa Zoro awakened Conqueror's Haki, and Straw Hat said he could teach him Conqueror's rap. Kaido of the Beasts, don't be ridiculous. Conqueror's entanglement is a power that only a very few strong people in this world can master. Looking at the world, there are no more than 20 people who can master Conqueror's entanglement. Kaido of the Beasts, if you want to master Conqueror's coil, you must have the extremely powerful Conqueror's Haki. If you don't have it, it will be absolutely impossible to awaken it. Conqueror's Haki is a rare power in this world. Not to mention Conqueror's entanglement. Today's world. Except for the powerful men at the level of generals. Who else has mastered Batang? No. Absolutely not. Unless the strength reaches a level close to that of a general, and one has terrifying courage and spirit. Make your Conqueror's Haki powerful to a certain extent. In this situation, only then can you have an epiphany and master the power of Conqueror's entanglement. Although Luffy in that parallel world did surprise Kaido countless times. But to say that he can teach an awakened Conqueror's Haki, Zoro, who has been less than a week old, has mastered the power of Haki. Kaido would never believe it no matter what. Charlotte Linlin, Mama, that guy Kaido is right. If you want to master the power of Bamatang, you need to master the extremely powerful Conqueror's Haki. And if you want to master the extremely powerful Conqueror's Haki, you must make your mental strength and courage reach the standard. Charlotte Linlin, it is undeniable that the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world does have a way to cultivate spirit and courage. Charlotte Linlin, But if he wants Roronoa Zoro to learn Conqueror's entanglement, he must let the other party practice nearly 10 years of mental strength and courage to make Conqueror's Haki up to standard. Only then can he learn and master the power of Conqueror's entanglement. Rocks D, it's okay. Rocks D. Rocks D. Rocks D Zebek. But if it is water in the cup, that is, when Conqueror's Haki is not strong enough, normally it is indeed impossible to guide and utilize that Haki. Rocks D. The meaning of rocks is very simple. That's the people of their world. Not enough to really know Haki. Whether it's weapon color or knowledge color, Conqueror's is all the same. Be aware of the weapon color and Conqueror's Haki. They can all be wrapped around the arm or sword for fighting. But armament Haki can be learned by any strong person. If that's the case, then why not Conqueror's entanglement? They have the powerful Conqueror's Haki on the sea. The reason why Conqueror's Haki cannot be learned at a stage when Conqueror's Haki is very weak. Just because they don't know how to guide the Conqueror's Haki in their bodies and release it on their arms. And a strong person who can master Conqueror's entanglement. Just because their Conqueror's Haki reaches a very high level. It's like the water in the cup has overflowed. Even if they don't consciously sense the power within their bodies. You can also clearly feel the Haki flowing out of your body. In this way, you will naturally master the power of Conqueror's entanglement. Please give me flowers. But what if you mastered the way the boot released Conqueror's Haki draped over your arm? It's not much simpler. Just like learning armament Haki. Wouldn't it be nice to channel that Conqueror's Haki power out of your body? Golden Lion Shiki. Rocks. You mean that the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world has mastered the training method of how to guide and release the Conqueror's Haki in the body to fight on the arm? Ah Choku, that's an exaggeration, Captain Rocks. How could anyone do such a thing? ROCK, S Japanese symbol D. John, you don't have to explain Captain Rocks so many times. We understand what you mean, but the question is, can anyone really guide the Conqueror's Haki in the body and cover it on the arm like he guided armament Haki? Gal D. Roger. The only thing that is certain is that there is no one in our world who can do such a thing. They don't even know how to cultivate spiritual power and courage. Not to mention the more esoteric ones. It can make people who have just awakened Conqueror's Haki. Guide the Conqueror's Haki in your body to cover your arms and learn the power of domination. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. I have lived for most of my life and have never heard of such a cultivation method, but if it were the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world, I think he might be able to do such a thing. Copper Jabba, amazing, amazing. If the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world can really do this kind of thing, his terror in my mind will be multiplied several times over. 0. Kong, damn it, what a terrifying man. If you can master the spiritual power and spirit training method, forget it. If you can truly master the Conqueror's Haki training method, then forget it. Kong, but this guy can even help a man who has just awakened Conqueror's Haki within a week to learn the power of Conqueror's entanglement. Kong, fortunately, this kind of monster has not appeared in our sea. It started when Luffy mastered armament Haki at the age of 5. Kong was already numb with shock. But as the video continues to play, he just discovered Luffy. It was countless times more terrifying than he imagined. Now he can only be happy. Fortunately, such a man did not appear in their sea. Sakazuki, Commander Sora, don't believe the nonsense of those pirates. In the final analysis, this is just their guess. It is speculated that Luffy in the parallel world has mastered the cultivation method of guiding the Conqueror's Haki in the body to cover his arms and mastering the tyranny. Sakazuki, but no one knows whether this is the case. Buddha's Sengoku, Sakazuki is right. In the final analysis, it was just the speculation of the pirates. Golden Lion Shiki, I rarely agree with you Marines. Unless the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world can really make that Roronoa Zoro learn to dominate, I won't believe it. After all, it's because what Rock said is too exaggerated. Because no one can learn Conqueror's Haki so soon after awakening Conqueror's Haki. Batang is the most powerful force in the world. Parallel world. Luffy seriously teaches Zoro how to learn Conqueror's winding. It didn't take long. Nami rushed over and said in panic, "Oh no, Luffy, there is a marine warship approaching us." "Marine, are the pursuers coming?" Luffy said calmly. "They just left Log Town not long ago." So it was expected that Marine would catch up. But he doesn't know who will be chasing him. A boom! The next second, a huge cannonball appeared directly in the sky above the melee. Shua! Zoro suddenly drew his sword and cut off the high-altitude cannonball. "Are you taking the initiative to attack? If you want to fight, then let's hit it." Luffy clenched his fist and said. No hesitation. Luffy came to the ship's rail, released observation Haki, and began to survey the enemy's situation. But what makes Luffy feel strange is, he did not feel the aura of a strong man on the warship. He originally thought that the person chasing him would be at least a Momousagi-level expert. When Luffy is confused, I saw a huge luxury warship slowly approaching their ship. Luffy raised his head slightly. See the position of the warship's rail. Standing there is a celestial dragon wearing a bubble helmet. "That woman is so beautiful, grab her quickly, I want her to be my wife." Celestial dragons pointed at Nami and said, very good, very good. If you dare to distract my crew, you will never survive," Luffy said with a serious look on his face. Long, 84 Garp publicly insulted celestial dragons. Marine's top executives stood in support of the gang and Luffy really doesn't know. How dare these people act so wildly in front of him? At least send out an admiral to be qualified to be crazy in front of him. Just when Luffy was about to take action, Nami quickly dissuaded him. "Wait a minute, Luffy. Don't rush into action, yet have you forgotten what your dad said? The person wearing the bubble helmet is a Wylong man, and that man is wearing a bubble helmet. When I was in Log Town." Long then reminded him. These days, the fleet of celestial dragons may sail through Log Town to the Grand Line. I thought that celestial dragons knew, after the CP organization in Log Town was destroyed, should be able to avoid danger. We will sail again in a few days. But what they didn't expect was, they just went to sea not long ago. See the fleet directly encountering the celestial dragons. Nami still remembers it. The dragon said that once it attacks the celestial dragons, then naval headquarters, highest combat power, the Marine Admiral, will be dispatched. Besides, it will also put Luffy in the spotlight. Once it attracts the attention of the world government, let the world government know that Luffy's talent is extremely powerful. The one dispatched by then will not be the Marine Admiral, but the Praetorian Guards of the world government, the Knights of God. Are these guys the celestial dragons? Hearing Nami's words, Luffy noticed. Celestial dragons are wearing bubble helmets on their heads, exactly in line with Long's description of celestial dragons. But what Luffy didn't expect was, why do these celestial dragons seem to have no strength at all? Logically speaking, as a world noble, you have the world's resources in your hands. If they want to become stronger, the Admiral of Naval Headquarters, the Marshal, and even the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces must have 090 to act as a teacher. Luffy originally thought that the celestial dragons should be people of extraordinary strength. But he never thought that these weak celestial dragons might not be able to defeat an ordinary person. How do such people become celestial dragons? This guy is a celestial dragon. Why does he look stupid? Zoro said contemptuously. What did you say, you untouchable? Not only did you not kneel down to me when you saw me, you even dared to insult me. Do you know who I am? A low-level untouchable like you really deserves to die. After hearing Zoro's words, the celestial dragons suddenly became furious. As world nobles, celestial dragons walk sideways on the sea. Pirates usually have to avoid them when they see them. Even the 4 emperors dare not offend them at all. Kill a stupid pig after all. Introduction to Admiral of Headquarters. This is extremely uneconomical for anyone. Celestial dragons have been at the top of the world since they were born. No one has ever dared to insult them. They are aloof and regard human life as nothing. Today is the first time this celestial dragons has been insulted. Hand over the woman Saint Rhodes likes immediately, otherwise you will wait to be destroyed. The man in black next to celestial dragons scolded with a cold expression. Peng! As the voice of the man in black fell, celestial dragons took out the pistol directly from his waist and pulled the trigger. A bullet hit the man in black in the forehead. The man in black immediately fell to the ground. Did I let you speak? Not only do I want that woman, but no one on the ship is alive. Kill them immediately. Celestial dragons sniffed and put the gun back. Celestial dragons have never treated anyone as a living being. For them, it's all about killing whoever they want. There is no need to bear the consequences at all. Even your own people. Seeing this scene, Nami covered her mouth in surprise. Celestial dragons are so cruel. Usopp was also frightened and swallowed his saliva. What are we going to do, Luffy? We can't hand over our companions no matter what. Otherwise it will be a betrayal of Miss Nami. Sanji lit a cigarette and asked Luffy seriously. Actually, the situation they are facing now. It is very dangerous. There is no way they can hand Nami over to the celestial dragons. Besides, even if it is handed over to celestial dragons, the other party plans to dry them all. But if you are fighting celestial dragons, that will trigger the pursuit of Admiral, the highest combat power of naval headquarters. It will even expose Luffy to the world government. You may face pursuit. Monkey D. Garp. How dare the damn celestial dragons hit the attention of my granddaughter-in-law from the parallel world. Buddha's Sengoku. Hey Garp, this is a chat room. Watch your words and deeds. Kong, Garp, shut up. Celestial dragons will also see what you say. Forget it, I will punish Garp on behalf of your world government. Garp, when this comparison video is over, you will immediately add 100,000 words of review to me. Let's just say it's your fault in the chat room. Crane, I hope you, the world government, will not blame Garp. Garp has no ill intentions and is just a little emotional. Momousagi, that's right. Mr. Garp didn't mean any harm, he was just a little emotional. I hope you can forgive him. Kyuzin, ah la la. On behalf of Mr. Garp, I would like to apologize to you celestial dragons. Bogart, I have to say, you celestial dragons are a bit too much. That woman named Nami is Mr. Garp's granddaughter-in-law no matter what. T. Dolphin, Bogart is right. You celestial dragons are also at fault for this, so you can't take Mr. Garp's excited speech in the chat room as an excuse. Poruzalino, Mr. Garp has shed blood and sweat for Marine and made great military exploits. You should forgive him for this little thing, right? Garp was seen insulting celestial dragons in the chat room. No one in the entire naval headquarters was not panicked. Many senior officials from naval headquarters stood up to speak for Garp. After all, the status of celestial dragons is too noble. On weekdays, Garp would just complain to them secretly about celestial dragons. But now, Garp spoke in the chat room. This chat room is open to the whole world. Anyone can see it. Once the celestial dragons were held accountable for what Garp said. Garp will be somewhat troublesome. Gal D. Roger. Well done, Garp. The celestial dragons are just a bunch of stupid pigs. Copper Jabba. Garp, you're a good guy. You stole everything I wanted to say. Kaido of the Beasts. Although I hate you Marines, I hate those superior world governments even more. This time you insulted the celestial dragons, I support you, Garp. When Kaido was a child, he was born in the Woka Kingdom in the New World, which could not afford the gold from the sky. He has experienced war since he was young. At that time, Kaido was often puzzled. Why should they listen to the celestial dragons? Why do you have to hand over heavenly gold to seek asylum? As he searches for answers, time passed quickly and his age reached 10 years old. At only 10 years old, he became the strongest soldier in the Woka Kingdom. But in the end, he was betrayed by his own king. Sold to world government. It was from that moment on. His hatred for the world government has reached an unprecedented level. And Kaido's dream is also very simple. That is to launch a war that sweeps the world. Bring down all the celestial dragons who are so proud and lazy. Create a world where only force can determine social status. This move, There is no doubt that he wants to destroy all the celestial dragons. After all, the celestial dragons have far too much force. Pluton's silver Rayleigh. Standing at the top of the world, they consider themselves descendants of gods, but they have committed more evil deeds than our group of pirates. This group of people really makes me deeply disgusted. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. In my many years of sailing, I have seen countless dirty and disgusting hearts, but the celestial dragons are the only people I don't want to get close to at all. As long as I get close to them, I will nausea. Their hearts are more evil and evil than anyone else. Red Earl's observation, Haki can sense a person's heart. Because he is born with such power. He has been accustomed to the dangers of human nature since he was a child. This is how he has been alone since he went to sea. That's exactly why. He is called the Aloof Red. But let's talk about the most disgusting feeling the Red Earl felt. Then it has to be celestial dragons. The Red Earl doesn't even want to get close to the celestial dragons. He didn't even think of killing them. I just feel like my hands will be dirty. Saint Jagalusha Satan, shut up, you lowly ants dare to judge us. It's so ridiculous that you are just a mere pirate. Marcas Maz Saint, you pirates are the most disgusting people in this sea. You are like moths that can't be driven away. Saint Topman Vauchuli, I advise you to shut your mouth obediently, otherwise you will be faced with disaster. Rox D. When everyone is arguing in the chat room. Suddenly, there was a systematic voice. Reached everyone's ears. Ding, the 1-minute time limit Q&A begins. Question, faced with today's situation, what would Luffy choose? A. Luffy chose to hand Nami over to the celestial dragons and begged the celestial dragons for their forgiveness. B. Luffy refused to hand over Nami to the celestial dragons and killed the celestial dragons. C. Luffy refused to hand over Nami to the celestial dragons and beat him up. D. Luffy chose to escape by boat instead of fighting the celestial dragons. Kong, another round of multiple choice questions. Monkey D. Garp, I choose B. Luffy refused to hand over Nami to the celestial dragons and killed the celestial dragons. Kong, hey Garp, you're going to die. Kong never expected. Garp's resentment towards celestial dragons is so great. First in the chat room just now. Blatantly insulting the celestial dragons. And now I directly choose B. Even if Garp chooses C, Luffy refuses to hand Nami over to the celestial dragons and beats him up. Kong is not too panicked. Because answer C is just Luffy fighting the celestial dragons. But what the hell, Luffy directly killed the celestial dragons. Beat him up and kill him. This is completely different in nature. A beating would at best be considered a provocation to the world government. But killing this is equivalent to declaring war on the world government. Become a hero of naval headquarters. Choose this answer openly in a chat room. It really shocked Kong into a cold sweat. Buddha's Sengoku. Sorry, 5 elders gentlemen. Garp was a little excited and misread the answer. He actually wanted to choose D. Crane, B and D are somewhat similar after all, so it makes sense that I might be mistaken. Cusin, Ms. He is right. B and D are somewhat similar. It makes sense that Mr. Garp is wrong. Kong, yes, what they said is correct. Garp just made the wrong choice. Jago Lucia Satan, No one can see it. Garp chose B on purpose. Obviously, he has a lot of resentment towards their world government. However, there are many marine executives who speak for Garp. Naturally, the 5 elders did not dare to have random attacks. Bogart, how should I put it? Even if the celestial dragons were really killed by Luffy, no matter what, it still happened in a parallel world. You can't blame Mr. Garp for this, right? We are just guessing the answer. As for what the Straw Hat Boy in that parallel world will do, no one can be sure. T. Dolphin, what Mr. Bogart said makes sense. I'll choose D, I'll choose B. Luffy refused to hand over Nami to the celestial dragons and killed the celestial dragons. Bindy Wald, didn't you choose D? Why did you choose B? T. Dolphin, no, I chose the wrong one. Sorry, like Mr. Garp, I got the wrong answer, so I chose the wrong one. Kaido of the Beasts, that's all right. Who doesn't know that you are here to protect that old guy Garp? Douglas Bullet, You are truly a hero of naval headquarters, Garp. Even if you confront the world government head-on, there are still people who dare to stand on your side. Jaehin, is this the prestige of the hero Garp among Marines? It's really terrifying. Quinn, this old guy is even more amazing than I thought. Only today did they truly see it. How strong is Garp's prestige among Marines? Blatantly insulting celestial dragons in chat rooms. However, a large group of Marine executives stood up and spoke. And this group of senior executives are all the top executives. Even Garp blatantly chose the answer to celestial dragon's death. They also dared to stand up and clear their name. Even if the 5 elders saw all this, they would not dare to attack at will. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. I see that none of you chose the answer, so I will also choose B. Luffy refused to hand over 0.7 Nami to the celestial dragons and killed the celestial dragons. Kaido of the Beasts. Although I don't think that with the character of the Straw Hat Boy, he would run away when facing the celestial dragons or hand over his woman to the celestial dragons, but I'm afraid it's still a matter of killing the celestial dragons. It's unlikely, at most it's just to teach him a lesson. Kaido of the Beasts. I choose C. Luffy refused to give Nami to the celestial dragons and beat up the celestial dragons. Kaido believes it. Luffy should be a sane person. No matter what. Longyi warned him again and again. Never attack celestial dragons. Not to mention killing the celestial dragons. So Luffy even faced the rude behavior of celestial dragons. Very angry. But you should also exercise restraint. Just beat up the celestial dragons, not kill them. Charlotte Linlin, Mama, your answer is also incorrect, Kaido. With Straw Hat's strength, it is too easy to escape from the celestial dragons. As long as you escape, nothing will happen and you will not be offended. Celestial dragons, targeted by the world government. Charlotte Linlin, I choose D. Luffy does not fight the celestial dragons and chooses to escape in a boat. Cracker, choose D. Perospero, choose D. Katakuri, no. Mom, that Straw Hat Boy will never run away. I don't believe a man like him would choose to run away. Charlotte Linlin, Katakuri, are you questioning my decision? Katakuri, no, not Mom. Charlotte Linlin, then shut up. Jago Lucia Satan, I want to see if the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world dares to attack the celestial dragons or even kill him. Marcus Maz, once he dares to take action against the celestial dragons, and if we in that parallel world know about it, then what awaits the Straw Hat Boy in that parallel world will be a disaster. Chapter 85, The Death of Celestial Dragons. The Admiral, the Knights of God are dispatched. Please be. Topman Vauchery. Let us see the courage of the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world. To be honest, the current 5 elders are also praying. Luffy will attack the celestial dragons. Even kill the celestial dragons. Because they stand from God's perspective. Is the clearest. Luffy's strength, talent, and upper limit in that parallel world. How terrible it is. But the problem is that they don't know much about the parallel world yet. Once the Luffy in that parallel world grows up, then the world government will face an unprecedented crisis. But if Luffy attacks the celestial dragons, or even kills the celestial dragons, just for his evil deeds, their world government also has reason to dispatch Marine Admiral. And if we conduct a detailed investigation on Luffy, when I learned that he could even compete with Momousagi in Log Town, they can directly dispatch the Knights of God. While Luffy hasn't grown up yet, just wipe it out. Lose a celestial dragons and kill a top monster that could threaten the world government. This is very worthwhile in their opinion. Parallel world. Kill them. Luffy looked at the celestial dragons standing in front of the warship's railing and said with murderous intent on his face. Although the dragon warned him, he must not provoke the celestial dragons. But the problem is that they are not the ones messing with the celestial dragons now. It's the celestial dragons who provoke them. That celestial dragons is not only attracting Nami's attention, he even threatened to kill them all. If they directly drive the boat to escape now, you can indeed escape and nothing will happen. But the problem is, The word escape has never crossed Luffy's mind. Run away when you encounter a mere celestial dragons. How will he stand above everyone in the future? Become the freest man in this sea. The reason why Luffy chose to kill the celestial dragons instead of just beating them up. That's because of a beating. Celestial dragons will definitely report the situation to the superiors. But if you kill him, then destroy the body and eliminate all traces. Who knew they were the ones who killed the celestial dragons? Without conclusive evidence, no one can prove that he killed the celestial dragons. When he thought of this, Luffy was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, activate observation Haki and survey the surrounding area to the maximum extent of your ability. Make sure there is no one around before taking action. I understand, let's go. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro also pulled out the blade Bitwato Ikamanji in his mouth, holding Yukazai in his left hand, and third-generation Kaitsu in his right hand. Third-generation Kaitsu in his hand. I found it in the barrel of the shop owner in Logtown. He didn't go looking for this knife on purpose. But it was because Momousagi suddenly entered the store at that time. He randomly picked a sword and formed a three-sword style to prepare for battle. I just chose this knife. Kill the celestial dragons? We are really crazy, Sanji gulped. Although I am a little scared inside. But Luffy has already spoken, and the rest of the crew can only go up. Bulu bulu. Bulu bulus. At this moment, there was a call from the celestial dragons fleet. St. Rhodes, this is a call from St. Charles. A man in black respectfully came to celestial dragons to report. Hearing this, celestial dragons picked up the phone and put it to his ear. Holy Rhodes, the triennial hunting conference will start in a few months. Where are you now? I'm waiting for you at Sabyati Archipelago. The voice of St. Charles came from the other side of the phone. St. Charles is the celestial dragons that Luffy attacked at the Sabyati Archipelago auction. I am currently driving through the calm belt to the Grand Line in East Blue, but on the way I met a group of annoying guys. Not only that, I also saw a very beautiful woman. I was planning to snatch her away and be mine. Where is his wife? St. Rhodes replied. Ha ha ha, really? Did you meet any low-class people on the road? Just kill them all. Anyway, Marine's lackeys will handle the funeral for us, so I'll go to Sabyati first. Archipelago is waiting for you. By the way, report to me when you grab that woman. I want to see what kind of woman can catch your eye. After St. Charles left these words, he hung up the phone directly. Rubber rubber. The moment he hung up the phone, Luffy directly used Devil Fruit's ability and stretched out his arms to grab the railing of the ship. The next moment, he appeared directly in front of the celestial dragons. What do you want to do? Seeing Luffy suddenly appearing in front of him, St. Rhodes suddenly panicked. Quickly pulls out a pistol and points it at Luffy. Bold, how dare a mere pariah dare to approach St. Rhodes like this? Many men in black raised their firearms and pointed them at Luffy. However, they did not dare to act rashly. Because Luffy and Rhodes Saint are too close. They are afraid of hurting Rhodes Saint. Be careful, this guy is demon fruit power. A Marine Vice Admiral came out of the cabin and looked at Luffy warily. Celestial dragons are usually equipped with a Marine Vice Admiral when sailing. Marine. Luffy glanced at Marine Vice Admiral and said coldly, Get away from St. Rhodes quickly, you bastard pirate. Those who dare not wait for you will be torture worse than death, Marine Vice Admiral scolded. The fact that Luffy is Garp's grandson. Except for Marine's top executives and people very close to Garp. Others don't know anything about it. So this Marine Vice Admiral naturally doesn't know who Luffy is. Fortunately, I didn't join Marine. It would be so pathetic if I joined Marine. I need to protect such a fool. Luffy sighed. Kill someone if they disagree. When I see a beautiful woman, I plan to snatch her away directly. And if you are a Marine, you have to protect people like this. It's really sad. Bold, how dare a mere pirate insult St. Rhodes like this? After hearing Luffy's words, Marine Vice Admiral suddenly became angry. Holding the blade around armament Haki, he rushed directly towards Luffy. His orders are to protect the celestial dragons. If Celestial Dragons is even a little bit dangerous or unhappy, his position will be lost. So now he must kill Luffy and make the Celestial Dragons happy. When Marine Vice Admiral wanted to get close to Luffy, Zoro suddenly stopped him in front of him with his hand in hand. "We can't let you stop our captain, your opponent is me," Zoro sneered. "Just a pirate with 10 million bully," Marine Vice Admiral said disdainfully. Dang, dang, dang. The blades of the two of them collided continuously. Amidst the flash of swords and shadows, they have launched dozens of rounds of attacks against each other. How is it possible? How can it be so strong? Marine Vice Admiral said in disbelief. He originally thought he was a pirate with a bounty of 10 million bully. With his strength, it is completely easy to win. But he never expected it. Zoro's sword energy is so sharp, Haki is so strong. The battle lasted only a moment, and he was already a little overwhelmed. You know, he is the Marine Vice Admiral. Although it is said that I got promoted step by step, because I knelt and licked Celestial Dragons. And it's just a branch Vice Admiral, not as good as the main Vice Admiral. But his strength is not weak among the entire naval headquarters. But he never expected that he would be pressed down and beaten by Zoro today. Devil's windy feet. Flamingo. Sanji used his powerful legs to jump onto the warship and directly attacked the bodyguards of the men in black next to Celestial Dragons. Usopp, on the other hand, uses a slingshot remotely and launches a flamingo to attack. The battle lasts less than 10 seconds. All the bodyguards in black on the ship were killed. Shua. Zoro swung his sword suddenly, knocking the blade out of Marine Vice Admiral's hand. Facing enemies, Zoro never shows mercy. Hold the blade and cut off Marine Vice Admiral's head directly. In an instant, everyone on the entire warship has been cleared. Only St. Rhodes is left. What do you want to do? Do you know who I am? I am Celestial Dragons. I am the most noble race in the world, if you kill me. It is equivalent to declaring war with Marine, the world government, and no one of you can survive. It was her honor to let that woman become my wife. You should thank me. Although St. Rhodes is a little scared at the moment. But after all, he is used to being arrogant and domineering, and he will never give in. Instead, he threatened Luffy and others. Declare war with Marine, the world government, although I can't do such a thing now, but it won't be far away. As for Nami you are talking about, she is my companion. I will not let go of anyone who wants to bully my companion, even if you are Celestial Dragons. The words fall. Luffy wrapped around armament Haki from his fist, and his whole body was full of momentum. Bastard, you will regret it if you kill me. Celestial Dragons roared. Peng. Luffy clenched the fist entwined with the weapon color and Conqueror's Haki, then charged up the force briefly, and then punched out fiercely. There was a loud noise. Celestial Dragon's bubble helmet was directly destroyed. His body was also like a meteor, flying out of the ship at extremely high speed. As for how far it flew, hundreds of meters, how many kilometers? Luffy is unclear. But he only knew one thing. He was able to withstand the punch from his entangled weapon color and Conqueror's Haki head-on. Not even the Marine Vice Admiral could survive. Of course, the Vice Admiral mentioned here needs to exclude Garp. Not to mention the mere Celestial Dragons. Uruj really kill. He killed the Celestial Dragons. Trafalgar Law, the Straw Hat Master in that parallel world, has a really fiery temper. When he hits a Celestial Dragons, his fists are wrapped with such rich armed colors and Conqueror's Haki. Kira, if such a punch hits me, I will definitely die, let alone that Celestial Dragons. This guy actually dares to do something that we can't even imagine. I killed one of the Celestial Dragons. Nami so awesome. The Luffy in their world just beat up the Celestial Dragons in the Sabayati archipelago. But it didn't kill. But Luffy from that parallel world. Because of the anger, the Celestial Dragons wanted to steal him as his wife. Luffy punched him to death. To be honest, Nami can now be said to be very envious of herself in that parallel world. What a wonderful person to meet, such a wonderful person. Such a protective captain. Achuku hahaha, this guy, he's so bold. Kaido of the Beasts, did he really kill him, this reckless man? Kaido thought that Luffy would at most teach the celestial dragons a lesson. But he never expected that Luffy would be bold enough to kill the celestial dragons with one punch. Kyuzin, ah la la, have you taken action after all, Straw Hat? Crane, what a crazy move. Monkey D. Garp, ha ha ha. Well done, my grandson from the parallel world. Kong, Garp, please stop saying a few words. 530 T. Dolphin, there is no need to be so nervous, Commander Kong. Anyway, those who died were the celestial dragons of that parallel world, not the celestial dragons of our world, so the world politics. There is no reason for the government to punish us. T. Dolphin and Mr. Garp and I both chose B as the answer. This time we got the answer right and got a reward. Bogart, if I had known I would have chosen B sooner, then the rewards for this round would have been contracted by our Marine. But unfortunately, the last spot was taken by Rayleigh. Hull. After Garp and T, Dolphin choose answer B. Bogart is also thinking about choosing B. But Rayleigh was faster than him and chose B early. D. Roger, what a relief, this is how we should treat these stupid Wylong people. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. As expected of Luffy from that parallel world, he even dared to kill one of the celestial dragons in order to protect his companions. Charlotte Linlin, damn it, why doesn't this guy run away? The answer selected by Charlotte Linlin. It was Luffy who drove the ship away without fighting the celestial dragons. She originally thought she had this answer. Probably the most likely. But I didn't expect it. Not only did Luffy not run away, he even punched celestial dragons to death. Douglas Bullet. While it's refreshing to see those stupid celestial dragons killed, the Straw Hats of that world are in trouble, killing a celestial dragon. Humans and attacking celestial dragons are two completely different things. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. It depends on how the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world saves the day, if the incident of killing the celestial dragons is not handled well this time. He is in great danger. Jago Lucia Satan Saint, very good, very good. Kill the celestial dragons, right? If that Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world can live for another week, our group will. The guy could just die. Marca's Maz Saint. He made an extremely stupid decision, and that was to kill the celestial dragons. Saint Topman Vauchery. As long as we in the other world get this information and directly ask Lord Iam for instructions, the Marine Admiral and the Knights of God can all be dispatched. It will definitely kill him. Shepherd Peter. I mastered Ba Tang at the age of only 17. I also mastered the spiritual power, the cultivation method of courage, and a complete epiphany to understand the color of weapons, the color of seeing and hearing, and the color of Ba. With King Haki's original power, such a monster is rare, but it's a pity that he took the wrong path and embarked on the path of a pirate. Isenbalin V. Nesthuro Sage. Just be careful, that Straw Hat kid from the parallel world will definitely die. They are undeniable. Luffy is indeed very powerful at this stage. But Admiral, how does he cope? How does he deal with the Knights of God? Besides, it was Luffy who killed the celestial dragons. It makes sense for them, 5 elders, to kill Luffy. Garp is also being unreasonable. They were lucky that Luffy killed the celestial dragons before they fully grew up. Now just ask Iam for instructions. Luffy must die. Chapter 86, Momousagi helps Luffy hide the truth about killing celestial dragons. This is true love. Vinsmoke Sanji, this is a bit troublesome. Could it be that Luffy from the parallel world is really going to die? Roronoa Zoro, no, I don't think so. I believe that since Luffy dares to kill celestial dragons, he must have a solution. While everyone was discussing it in the chat room, a systematic voice also spread into everyone's minds. Deng now announced the correct answer. The correct answer is B. Luffy refused to give Nami to the celestial dragons and killed her. Deng, congratulations to Monkey D. Garp, T. Dolphin, Pluton Silver Rayleigh for your correct answer. Deng, congratulations to Monkey D. Garp for getting the reward of tripling the amount of Haki in his body. Deng, Congratulations to Cha for winning the top 3 color gas. Deng, congratulations to Pluton Silver, Rayleigh, for being 20 years younger. Monkey D. Garp, hahaha, the amount of Haki in my body has doubled. Doesn't that mean I'm invincible? Haki is an extremely rare power in the human body. In a battle between strong men, the use of Haki can be said to be very difficult. Now the amount of Haki in Garp's body has increased threefold. That is to say, Garp can release Haki almost unlimitedly. At the beginning of the battle, armament Haki was directly wrapped around his body for defense. Observation Haki reconnaissance. Conqueror's Haki destroyed. If it's a one-on-one challenge, it's probably impossible for anyone to be Garp's opponent. Buddha's Sengoku, what a nice reward, Garp. Kyuzin, ah la la. Congratulations to you, Mr. Garp, for receiving such a powerful reward. T. Dolphin, do you want to get the top Conqueror's Haki? This reward will also greatly improve me. The armament color of the T. Dolphin and the observation Haki. They belong to the group of people who are close to the top. Just get the top weapon color and top observation Haki. The improvement in his strength is actually not that big. But after getting the top Conqueror's Haki, it can be said that the strength of T. Dolphin has achieved a qualitative leap. After all, there was no Conqueror's Haki in the old Haki. Kong, 2 of our Marines got the rewards this time, which is good news for us. Although it's a bit regretful that we didn't get 3 rewards, it's not bad. Crane, the combat power of Garp and T. Dolphin has increased, and our Marines' chances of winning in this Summit War will be even greater. Sakazuki, whether it's the Whitebeard Pirates or Roger who wants to join the war, they will never come back. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, 20 years younger, it seems like my old bones are about to come out. After all, Roger is going to participate in the Summit War. I can't stand by anymore. D. Roger, hahaha, are you coming too, Rayleigh? It looks like we have to fight side by side again. I really miss it. The last time we fought side by side against a strong enemy was in the Valley of the Gods. Porzolino, is Pluton Silver Rayleigh also going to join the war? It's really tricky. Sakazuki, what's there to be afraid of? Even if we make him 20 years younger and his strength returns to its peak, so what? Marine will definitely win the final victory. Edward Newgate, then try it Magma Kid. Parallel world. After Luffy punched the celestial dragons to death, he ordered Zoro to split the battleship in half. In this case, the boat will not be able to float on the water, but will slowly sink. However, there are still some broken pieces of wood floating on the sea. Seeing this, Luffy wrapped around Conqueror's Haki from his fist. Leap into the air. Then he struck a terrifying blow from the air towards the sea. A boom! Along with the roar of a huge elephant, the sea surface suddenly exploded. Luffy punched an abyss hundreds of meters deep into the sea. The sea surface boils and roars, swallowing up all the traces of wooden blocks floating on the sea surface. After the sea calms down again, as you can see, there is no trace left on the sea surface. It looks like the battleship the celestial dragons ride on. The same thing has never appeared on the sea from beginning to end. Roronoa Zoro, I knew that Luffy would definitely have a solution. Kill the celestial dragons, completely destroy the warship, sink it into the sea, and destroy all traces of the corpses. In this way, it is impossible for anyone to know about killing Celestial. He did this thing about dragons ~letter 3005. The celestial dragons are dead, and the warships are sinking into the sea. Can anyone prove that it was Luffy who killed the celestial dragons? Byandy Wald, what a calm man. If it were someone else who killed the celestial dragons, they would definitely leave the place quickly out of fear, leaving clues behind and being traced. But if all traces were destroyed, if he loses it, then the death of celestial dragons will not be investigated at all. Luffy kills celestial dragons. But the problem is that the sea is so big. Can anyone prove where the celestial dragons died? You said East Blue. Is there any evidence? Gall D. Roger, hahaha. Your hopes are in vain, you guys from the world government. Luffy destroyed all the traces. I believe that you people in that world will never think of the death of the celestial dragons. Luffy must have done it. In this case, you have no reason to dispatch Admiral and the Knights of God to obliterate it. Luffy is Garp's grandson after all. If 5 elders wants to move Luffy, they must weigh it carefully. If you kill Luffy without giving a proper reason, then Garp must be unwilling. Offending Garp is equivalent to offending half of the top brass at naval headquarters. And now Luffy has erased all traces of killing the celestial dragons, even the 5 elders in that parallel world. It would be difficult to find out that Luffy did this. Jago Lucia Satan, damn straw hat. Marcus Maz Saint, it's more difficult than we thought, that straw hat boy from the parallel world. They 5 elders thought. After Luffy kills the celestial dragons, their world government will definitely know about it. At that time, you can ask IM for instructions to erase Luffy. But now all evidence and traces have been erased by Luffy. Although they were from a god's perspective, they determined that the criminal who killed the celestial dragons was Luffy. But they are in a parallel world. I don't know anything about this information. Even because Luffy killed the celestial dragons without leaving any trace. They who believe in parallel worlds should not know where the celestial dragons died. Topman Wuchiri, wait, don't forget. When Straw Hat and the others went to sea, Momousagi followed behind. It's very possible that Momousagi witnessed all this. Rox Diav. Rox is unclear though. What level is Luffy's current observation Haki? But observation, Haki should be able to detect a range of several hundred meters, or nearly a kilometer. Luffy made sure that there was no one within the range of his observation Haki's perception. He just took action to kill the celestial dragons and destroy the corpses and traces. So when Luffy took action, there was no way Momousagi could have witnessed all this. Gall D. Roger, the strength, talent, and upper limit are all unimaginably powerful. At the same time, he also has an extremely calm mind. I really don't know what the world government in that parallel world is going to do against that Luffy. Ancient Saint Fegolando Green of the Knights of God. No, you may have overlooked one thing, that is, although the Straw Hat Kid destroyed all traces and clues, the dead celestial dragons were not destroyed by him. Get rid of it. Because Luffy punched the celestial dragons directly and flew 1,000 meters away. Death is definitely death. But the bodies usually float on the sea for a while. If this time, someone can find the body of that celestial dragons, it can be determined that the celestial dragons died in East Blue Log Town. In this case, just investigate East Blue Log Town. A pirate who recently went to sea. You can now target Luffy. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. It is true that the corpse of the celestial dragons was not disposed of by the Straw Hat Boy, but the corpse can only float for a few minutes in front of the rough sea. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. How can you be sure that the bodies of the celestial dragons will be discovered within the few minutes they are floating on the sea? Saint Isambaren V. Nesjuro. Now we can only place our hope on Momousagi. I hope she can find the body of the celestial dragons while it is still drifting on the sea. Once Momousagi was gone, within minutes, the bodies of the celestial dragons were floating on the surface of the sea. Find the corpses of celestial dragons. Let the bodies of the celestial dragons be swallowed by the sea. Then in that parallel world, no one will be able to determine where the celestial dragons died. There is no way to target Luffy. Parallel world. All traces have been removed, so no one will know that we killed the celestial dragons, Luffy. Sanji lit a cigarette and smiled as he looked at the calm sea in front of him. No, the corpses of celestial dragons are a hidden danger and need to be found. Luffy shook his head slightly. He has to admit it. When attacking celestial dragons, I used a little too much force. Just beat celestial dragons to nothing. So now, they have to sail to find the bodies of celestial dragons. And of course, it doesn't matter even if you can't find it. After all, Luffy knows that a corpse can only float in the rough sea for a few minutes at most. If they don't find it, this means to a large extent that the bodies of celestial dragons have sunk into the sea. That's all. Luffy commands Nami and begins searching for the bodies of celestial dragons on the sea. In the end, it was not found. They then drove the boat to Upside Down Mountain to prepare for the Grand Line. Pluton's Silver Rayleigh. Unfortunately, Luffy in that parallel world also realized that the corpses of celestial dragons were a hidden danger, so he has already searched for them. Gall D. Roger. If they haven't found it, it means that the bodies of the celestial dragons have sunk into the sea. It will be impossible for anyone to know that the celestial dragons died in East Blue. Copper Jabba. I have to say that he is really a calm and smart mind. Ah, Luffy. Isamballin Venus Shaurosage. Damn straw hat. Since Luffy and the others can't find the bodies of the celestial dragons, then Momousagi will definitely not be found when he comes. That is to say, they could only watch helplessly and furiously as Luffy, in that parallel world, killed the celestial dragons, trample on the majesty of their world government, and leave in style. Parallel world. Momousagi pursues Luffy from Log Town to the sea near Upside Down Mountain. But she still hasn't met the Straw Hat Pirates. However, she met the Silver Wolf Pirates. The Silver Wolf Pirates are the group of pirates that Smoker is chasing in Log Town. When Smoker was chasing the Silver Wolf Pirates, when I unexpectedly met Luffy on the way and attacked Luffy, he fainted after being directly shocked by his Conqueror's Haki. I don't know where Luffy went. Forget it, let's deal with the passing pirates first. Although Momousagi's focus is on finding Luffy, but if she meets the pirates on the way, she will definitely not let them go. Without hesitation, Momousagi approached the Silver Wolf Pirates in a small boat. Then he jumped up and landed on the warship. Then Momousagi saw an astonishing scene. I saw everyone from the Silver Wolf Pirates surrounding the corpse of a celestial dragons, punching and kicking him. And the corpse of the celestial dragons was the celestial dragons killed by Luffy. That is St. Rhodes. You actually killed the celestial dragons, Momousagi said in surprise. Hearing Momousagi's sudden voice, the Silver Wolf Pirates also came to their senses. Hurrying up with weapons in hand, he attacked Momousagi. But Momousagi defeated them all easily. How brave are you to kill celestial dragons? Momousagi scolded. Although Momousagi also dislikes celestial dragons. However, the death of celestial dragons will have a huge impact after all. No, it wasn't us. We didn't kill the celestial dragons. We just found this body on the sea during the voyage. The captain of the Silver Wolf Pirates quickly explained. The Silver Wolf Pirates set out to sea earlier than Luffy and the others. While they were sailing on the sea, they accidentally discovered the corpse of celestial dragons on the sea. They fished out the bodies of celestial dragons, punching and kicking the celestial dragons, leaving the corpses of the celestial dragons. They originally planned to wait until they reached the Upside Down Mountain and throw away the bodies of the celestial dragons. But unexpectedly, they were lost at sea. I don't know where Upside Down Mountain is. After all, the sea is extremely wide, and it is normal to get lost. Stop joking. The corpses of celestial dragons appeared on your ship, and you still say it wasn't you. Momousagi didn't believe it. It's true, we really discovered this body by accident. Everyone in the Silver Wolf Pirates trembled and explained. Hearing what they said, Jumping Fish also curiously examined the bodies of celestial dragons. Then she was surprised to find out. The celestial dragons' heads were dented and dented, leaving the power of Haki, and it was an extremely domineering Haki. Momousagi has fought against the entire Silver Wolf Pirates. Make sure none of them know how to Haki. And Haki possesses such terror. And there is only one pirate group that has recently departed from East Blue Log Town. That is the pirate group that Luffy belongs to. Momousagi quickly thought and confirmed that it was not the Silver Wolf Pirates who killed the celestial dragons. Inside. But Luffy. Even though Momousagi guessed in his heart, it was Luffy who killed the celestial dragons. But she remained calm on the surface, but scolded everyone in the Silver Wolf Pirates. HMPH, it was obviously you who did this. Don't even think about making excuses. Just kill the celestial dragons and wait. Die. She decided to help Luffy disappear one. After all, let's not talk about the fact that Luffy's charm has already penetrated her heart. In addition, she also hates celestial dragons very much. In this case, letting this group of pirates take responsibility can completely exonerate Luffy and others. 87 Five Elders. Luffy has already killed the celestial dragons, but I'm still won't let us take Actio. Pluton's Silver Rayleigh, what a danger. The body of the celestial dragons was actually fished out by the Silver Wolf pirates. But fortunately, Marine Momousagi didn't find any abnormalities on the body, thinking that the one who killed the celestial dragons was Silver Wolf pirates. Gall D. Roger. Is this the so-called blessing of fate? Even if the bodies of the celestial dragons are thrown into the water, they still cannot pose any threat to Luffy. Parallel World. Momousagi reported the news of the death of celestial dragons to Sengoku. Sengoku reported the matter to the Five Elders. Holy Land Mariewa, the highest palace of power. The Five Elders gather together. Were the celestial dragons killed by a pirate group with a bounty of 10 million bali? After hearing Sengoku's report, the Five Elders had angry expressions on their faces. The lives of celestial dragons are insignificant in their eyes. After all, the Holy Land Mariewa is full of celestial dragons. If celestial dragons encountered some extreme weather on the sea, they all responded with indifference to dozens of deaths. But, to know, celestial dragons symbolize the face of their world government. A pirate group with a bounty of tens of millions of bali would dare to kill celestial dragons. This makes them feel embarrassed, as if being trampled on. Trampled by a mere pirate. Calm down, I always feel like something is wrong. Why would a pirate with a mere bounty of tens of millions of bali dare to kill the celestial dragons? Besides, the person guarding the celestial dragons is the Vice Admiral. How can a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions of baliaries defeat a Vice Admiral? Satan J. Galusha raised his eyebrows slightly and raised a question. The name of celestial dragons is resounding all over the world. As long as you are a normal person, you will never dare to provoke celestial dragons. Besides, even if the Silver Wolf pirates really provoke the celestial dragons. But the one worthy of protecting the celestial dragons is the Vice Admiral. Although it is said that the person guarding the celestial dragons is not the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, but the Vice Admiral of the branch. But the branch Vice Admiral's strength is also strong enough for Mu Yang to question. At the very least, it's the level of a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions of baileys. A pirate with a bounty of tens of millions of bali. How to defeat the branch Vice Admiral? It's really strange what you said. It's absolutely impossible for a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions of baliaries to defeat the Vice Admiral branch. Marquez St. Maz also discovered the blind spot and started thinking. After all, they have lived for 800 years. Have dealt with countless incidents in the sea. Naturally, clues were discovered in this incident. The place where the corpse of the celestial dragons occurred was in the waters near East Blue Log Town, heading to Upside Down Mountain. We need to investigate how many pirate groups set out from Log Town to Upside Down Mountain today. Topman Vachulai, Saint ordered the CP organization to quickly launch an investigation in Log Town. Finally found out, after investigation, there are only 2 pirate groups leaving Log Town for Upside Down Mountain today. One of them is the Silver Wolf Pirates, and the other one is Luffy's group. And they are in the process of inquiring about information. I also learned an extremely shocking news. That is, Luffy had a fight with Momousagi in Log Town. The result of the battle is no winner. What, has Monkey D. Luffy's strength reached this level? What a joke, isn't he only 17 years old at most now? At 17 years old, he is on par with Naval Headquarters Alternate Admiral. Hey, what's going on with this guy? This kind of talent and strength is even scarier than Joey Boy 800 years ago. I am now sure that the one who killed the celestial dragons was not the so-called Silver Wolf pirates at all, but Monkey D. Luffy. With such terrifying strength, he can defeat the Vice Admiral branch, and he is not afraid of the celestial dragons. Normal. We can't let him continue to grow, he is too dangerous. He has such strength at the age of 17, how can we let him continue to grow? And he dared to kill the celestial dragons. He really didn't kill us. Take it seriously. He must be erased. After learning about Luffy's strength, no one among the 5 elders is not surprised, and no one is not panicked. Luffy's strength is really beyond imagination. And they also guessed who killed the celestial dragons. Definitely Monkey D. Luffy. After all, no matter what you think, the news that a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions of Buggy defeated the Vice Admiral of the Marine Branch and dared to kill the celestial dragons is too unreasonable. Saint Jagalusha Satan, as expected of us in a parallel world, it seems that we are not stupid people. We quickly guessed the real murderer from the doubts. Marcus Saint. Although the Straw Hat Boy destroyed the evidence of the murder of the celestial dragons, the bodies of the celestial dragons were accidentally discovered by the Silver Wolf Pirates and found by Momousagi Vice Admiral. Shepherd 10 Peter. In that parallel world, we were not only aware of Monkey D. Luffy's current strength, but we even deduced that he killed the celestial dragons. Ha ha ha, he will definitely die. Got it. Saint Topman Votuli. Next, in that parallel world, as long as we ask Lord I Am for instructions, we can dispatch the Marine Admiral or even the Knights of God in an instant. Originally, they were all desperate. Think of yourself in that parallel world. There's no way it was Luffy who killed the celestial dragons. Maybe they didn't pay attention to Luffy's strength. But in the end, they still underestimated their wisdom. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. It's over, it's over. Gall D. Roger. Damn, those old guys in that parallel world are pretty smart after all. After some investigation, they targeted Luffy. Bindy Wald. Is this the end of it? That Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world. Douglas Bullet. It's regrettable. I thought I had a chance to see him grow up, but I didn't expect it to end here. The Admiral of Headquarters and the Knights of God were dispatched, and there was no chance he would survive. Luffy is indeed very strong now. But it is impossible to compete with the Marine Admiral and the Knights of God. Monkey D. Garp, damn. Luffy, who saw the parallel world, was noticed by the 5 elders. Garp suddenly felt powerless in his heart. Although he now wants to travel to parallel world, help that Luffy defend against powerful enemies. But there was no way he could do such a thing. In addition, the 5 elders now have some evidence of Luffy's move against the celestial dragons. In this situation, the 5 elders want to order Luffy to be wiped out. I believe that I am powerless in that parallel world. Nami, Luffy. Luffy, who sees the parallel world, is about to be in danger. Nami's heart felt like it was being pinched, and it was hard to breathe. Vinsmoke Sanji, damn it, these old guys from world government. Roronoa Zoro, you have to get through this, Luffy. Kaido of the Beasts, survived the difficulty. Don't be ridiculous, Marine Admiral. Once the Knights of God take action, any force on the sea will be destroyed. Charlotte Linlin, it is undeniable that the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world is indeed extremely powerful, more powerful than anyone in our world, but he was not careful enough after all, and was given to him by the world government. Be careful, there is going to be a catastrophe. Golden Lion Shiki, Jai Hahaha, being too powerful is sometimes not a good thing. Parallel world. Let's go and ask Lord I Am for permission. As long as we get Lord I Am's permission, that Monkey D. Luffy will never see the sun tomorrow. Sage Jagalusha Satan opened his mouth and said, the dispatch of the Marine Admiral and the Knights of God is of great importance. And the target is still Luffy, who ate the god fruit. They must ask I Am for instructions. Lord I Am will definitely approve our actions. Let's go. The words fall. No hesitation. The 5 elders immediately set off for Pangu City. They passed through the long hall, arrived in front of a thick door, Seft. They took a deep breath and then worked together to slowly open the door. What comes into view is the magnificent hall. They went straight to the center of the hall. Then he bowed his head and knelt down respectfully. 5 elders pay homage to Lord I Am. What's the matter? I am asked. Lord I Am, Monkey D. Luffy is extremely powerful now. When we got the news in Log Town, he was on par with Naval Headquarters alternate Admiral Momousagi. His strength is too strong. So we hope Lord Iam can approve our next actions. We want to use the Admiral of Headquarters and the Knights of God to completely eliminate Monkey D. Luffy. How Huey? Saint Jagalusha, Satan knelt in the center of the hall and spoke respectfully. In their opinion, it was actually just sending out a genuine Marine Admiral. It's enough to completely obliterate Luffy. But they feel that just dispatching Admiral may not be safe. If the Admiral and the Knights of God are dispatched at the same time, there is a 100% chance that Luffy will be wiped out. I also know a little bit about Monkey D. Luffy's battle with Naval Headquarters candidate Admiral Momousagi in Log Town, but I don't think that Momousagi used all his strength. 1. After all, Monkey D. Luffy is the grandson of Monkey D. Garp, and the relationship between Momousagi and Garp, isn't it possible that you don't know about it? I am said coldly. Indeed, we also believe that Momousagi did not fight with all his strength against Monkey D. Luffy in Log Town, but it is undeniable that Monkey D. Luffy is definitely not weak now. We can't let him continue to grow, Lord Iam. Saint Jagalusha Satan continued. You must know that Luffy is only 17 years old now. 17 years old, has this level of strength. Has completely surpassed Roger, surpassed rocks. Beyond the rocks of 800 years ago. Didn't I say it before? Unless it is confirmed that he has the potential to awaken the devil fruit. Otherwise, you can't attack him at will. Do you want to offend Monkey D. Garp? It's not like you don't know his prestige in Naval Headquarters, and he has no relationship with more than half of Marine's top brass. Wrong. Even the relationship with Marshal Sengoku of the current Naval Headquarters and Commander-in-Chief Kong is very good. To offend more than half of Marine's senior executives by attacking him at will is not worth the loss for us. Im sat high on the void throne, staring down at the few people and speaking slowly. No, Master Im, we have enough reasons to take action against that Monkey D. Luffy, because that hateful Monkey D. Luffy even killed a celestial dragons. This is completely trampling on the majesty of our world government and treating us like nothing. If this irrefutable evidence is defeated by Monkey D. Garp, I believe he will have nothing to say. Saint Marquesmaz spoke. They thought Iam was afraid of killing Luffy for insufficient reasons. This will offend Garp, and in turn, offend more than half of Marine's senior executives. But if the irrefutable evidence that Luffy killed the celestial dragons is thrown in Garp's face, then no matter how unhappy Garp is, I can only watch helplessly as they order Luffy to be killed. You said that Monkey D. Luffy killed a celestial dragons? The information I received is not true. Wasn't it the people who killed the celestial dragons who were called the Silver Wolf Pirates? Iam said indifferently. Master Iam, how could you do this? Hearing Iam's words, the 5 elders and others were stunned. Because Momousagi reported to Sengoku that it was indeed the Silver Wolf Pirates who killed the celestial dragons. After Sengoku got the news, he only reported it to them. In other words, the target got the news that the Silver Wolf Pirates killed the celestial dragons. Only Momousagi, Sengoku, and them are right. When did I get this news? I monitored your phone calls. Do you have any comments? Iam's cold voice sounded in the hall. Hear what Iam said. The 5 elders all broke out in cold sweat and said quickly, I don't dare, I don't dare. But Im-sama, according to our guess, it was not the Silver Wolf Pirates who killed the celestial dragons, but Monkey D. Luffy. Because a small Silver Wolf Pirates. It's impossible to dare to take action against the celestial dragons. Shepherd Peter explained. Really? Then when I monitored your phone calls, how come the news I got was that Momousagi found the bodies of celestial dragons on the Silver Wolf Pirates ship? I am asked. Although it is unclear why the corpses of celestial dragons appeared on the Silver Wolf Pirates ship. When the pirates set out from Log Town to Upside Down Mountain that day, only the Silver Wolf Pirates followed. Monkey D. Luffy and his gang. After all, it is the Vice Admiral of the Marine Branch who guards the voyage of the celestial dragons. It is impossible for a small Silver Wolf pirate group to be the opponent of the Vice Admiral, let alone kill the celestial dragons. So there is only one possibility. That is, It was Monkey D. Luffy who killed the celestial dragons. They killed the celestial dragons and threw his body into the sea, but he was killed by the silver wolf pirates. Found it. Marca's Maz Saint explained immediately. You must know that this reason is not enough to convince Monkey D. Garp. The bodies of the celestial dragons were found on the silver wolf pirate's ship. With this kind of evidence, it will be. The culprit is blamed on Monkey D. Luffy. Do you think Monkey D. Garp will believe it? Iam said coldly. This. After hearing Iam's words, the 5 elders fell silent. Indeed, the bodies of the celestial dragons were found on the silver wolf pirate's ship after all. Even if they can guess that it was Luffy who did it. But Garp may not be convinced either. But Lord Iam, that Luffy is too dangerous. We really can't let him live. The holy path of Isambalen Veen assuring. Now is not the time to attack him. Please stand down. Im waved his hand slightly. But the 5 elders wanted to say something else, but I am scolded. Back off. Yes, Lord Iam. They did not dare to stay here any longer and exited the hall. Chapter 88 Rocks. I thought I am liking Luffy was a joke. Achuku, what's going on? I thought that the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world was definitely dead, but this guy named Iam wouldn't let the 5 elders take action. John, no. Aren't you going to take action to obliterate this? Is it possible that the world government in the parallel world plans to wait until the Straw Hat Kid reaches his peak before taking action? Byandy Wald, the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world, at only 17 years old, is strong enough to be called one of the strongest people in the sea. And the 5 elders also guessed that the celestial dragons was he killed by the Straw Hat Kid, but he still didn't attack him. Tell the truth. When the 5 elders guessed that Luffy killed the celestial dragons, and when planning to ask YM for instructions, all of them, without exception, everyone thought that Luffy would definitely die. But who would have thought? The reversal happened so quickly. Iam actually refused the 5 elders' request to erase Luffy. Douglas Bullet, could it be that you're worried about Garp? Red Earl Baloric Redfield, there is indeed a possibility. The old guy Garp's prestige among the naval headquarters is too high. If he takes action rashly, it will indeed be detrimental to them. 17. Golden Lion Shiki. But no matter how prestigious that old guy Garp is in naval headquarters, Straw Hat is still a pirate and not a marine. There should be enough reasons for the world government to want to kill him, right? Pluton Silver Rayleigh. Although I don't know what that Iam is thinking, but I have to be thankful that Luffy in the parallel world is not in danger for the time being. Gal D. Roger, it's really unexpected. Even I desperately thought that Luffy in that parallel world was going to die, and there would be no hope of overthrowing the world government in the future. But the words of the man named Iam really filled me with hope. Surprised. Jaws, what the hell was she thinking? Now, no one can understand what I am thinking. Such a God-given opportunity, but still unmoved by the request to kill Luffy. Marco, the way I see it, this guy named Iam is definitely in love with the Straw Hat Boy from that parallel world. Otherwise, there will definitely be a different explanation as to why he still refuses to serve Luffy even though he knows that he is powerful. Rox D, the king who has ruled the world for 800 years. I am the king of the world who sits on the throne of the void, falls in love with Luffy. Rox didn't believe this at first. But the 5 elders twice wanted to ask Iam to kill Luffy. But all of them were rejected by Iam. Combine it again. Luffy is extremely attractive to women. Rox also felt vaguely. I am like Luffy. It seems that it is not just empty talk or random fabrication. But it's really possible. Jago Lucia Satan Saint, like mere pirates? Don't be kidding me. The Im-sama in that parallel world just thinks that although the Straw Hat Boy is powerful, he is no threat to him. Topman Vauchery, Sir Iam just feels that sending out Admiral and the Knights of God to kill Straw Hat Kid without sufficient reason will only backfire on Garp and offend Garp. In addition, I am just sending out Straw Hat Kid. It's just a plaything. If you want to kill it, you can kill it at any time. I just let him roam around for a few days. Marcus Maz, It is undeniable that the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world is indeed powerful, but Lord I Am's strength is far beyond him. Saint Isamballin v. Nasthuro. Although we are not sure what the Imsama of that world is thinking, there is absolutely no possibility that he fell in love with that mere Straw Hat Boy. Shepherd Peter, let's let the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world jump around for a while. Even if his strength reaches the level of Admiral, the Immortals can crush him to death just as easily. It can be done as easily as an ant. They were really puzzled. Why did I Am in that parallel world agree to obliterate Luffy? But I Am is their absolute superior after all. Countless orders have been given to them over the past 800 years. The sea is managed in an orderly manner, so they never doubt I Am's orders. They just feel it. Since this is I Am's order, then there must be her reason. Unplayed video. Pangu City, on the throne of the void. Im caressed the photo of Luffy and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Don't worry, Luffy, I won't let anyone hurt you. Original world. After Luffy left Log Town, he came to the vicinity of Upside Down Mountain and met Crocus, a former member of the Roger Pirates. And here we met Laboon, who hit the red line. Laboon is the giant whale that had an agreement with Brooks' pirate group back then. They made an appointment and will meet again in the future. But in the end, Brooks' pirate group was wiped out. There is no way to fully agree. So Laboon hits the red line every day, trying to find Brook and the others. After Luffy learned of the situation, he made an agreement with Laboon. Come back and watch after you circle the world and become the Pirate King. And ask Laboon to wait for him and stop hitting the red line. Not only that, Luffy also met Vivi in disguise and a person from Baroque Works. They relied on the Eternal Pointer on Vivi. Head to Whiskey Peak. After arriving at Whiskey Peak, Vivi asked Luffy and others to help him deal with Crocodile. That's what Luffy agreed. Go to Alabasta with your companions. Crocodile, damn it. Why did this Straw Hat Boy suddenly come to Alabasta and threaten to defeat me? It turns out that he came at the request of this bastard Princess Alabasta. Crocodile was several years in the making at Alabasta, secretly driving a wedge between the people and the royal family, and also encouraged millions of rebels to rebel. It was precisely to overthrow the royal family and then rule by himself. At the same time, he is also secretly investigating Alabasta's history. Want to know the location of the Pluton battleship? But what he didn't expect was, Luffy is here. Challenged him 3 times in a row. Finally defeated him. Let him fall into prison and lose everything. Monkey D. Vivi, my companion, you have messed up my companion's country. I will definitely not let you go. Crocodile HMPH, too lazy to talk to you, idiot. Doflamingo, it's so embarrassing, you sand crocodile bastard, to be defeated by such a brat. Crocodile, shut up, Doflamingo. Douglas Bullet, sand crocodile bastard, you should pray now that the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world will not encounter Waiwei. Otherwise, if he comes to trouble you, you may die miserably. Crocodile. See Bullet's statement. Crocodile suddenly shrank his neck in shock. If Crocodile were to deal with the Luffy of their world again, he thinks he will never lose. But if it's Luffy from that parallel world, he always feels like he will be beaten. Parallel world. Luffy took Nami and others and successfully arrived at the next chapter of the Red 10 continent. Get ready to climb Upside Down Mountain and head to the Grand Line. And it also took several days of sailing time. Among them, Usopp and Sanji also successfully learned armament Haki. After all, the 2 of them have been studying for a while. Coupled with Luffy's careful guidance, it is normal for the 2 of them to learn. I believe it won't be long before Nami, Usopp, and Sanji can learn observation Haki. And of course, during this period, Luffy did not neglect his own practice. At the same time, he is also guiding Zoro to master the power of Batang. Someone is nearby. As soon as he arrived below the red line, Luffy's observation Haki sensed 2 people. He looked around and saw a small boat on the sea. The person in the boat is not someone else. It's Vivi and Mr. 9. When Luffy noticed Vivi and Mr. Nine, they also noticed Luffy and others. They rowed quickly and came to Luffy's boat. When Vivi saw Luffy for the first time, her heart beat loudly and she was filled with excitement. "Is there a problem?" Luffy asked, standing on the railing of the boat. Can I ask you a favor? We want to go back to Whiskey Peak, but our ship was destroyed. Can you carry us on your ship?" Vivi requested. The origins of these two people are unknown, Luffy Zoro said warily. "You also want to go to the Grand Line, right? But if you want to go to the Grand Line, you need the guidance of the Eternal Pointer, otherwise you will easily get lost, and we happen to have the Eternal Pointer on us. We can lend you the Eternal Pointer, as long as you send us back to Whiskey Peak." Vivi pointed to the Eternity Pointer on her wrist and said, "The reason why Vivi now works with people from Baroque Works. That's because she wants to investigate the secrets of Baroque Works. And now she has successfully investigated that it is Baroque Works in the Dark Hall. That's what caused war in Alabasta. She wants to go back to Whiskey Peak first, and then return to her own country." "No problem," Luffy nodded. It would be really troublesome to go to the Grand Line without the Eternity Pointer. In addition, he felt that Vivi and Mr. Nine were extremely weak. "Please give me flowers. Not even Nami can be a match. It doesn't matter if they both get on the boat." "Thank you so much," Vivi said gratefully. Luffy put down the ladder to get on the boat, and the two just climbed up the ladder. Boom! A loud noise came from under the sea. Then an extremely huge whale emerged from the bottom of the sea. It swallowed Luffy and the others, as well as the boat, in one gulp. This all happened so fast that Luffy didn't even react. After being swallowed by a whale, Luffy and others were surprised to find that there was a hole inside. Sky. Not only the blue sky and white clouds painted. At the same time, an old man was still sitting on a chair reading a newspaper. "Where is this place?" Usopp swallowed and looked around. "It's so scary, I thought I was going to die." Vivi looked around nervously, a little scared, and hugged Luffy's left arm. "I was also shocked. Suddenly I was eaten by a whale." 1. Nami hugged Luffy's right arm in fear. "Is there anyone in the whale?" Luffy said in surprise. Luffy noticed Crocus. Crocus also noticed Luffy. "Has anyone been swallowed by Laboon again?" Crocus looked at Luffy and others and asked. "Laboon, is that the name of the whale you said?" Zoro asked. A boom. The next second, their ship shook violently, and the sound of collision could be heard at the same time. Zero. What happened? Nami and Vivi hugged Luffy's arms tightly in fear. "Has it started again?" Laboon hit the red line. Crocus sighed. "Hitting the red line? Is that whale hitting the red line? Why?" Sanji wondered. Decades ago, Laboon had an agreement with a group of pirates, but that group of pirates did not come back for decades. Laboon wanted to break away from the red line and find that group of pirates. Crocus explained. "If it continues to hit it, it will die," Luffy said. "Yes, but I can't stop it," Crocus said regretfully. "This is very simple. Just find someone to make an agreement for it," Luffy said calmly. "I'm an old man, so I can't make an agreement with it. If possible, can you please give it an agreement to stop hitting the Red 10 continent?" Kuro. Kaz requested. "It's possible, but it seems we have no reason to do such a thing. Hey, I am an old man. I have nothing since the pirate group was disbanded, so I can't give you anything to ask you to do something." "Uncle, are you also a pirate?" Luffy asked curiously. "Well, I once stayed on the Roger Pirate's ship for a while." Crocus nodded. One Piece Roger's pirate group. Everyone except Luffy was surprised when they heard his words. Roger's pirate group. "Uncle, do you know Shanks?" Luffy asked. When he was a child, he accidentally heard that red-haired Shanks was a member of Roger's group. "Do you like it? I know you." "Really? Then it seems that you are Shanks' friend. In that case, I will help you make an agreement with the whale named Laboon so that it will never hit the red line again." Luffy is not only good to his companions. The rest are only good to the red-hair pirates. The red-haired Shanks are very kind to me. Since Crocus is a friend of red-haired Shanks, he will naturally not refuse something that is easy to do. "Sorry to trouble you," Crocus said gratefully. Just like that, Luffy managed to escape from Laboon's mouth. Luffy first slightly released the power of Conqueror's Haki, which shocked Laboon and made it stop hitting the red line. Then he stood at the railing and shouted, "Hey, your name is Laboon, right? Give up, you can't hit the red line, and you can't go to the Grand Line either. Forget about the pirate group you agreed on before. Come and make a promise with me. I dream to spend 2 years sailing this sea and become the freest man in this sea. This is the agreement between us. When the time comes, I will come back to see you." Laboon seems to be able to understand what Luffy is saying. Looks at Luffy on the boat with some excitement. Then he slapped his tail on the sea surface excitedly. "Achoku, 2 years. Does that mean that the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world plans to reach the top of the world and overthrow the world government in 2 years? I beg you to customize it, and I beg you to order it all. 89.5 elders. Luffy, we won't let you see Master I Am until you die. Capone Bajet, is this guy kidding? He wants to become the freest man in the sea in just 2 years. Uruj, what a terrifying ambition. Straw Hat. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. Is he exaggerating the facts, or is he very confident in his own strength and talent? Trafalgar Law, you want to be the freest man in the sea, but you have to stand on the world government. This is countless times more difficult than becoming the Pirate King, Straw Hat. Houses. If Luffy's dream is to become the Pirate King, and set goals for yourself, it takes 2 years to become the Pirate King. So Luo thinks, with Luffy's level of monster, maybe it's actually possible. After all, if you want to become the Pirate King, you just need to be the strongest among the pirates. And if you're lucky, you can find all the historical text. But I want to be the freest man in the sea. Then we must be enemies of the world government. Stand on world government. Want to achieve this goal. I don't know how many times more difficult it is than wanting to become the Pirate King. Silver Axe, although I admit that this guy is indeed very strong, is this dream a bit unrealistic? If you give him another 2 years, he probably won't be able to grow up enough to overthrow the world government, right? It is undeniable. Luffy is indeed extremely powerful. He already possesses such strength at the age of 17. And he also thoroughly understood Haki's power. His teaching ability is also extremely strong. He can easily teach his companion Haki. Groups of powerful monsters will definitely be cultivated in the future, but wanted to take only 2 years. It reaches the point of defeating the world government. It's a bit unrealistic. Gall D. Roger, hahaha, what a lofty ideal, Luffy. If it were anyone else, I don't think he could do it, but if it were you, I can definitely do it. 857. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. Now that you've expressed your dream, let's see it come true, Luffy. They already had high hopes for Luffy. No matter in their world. Or maybe this is the case in parallel worlds. And of course, they believe in Luffy in the parallel world more. It can overthrow the world government. Porozalino, becoming the freest man in the sea means standing above everyone, including pirates, marines, and world government. But can he really do this? If you can do that, it will be too scary. Sakazuki, after all, he's just a pirate. There's no way he can do such a thing. Jago Lucia Satan, it's just an unrealistic dream. Marcus Maz, want to stand above our world government? Stop making trouble. Let's not say that he can surpass the Knights of God. Even if he can do it, we are not vegetarians, let alone there is also Lord I Am sitting in the rear, and Lord I Am's strength is simply unimaginable by just you group of ants. Topman Vasilii. Our world government can rule the world for 800 years, and the foundation of 800 years is not something that a certain ant can shake in just 2 years. Rox D, the world has seen you old guys defeated at the feet of Straw Hat. Ask who Rox hates the most. Then there is nothing better than world government. After all, there was the Valley of the Gods War. Saint Jagaluja Satan was also among them. Isenbalin V. Nesthuro Sage, then give it a try. That Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world will never be able to see Lord I Am until his death, because no matter how strong he is, he will die in our hands. Superior. Cannot understand me. Luffy looked at the Laboon in front of him curiously. I thought it would take a little time to communicate. But I didn't expect that Laboon would be so excited after he finished speaking. Obviously, he listened to what he said. Yes, Laboon is a huge whale that has lived for hundreds of years and can understand people's words to some extent, and now you have made an agreement with him. But then again, you just said that your dream is to become the freest man on the sea. Crocus looked at Luffy curiously. That's right. I have never heard of such a dream. Yeah. If you want to be the freest man in the sea, what do you want to achieve? Crocus asked. Above everyone else, this way I will be the freest man, Luffy answered truthfully. Ling, above everyone, your dream is a bit unrealistic, isn't it? Even the world-recognized Pirate King Roger has not reached this level. Crocus was shocked at first, then shook his head slightly in disbelief. The so-called Pirate King can only be regarded as sailing around the world for 1 week and conquering the sea. But Roger has never been superior to Marine from beginning to end. It is not above the world government. Really, I think I can do it. Having said that, since you are a crew member of the original Roger Pirates, can you confirm how far my current strength is from that of the Pirate King? The words fall. Luffy clenched his fist, and his fist was wrapped with extremely rich armed colors and Conqueror's Haki. An astonishing aura suddenly emerged from Luffy. This amazing power made Crocus feel a sense of oppression that he had not seen for a long time. What a powerful Haki! Crocus swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a look of disbelief on his face. This amazing Haki, he has only felt it in Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba. What is your age? 17. Plus 17 years old. Hearing Luffy's answer, Crocus's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. The powerful shock made his heart beat fast. Then he fainted on the spot. What's going on? Is your body so fragile? Why did you faint? Luffy squats down and shakes Crocus' body. Silver Axe, let me tell you, Roger, your crew is too useless. Haven't you seen the big scene? Why did Haki faint when he saw Luffy releasing Haki in that parallel world? Achoku, Silver Axe, if you suddenly met a 17-year-old man who mastered this Haki on the sea, I'm afraid you would be shocked from ear to ear. After all, it is in their secular concepts. The peak period of a strong man is over 40 years old. And Haki, whom Luffy owned at the age of 17. It is equivalent to the Haki level of 40 years old among the top experts in their group. Anyone suddenly sees such a strong man on the sea. It's impossible not to be surprised. After all, the people in their chat room watched Luffy grow up. He has slowly adapted to the shock caused by Luffy's powerful strength. But Crocus was suddenly on the sea, and he saw such an unimaginable and incredible strong man right in front of him. Silver Axe, then I won't faint. John, you won't faint, but you will pee. Silver Axe, hey, don't underestimate me. Even if I can't beat him, I won't be so embarrassed. Crocus, stop arguing and be considerate of the elderly person's health. Although Crocus is a member of Roger's group, but he is just a doctor after all. He was invited on board by Roger when he was terminally ill. Not much fighting power. In addition, he has been retired for many years and has entered the mausoleum years. It's normal not to be able to bear the stimulation. Really, I want to know from you the strength of Pirate King Roger and his friends. Seeing that Crocus showed no sign of waking up, Luffy scratched his head helplessly. What should we do, Luffy? Do we have to wait until he wakes up before going to the Grand Line, or can we set sail now? Zoro asked. It's not safe to leave him unconscious here alone. Let's stay here for a while. No matter what, he is Shanks's friend. Luffy mused. In this way, they postponed the idea of going to the Grand Line. Choose to wait here for Crocus to wake up. During this period, Luffy did not neglect his training, as well as guidance to Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, and others. Soon, the time came to night. Crocus wakes up in the room. He shook his head and walked out of the door. How can you feel the power of conquerors in your body? As long as you can feel it and try to guide it on your arm, you can successfully master Conqueror's winding. After Luffy finished practicing on his own, he began to seriously guide Zoro in practicing. A little bit, can feel it. Zoro's forehead was covered with sweat. Under Luffy's guidance, he went to explore the Conqueror's Haki inside his body. So far, Zoro has been practicing for many days. He is now just a little closer to mastering Conqueror's Haki. "What are you doing?" Crocus asked. "It's nothing, I'm teaching Zoro how to be dominant," Luffy replied. Bamatang, are you kidding me? Wait, could it be that this man named Zoro is also the same monster as you? 1. Crocus swallows. He saw with his own eyes that Luffy awakened as a tyrant at the age of 17, and had that tyrannical power. Already very close to Rayleigh, the deputy captain of Roger's regiment. He saw that Zoro was learning Conqueror's entanglement. "I thought Zoro was a monster on the same level as Luffy." "No, the strength gap between me and Luffy is huge. I am not a monster like him." Zoro shook his head. "If possible, can you let me feel your Conqueror's Haki?" Crocus said. In his opinion, if you want to learn how to be a tyrant, you must have a very strong Conqueror's Haki. He wants to feel Zoro's Conquerors, and then judge whether he can learn it. Hear Crocus's words. Zoro did not hesitate. Proactively released Conqueror's Haki. His Conqueror's Haki is powerful though, but it is completely incomparable to Luffy, and it is still at a very weak stage. No, don't waste your efforts. With his level of Conqueror's Haki, it is completely impossible to master Ba taming. To learn Ba taming, you need an extremely strong Conqueror's Haki to do it. Obviously, his Conqueror's Haki is not powerful. Crocus looked at Luffy and Zoro and shook his head. Really, I don't think so. Luffy spread his hands. Don't waste your efforts, forget it. Since this is what you want to do, I won't dissuade you, but are you really 17 years old? Crocus did not continue to dissuade Zoro from learning Haki. Instead, he asked about Luffy's age. Because it's so unbelievable to have such strength at the age of 17. Yes. Did you inherit someone's bloodline? No. Even if you inherited the bloodline of Roger, the Pirate King, there is no way you would be so powerful. Crocus is lost in thought. He has also been in the Roger group for a while, and has experienced strong winds and waves. I have also seen countless strong men at the top of the sea. But he has never seen anyone as strong as Luffy. I even said I had never imagined it. While Crocus was pondering what was going on with Luffy, and why he was so strong, Zoro wrapped Conqueror's Haki around the blade and asked, "This power is what is called. Has Conqueror's wrapped around Luffy?" "Well, yes, this is Conqueror's entanglement. It seems that you have successfully brought out Conqueror's Haki from your body." Luffy nodded without surprise. In his opinion, learning Haki is similar to learning armament Haki. As long as you find the right way, you can guide the Haki in your body to your arms. How hard can this be? However, Zoro has learned Conqueror's entanglement. But his own Conqueror's Haki is still too weak. It cannot exert too much power. What that is that Conqueror's entanglement? Crocus was still in a state of contemplation. I feel the Conqueror's Haki wrapped around Zoro's arm and blade. Suddenly, his pupils widened greatly, as if he had seen a ghost. The next second, he fainted again. Yuruj, I learned it. Capone Bije, hey, are you kidding? That Roronoa Zoro actually learned Conqueror's entanglement. Achoku, it's fake. That Straw Hat Boy is actually haunted by the Roronoa Zoro Church Conquerors. John, I thought he was joking, but I didn't expect him to be able to teach others Conqueror's entanglement in 3.6. Byendy Wald, the problem is that Guy Roronoa Zoro has only awakened Conqueror's Haki for about a week. How can he learn it? Douglas Bullet, the level of monster that Straw Hat Guy is in my mind has reached another level. Seeing Zoro really learn Conqueror's rap. The entire chat room. No one is not surprised. Because, in their traditional impression, Conqueror's entanglement must be a power exclusive to those with extremely powerful Conqueror's Haki. Look around the world. The one who has the Conqueror's entanglement. I'm afraid there won't be more than 20. And now, Roronoa Zoro. This man has only had 1 week to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Successfully become one of these 20 people. They thought Luffy could actually teach Roronoa Zoro how to learn Conqueror's entanglement. But how many years will it take at least? Even if they give face to the monster Luffy? At least 1 year. Who would have thought that Luffy could do it in just 1 week? Kaido of the Beasts, what is going on with this bastard? Do monsters of this level really exist in this sea? That's Conqueror's entanglement. Kaido was confused. He has trained hard for decades. Only then can he master the power of Conqueror's entanglement. It only took a week to wake up and master it. And of course, he knows. Zoro can master it, not because he is too talented. It's because Luffy completely understood Haki and taught him well. This is like a group of people in the examination room who are still thinking hard about the answers. Luffy directly gave Zoro a set of test papers with answers and asked him to copy them as quickly as possible. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.